My toxic family, who spent over a decade hating my guts, threw me out on the street without a second thought. I was ready to drop my secret identity as a legendary miracle doctor to absolutely humiliate them. But right then, the wealthiest tycoon in the capital drops a massive bombshell of a news release. They are desperately searching for their seventh young master, lost for 18 long years. And every single detail they describe matches me perfectly. Just as I am about to head out and claim my real bloodline, wait for it, a sudden, sharp scream pierces the air. Someone just fainted. Suddenly, a huge crowd rushes over. Good grief, it is actually a little child. Her tiny face is completely pale as the chaotic noise swells up around her. I do not hesitate for a single second. I screech my bicycle to a halt and march right into the crowd. The little girl on the pavement looks barely 5 or 6 years old, her forehead totally drenched in sweat. Right then, someone in the crowd grabs a guy wearing a white lab coat. They plead with him to save the child, but the guy refuses. He says he cannot make decisions without her family around. The white coat wannabe dismissively waves his hands, completely refusing to take responsibility. His snobby eyes are filled with utter disdain. He even scoffs that he does not just treat random peasants on the street. Disgusted by this ridiculous display, I swiftly push straight through the crowd, my voice cold and highly professional. I tell everyone to back up and make way so some fresh air can flow in because the patient needs ventilation. Maybe my aura is just way too commanding. The onlookers instantly obey and do not even think to question me. I squat down to check her pulse, but a worried auntie next to me starts getting anxious, asking if I am even old enough to be a real doctor. Others join in, suggesting we just call 911 since the poor child looks like she wandered off and got lost. An old grandpa chimed in to warn me, saying no parents have shown up. He is honestly just worried that if anything goes wrong with the kid, I will end up taking the entire blame. I gently unbutton her collar and move her to a nice shaded spot, telling everyone not to worry, because I actually have a real, legitimate medical license. With that, I unzip my backpack and pull out a sleek, folding mini medical kit. Inside are rows of gleaming silver needles and perfectly aligned surgical scalpels of all sizes. I block out the noise and place my fingers back on the little girl's pulse. The white coat snob cannot hold back anymore and yells at me to stop, demanding to know how I can just randomly stick needles into a sick patient. I ignore him completely, keeping my eyes low as I carefully calculate her rapid pulse and heart rate. He sneers arrogantly, introducing himself as Braxton, a top-tier student at Capital Medical University, who studies directly under the legendary Dr. Montgomery. He proudly claims he is no average peasant, questioning how someone as young as me could ever have a real license. Now watch this, I just stay completely chill, prepping my needle, while Braxton totally loses his mind. The guy has clearly never been treated like invisible air in his entire pampered life. He keeps screaming that even the grandpa knows to wait for the ambulance, asking if I am some kind of idiot. Kneeling down, I reply in a freezing tone that waiting around only destroys the golden window for first aid, asking if that's what his teacher taught him. Braxton snorts in denial, pointing his nose so high in the air he looks absolutely ridiculous. He claims I am the real clown delaying things with my traditional medicine garbage, telling me to pack up my pseudoscience so he can step in and perform CPR on the patient. Hearing this utter nonsense, I shoot him a glare cold enough to freeze hell, stating she clearly has severe heat stroke. Why would anyone perform CPR on a heat stroke victim? Braxton absolutely explodes at being called a quack, demanding to know if I even know who his mentor is. Apparently, his mentor just returned from abroad with a highly prestigious award, and he cannot believe a random kid is questioning his skills. I tell him I have zero interest in knowing, smoothly prepping and sterilizing my needle. My movements are as fast and clean as butter. Braxton's eyes turn red with pure rage, spitting that he won't stoop to the level of a traditional medicine scammer like me. He argues her purple lips prove her heart is failing, claiming myocardial hypoxia and ischemia are stimulating her respiratory functions. I meet his dramatic gaze with icy eyes, pointing out that severe heat stroke can also cause purple lips. The key difference is that her actual pulse remains perfectly stable and steady. Plus, her dry, cracked lips clearly show she has suffered prolonged exposure to a high-temperature environment. You do not even bother to check these basic medical symptoms, yet you still call yourself a prestigious Capital Medical student. Hearing this epic roast, several onlookers chime in, agreeing that checking basic physical symptoms first is just medical common sense. The crowd curls their lips in total disgust, whispering that the university guy is actually pretty useless compared to this reliable young lad. Humiliated, Braxton cannot swallow his pride. He snarls that even if it is heat stroke, there is no way my needles can cure her. He demands to know the point of modern medical school if a few needles can cure people, as my eyes darken with a chilling vibe. I tell him he only represents his own incompetent self, ordering him to move aside one last time as he reluctantly backs away. Braxton sneers and crosses his arms like a petulant child, eager to see me fail miserably with my traditional treatments. He bets that if I actually cure her, he will drop to his knees and call me daddy. I reply that I will be waiting to hear it, raising my hand to find the perfect acupoint. As the first gleaming needle lands perfectly, her brows immediately furrow. She begins to stir, slowly clawing her way back to consciousness. Her tiny face twitches with reaction, leaving the surrounding crowd gasping in sheer awe at the instant result. Wait, she is actually waking up. Braxton stands there completely dumbfounded, his face twisting into a pale, sickly green. How is this possible? How on earth did some random kid pull this off? Just one single needle, and she is already coming back to her senses. Calmly, I raise my hand again and drive the second needle straight into the 10 declarations point. With a swift, precise prick to draw blood, the little girl's eyes suddenly snap wide open. They are perfectly round, dark, and incredibly bright as she looks around. She just quietly stares at me like a confused little owl, her tiny face still looking pretty pale. Nearby, everyone's eyes practically pop right out of their sockets. The auntie gasps in pure shock. Young man, you just randomly poked her twice and she is already cured? Seeing enough blood is drained, I gently apply pressure with a clean cotton swab to stop the flow. Auntie, I tell her calmly, I didn't just randomly poke her twice. Those 10 declarations points are right at the fingertips, and they are famous for clearing out internal heat while instantly opening up a person's senses. Her condition is a severe heat syndrome from this brutal summer sun, and acupuncture cures it fast. The auntie mutters, wow, you actually make it sound like real science. Braxton laughs like a wild hyena, sneering that the little brat hasn't spoken a single word since waking up. For all we know, your stupid needle probably gave her permanent brain damage. The auntie gets totally confused, snapping back that the kid is clearly wide awake. So what brain damage is he even blabbering about? She asks if he is just trying to weasel out of apologizing, demanding what this even has to do with him. Braxton glares at her and suddenly laughs like a true villain, saying he gets it now. They are in cahoots to pull in a crowd and play the victim just to scam money. He calls it a massive coordinated fraud ring, claiming none of us traditional medicine folks are any good. Hearing this total garbage, my eyes narrow dangerously. Just as I am about to raise my hand and teach this clown a lesson, who would have guessed the little girl would suddenly speak up? In a weak but incredibly cold voice, she states that traditional medicine has been the proud national treasure of our country since ancient times. She looks at him and says his medical skills are pure trash, so he needs to read more books. Braxton is instantly struck completely dumb. Look at that, he literally just finished claiming she wasn't cured. And now she's using his own insults against him. Talk about a massive, satisfying slap right across his smug face. The auntie starts laughing so hard, she's swaying back and forth, mocking the medical genius to listen to the kid and go read some actual books. Braxton sneers that he won't stoop to the level of bottom-feeding peasants, his face dripping with pure disdain as he calls everyone a bunch of poor losers. Before he can even finish that stupid sentence, I flick a silver needle right from my hand, grazing his cheek before embedding itself deep into the locust tree beside him. That sheer, ruthless precision makes Braxton's entire body freeze in terror, and his legs immediately turn to complete jelly. I ask him slowly if he forgot something. Even though I am clearly just a teenager, the terrifying aura radiating from my body is completely suffocating. Braxton tries to act tough, stammering out what he supposedly forgot. Apologize and call me daddy, I say, tapping my phone twice. Refusing to back down, he acts all high and mighty, spitting out that everyone makes mistakes, and he doesn't have time to tangle with a half-baked little quack like me. The auntie loses her temper entirely. Just look at this guy, claiming to study under the great Dr. Montgomery. Yet he loses to a young lad and refuses to apologize. Braxton shamelessly fires back, asking what is wrong with his attitude, and who can even prove what he said earlier anyway. He sneers that the money they make in a lifetime wouldn't even cover a single appointment with Dr. Montgomery. He calls his free presence a blessing from heaven, insulting them as a bunch of miserable ghosts who still have the absolute nerve to gossip. The auntie is shaking with rage, telling him if he wants to throw a fit, he can roll right out of this neighborhood. Braxton just snorts coldly, wearing an incredibly punchable face, smugly reminding everyone that they live in a society ruled by law. But watch closely, because he is about to learn his lesson. He completely fails to realize, my eyes have already turned deadly, and patience has officially run out. The moment I raise my eyes, my entire gaze shifts into something incredibly deadly. I just casually play with a small piece of hard candy in my hand. Then, with a heavy flick of my finger, that candy flies at him like a bullet. Bam! Braxton's knees instantly buckle. He slams onto the concrete with a heavy thud, the sharp, bone-crushing pain forcing his face into a tight grimace of agony. He struggles wildly to stand, only to realize his whole body feels completely frozen like solid cement. He can't speak, and he can't even move his hands. It feels exactly like someone hit a paralyzing pressure point straight out of a martial arts movie. Casually, I stroll right over, my voice icy cold. As a medical student, you can't even handle basic observation, listening, questioning, or taking a pulse, yet you still dare to make reckless diagnoses. Being a doctor isn't some cheap status symbol to make you feel superior. It's meant for saving lives with genuine, honest compassion. Your skills are absolute garbage, and your morals are somehow even worse. Today, I'll gladly accept this beautiful kowtow of yours. Think of it as me cleaning house on behalf of your precious master. You. Braxton's eyes are practically firing lasers of pure, unadulterated hatred. I lean down slightly, whispering my next words right into his ear. Since your face is so incredibly thick, what did you do to me? He tries to scream at the top of his lungs, yelling for the cops because someone is assaulting him. Hearing this, I just chuckle softly. Who can prove that, Mr. Braxton? You clearly fell to your knees all on your own. I didn't even touch you. And yeah, he totally deserves it. The watching crowd feels nothing but pure, satisfying victory. He didn't even lay a hand on you, so stop trying to scam us. Exactly. He's the one who refused to help the kid. And when the young lad saved her, he just stood there sneering, calling us poor, miserable ghosts with every single breath he took. And now, he is just too shameless to apologize. That fraud doesn't deserve to study medicine, none of it. Did he honestly think we were soft targets? He tried to scam a little kid. The auntie starts screaming at the top of her lungs for the whole street to hear. Come look at the genius medical student from Capital Med. His skills are absolute garbage. Now he has to kneel right on the street. How embarrassing. Braxton's face turns red like a boiled lobster, so furious he can barely breathe. Just a moment ago, he was barking about how trashy this neighborhood is. But now, with a massive crowd of onlookers staring him down, Braxton just buries his face deeper and deeper in pure shame. He wishes he could sink straight through the concrete. The guy is absolutely terrified that someone in his circle might recognize his face here. They both run in the same medical circle. Surely this little traditional medicine quack won't get very far. He swears to heaven he'll teach this brat a brutal lesson next time. But me? I don't even bother to give him another look. Honestly, if he tries anything next time, I'll happily take a second to snap his legs. Meanwhile, a bunch of local grandpas and grandmas are practically begging for my contact info. They all saw my crazy acupuncture skills just now. It literally looked like magic. There is no way they're letting this miracle kid leave without saving his number. One of the friendly aunties runs up and calls out to me, "Kind young man, your needle skills are absolutely insane. Does someone in your family practice traditional medicine?" My mind instantly goes to my grandma, the only Ye family member who treated me well. I quickly make up an excuse. Since my grandma studied traditional healing and opened a small therapy clinic, the auntie promises to send a massive wave of new clients our way. I thank her politely without showing any haughty pride. A true master stays humble. That great sage hiding in the city? That's definitely me. Through all of this, the little girl I just saved stands there quietly, just watching. It is only when I pack up and look down that she moves. Are you still dizzy? The little girl shakes her head, tilting her face up to look at me before sweetly saying thanks. If you weren't here today, Alara would have totally kicked the bucket. Her sweet little voice is adorable, and those massive, round eyes are staring straight at me. Her delicate face is still pale, but she is ridiculously cute. She even bends her tiny body to give a very formal bow. She says her name is Alara. I raise an eyebrow, asking where her family is. Pointing her tiny hand straight at the Grand Azure Hotel behind us, she says they are all inside. Nobody normal can enter there. Zero chance. The crowd lets out a collective gasp. Everyone showing up at the Grand Azure today is an elite big shot, with massive status. Rumors say they're all from top aristocratic families. But looking at this little girl, I'm not surprised. After all, she is dressed impeccably from head to toe. Honestly, that tiny luxury watch on her wrist alone is probably worth a small fortune. I pack my medicine kit and advise her to bring her bodyguards next time she goes out. Seeing me prepare to leave, she gets desperate. Suddenly, the little girl lunges forward and clings to my leg. She waddles right with me on every step. It's impossible to walk like this, so I stop. I offer to walk her back, and she nods happily. She chirps that she will make her family thank me properly. Gently rolling down her tiny sleeve, I tell her there is no need for that, since I don't charge little kids. Alara just rolls her big, round eyes quite cunningly. Do you have a girlfriend? I stand up straight and say no. She immediately offers her third sister's hand in marriage to pay me back. The little girl smiles brightly, counting down on her tiny fingers while pitching in her sweet, milky voice. My third sister doesn't talk much, but she is super pretty and insanely good at making money. She'll look amazing on your arm when you go out, and tons of rich guys are begging to marry her. Hearing this hilarious sales pitch, I can't help but laugh out loud. I tell her I don't have any plans of getting married anytime soon. Kiddo. Her imaginary puppy ears immediately droop. Poor kid. She walks the rest of the way looking completely bummed out. Reaching the hotel entrance, she enthusiastically lifts her head again. She begs me to just meet her third sister first to see what I think. Once you see her, you can make a choice. She is so beautiful she'll definitely make your heart skip a beat. Apparently, her sister uses her face to steal hearts. Does she even know you're aggressively marketing her? The little girl's face suddenly turns completely serious. She's always sick, so everyone hopes she finds a boyfriend quickly. Big brother, your medicine skills are so amazing. And you have such a warm heart. There must be a massive line of girls waiting to date you, so of course I need to secure my sister's spot in that line early. Noticing her dry, slightly purple lips, I buy a cold bottle of mineral water and some crackers for her. Drink up and talk less, you haven't fully recovered yet. She is extremely obedient, happily eating whatever I give her. Since she can't unscrew the cap, she lifts the bottle high and asks me to help. Now watch this. Right at that moment, Cedric, the assistant sent to find her, steps out of his car and witnesses this exact scene. Wait, isn't that the fake young master kicked out by the Ye family? Why on earth is Miss Alara hanging out with him and letting him open her water bottle? Did her entire personality just get a total factory reset? Surprise flashes in Cedric's eyes, but he quickly hides it and hurries straight over to them. He gasps that he finally found Miss Alara. She proudly tells him that this big brother saved her. She holds my hand tightly, her tiny face instantly turning haughty, showing off her bossy side. Cedric bows politely, but keeping it strictly business as he thanks me. I just look back with total indifference. My cold reply that she already thanked me herself makes it impossible for Cedric to read the situation. Turning back to the little girl, he says the boss pulled strings to find her. Her third sister is in the car right now and hasn't even taken her afternoon medicine. Hearing this, Alara looks up in absolute shock. She clearly never expected her third sister to personally step out of the house for her. The window of that nearby Maybach rolls down just a tiny crack. Inside, you can barely make out a slender, incredibly graceful silhouette sitting in the shadows. She curls her delicate hand into a fist, pressing it against her lips to muffle a soft cough. Every single movement she makes screams pure aristocracy, radiating an incredibly wealthy aura. But as for her actual face, I couldn't see a thing. But as a medical student, I'm highly sensitive to the scent of herbs. The exact moment that window cracked open, I instantly caught the faint lingering aroma of medicine. Having studied the Xiang herbal classic inside out, I knew patients with chronic illnesses are highly photophobic and sensitive to light. Cedric urges her to go see the boss first, leaving the little girl totally torn. She turns to me and begs Big Brother, "Wait for me right here. Don't run off, I'll be right back." I just nod. As she runs off, Cedric stays behind and hands me a sleek, luxury card, thanking me for saving their young miss and calling it a token of their gratitude. He insists I must accept it. But since he already knows my name is Finnick, he definitely knows my background. I let out a playful, knowing smirk. "You don't look grateful," I say. "You look like you're just rushing to draw a line between us." Hearing this, Cedric's fingers instantly stiffen up. He tries to claim I misunderstand, but I just shrug. I glance at the little girl and tell her I've left. I stand right up from the stone steps and walk. Cedric lets out a massive sigh of relief. Honestly, he is absolutely terrified that a fake young master kicked to the curb by the Ye family would leech off their young miss. Under the fading sunset, I grab my black backpack and walk away. Inside the luxury Maybach, the mysterious woman turns her head, only catching the very tail end of my departure. Gently patting the little girl's head, she asks with a warm, soft smile if that is the person who saved her. The kid proudly puffs out her chest in response. Then she suddenly panics, wondering why her big brother left. Cedric bows deeply as she cries out that she didn't even get his contact info. He promised he'd wait for me. Her eyes instantly darken, her aura turning terrifyingly cold as she demands to know if Cedric drove him away. Cedric's body trembles violently. In this entire city, absolutely nobody dares to cross this terrifying little tyrant. She's completely different from normal kids. Don't let her 5-year-old face fool you. This girl is a master of disguise with a million tricks and a ruthlessly cold personality. Only when her boss sister is around does Aurora pretend to be a sweet, obedient angel. Normally, even the family subordinates are absolutely terrified of her, since she never lets anyone get close. So seeing Aurora act so incredibly warm with Finnick earlier had genuinely shocked Cedric. But keeping his duty in mind, Cedric bows his head and confesses, warning Miss Aurora that this particular young man has an absolutely terrible reputation. He says he was worried about ulterior motives. But the girl snaps back, so what? Big brother didn't even know who I was. What motives could he possibly have? Aurara's icy glare grows even heavier by the second. It is your fault for losing track of me, which caused me to collapse on the road. I got severe heatstroke out of nowhere. And if it weren't for Big Brother saving me, I would have died right there on the pavement, even without kidnappers. Aurara, stop talking nonsense. The elegant woman in the back seat suddenly cuts her off. The little girl knows her third sister is genuinely getting angry now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called her by her full name. Pouting, she dives into the woman's embrace and mumbles in a depressed voice, "Third sister, I finally found the perfect brother-in-law for myself, and you ruined it. He definitely hates me now." It's honestly hilarious how she was a sweet angel for Finnick but instantly switched back to her true self. The woman lets out a long, heavy sigh. Her elegant fingers gently pinch Aurara's chubby cheeks to straighten her face out. "My future marriage is none of your business, so stop stressing your tiny brain over it. Understood?" She raises her eyes, signaling the driver to start moving. Slowly, the rearview mirror reveals her breathtakingly beautiful face, a pale, porcelain complexion, with a sickly, fragile, yet utterly stunning look. With looks like this, who else could it be? She tells Cedric to find some appropriate gifts and send them to Aurara's savior. Serafina coughs softly, her gaze landing heavily on Cedric with deep, unfathomable eyes that are completely impossible to read. "I will personally pay him a visit in a few days." Being stared down like that, Cedric instantly breaks out in a cold sweat. Not daring to look his boss in the eye, he quickly agrees. Besides, finding young Mr. Finnick won't be a difficult task anyway. After all, given their massive connections with the Ye family, he'd have to show them some respect. Cedric's imagination is already running wild. Little does he know, I have absolutely zero desire to see anyone from the Ye family. They're nothing but a massive, exhausting headache. But of course, the annoying Ye family just loves to throw themselves right in my path. I just finished dropping off the kid, and am riding home when a painfully familiar voice stops me cold. "Why are you here?" The speaker is my snobbish adoptive mother, Beatrice. Her tone is literally dripping with pure disgust, and she can't even be bothered to use my real name. Glancing over, I spot a whole crowd standing nearby, including my adoptive father, Reginald. Along with relatives from Beatrice's side, there is also Julian, the precious fake son they just welcomed back. Treating him like royalty, Julian is gently supporting an elderly man, smiling and whispering in his ear. The old man seems thrilled with Julian, gently patting his shoulder. A picture of perfect, harmonious family joy. Beatrice clearly doesn't want the VIPs behind her to spot me. Blocking my path, she glares at me. "I asked you a question. Why are you here?" Beatrice tries her absolute best to hide her pure annoyance, but her cracking voice completely gives her away as she snaps that they made things perfectly clear yesterday. She demands to know why I am not out in the countryside looking for my real parents, instead of stalking them to the Grand Azure Hotel to cause a massive scene. She mutters that if 10,000 isn't enough, she will send a little more later, her eyes boring into me with some seriously forced restraint. Right now, I am just wearing a basic t-shirt and jeans with a loose backpack slung over my shoulder, prompting her to sneer at how horribly I dress now that I left the Ye family. She asks if I am so totally broke. But then she stops, takes a deep breath, and whispers that she knows I do not want to go back to some cheap countryside town. She adds that even though I got used to their luxurious life, they have absolutely zero obligation to keep feeding a freeloader like me. Offering a card with 50,000 on it, she demands I take it and disappear, desperate to sever every single tie between us. Leaning casually on my bicycle handles, I lazily look up at her. But just as I open my mouth to respond, an elderly voice interrupts, asking Beatrice who I am. The silver-haired old man walks over, inspecting me with obvious confusion, forcing Beatrice to quickly lie and claim that I am just some distant relative. She tells him we just ran into each other, and seeing how young I am, she decided to offer a bit of pocket change out of pity. The old man nods in warm approval, turning his gaze toward Julian and remarking that the boy clearly takes after his mother. Julian stares at me with these ridiculously innocent puppy eyes, acting like he is holding back tears, before softly whispering that his mother always taught him to help others. He calls it the true core of being a good human. The old man is practically beaming now, pointing proudly over at Reginald. He praises Reginald for raising such an incredible son. Hearing this, Reginald drops all hesitation about exposing who I really am, eager to keep up the family pride. He scoffs that Julian is a natural, unlike that fake son who never learned how to read a room. Reginald steps up, telling Beatrice to head inside first, saying she shouldn't have to stress her pretty head over some trashy relative. Beatrice turns to me, letting out a massive dramatic sigh, and tells Reginald to talk some sense into me, because I've supposedly had it so hard. Her face is dripping with fake pity as she asks why I haven't run off yet. I just watched this entire circus with complete, lazy amusement. Somehow, my casual posture makes it impossible for them to look away. Reginald glares at me, barely holding back his growing rage. Shoving the card hard into my hand, he growls under his breath, warning me to take the cash, say thank you, and get the hell out. He warns me that today is Julian's big master-disciple ceremony, and he won't let some peasant ruin it. I just lean on my bike, completely unbothered. But hearing those words, a slow smirk spreads across my face. $50,000 in charity. Take the handout, thank them, and run. These people are really pulling out all the stops to make me look like some greedy, pathetic parasite begging for scraps. But check this out, just when they expect me to tuck the cash away and scurry off, I fling that card straight back at their faces with terrifying precision. Instantly, the whole crowd freezes. Beatrice completely loses her mind, screaming at the top of her lungs, demanding to know what I think I am doing. She shrieks that they are just trying to help, warning me not to push my luck, while I just rest my chin on my hand, smiling slowly. I tell Madame Beatrice that I have absolutely zero interest in her pathetic little acting troupe, suggesting Reginald keep the money to maintain his wife instead. After all, playing the mistress who clawed her way to the top takes quite a bit of energy, making Beatrice's chest heave with pure, unadulterated rage. She almost screams a string of vile curses, while Reginald clenches his fists so incredibly hard his knuckles pop. If guests weren't around, he probably would have swung at me. See, Beatrice wasn't his original wife. He came to Southbridge for business, and she targeted him. They caught fire instantly. Reginald desperately wanted the Beatrice family's power in Southbridge to secure his own future. So, he abandoned his first wife in some small town to marry Beatrice. But absolutely nobody ever dared to drag this dirty laundry into the open. You can literally feel the panic here as my single, casual remark completely wrecks the perfect love story they spent decades carefully crafting. They never expected this wild kid to be so brutally difficult to handle. Everyone standing around looks like they just swallowed a whole lemon. Even the old man is frowning now, totally oblivious to this juicy drama. But Julian, the newly returned golden child, knows every single dirty detail. That clever little snake knows this is definitely not the time to let me keep talking, so he finally steps in to save his parents. He reminds them it is time to head inside for the banquet, instantly snapping Reginald and Beatrice right back to reality. Reginald, a true master of keeping up appearances, glares daggers at me. He sneers that because I am a filterless kid from a small town, they won't stoop to my level. Turning to Beatrice, he warns her to be way more careful about who she tries to help from now on. He mutters about good intentions being met with complete ingratitude. Beatrice keeps glaring at me, pure venom in her eyes, but I just let her stare. My dark eyes remain completely unreadable. My calm, uncaring attitude almost makes her explode with fury right there on the pavement. Julian quickly steps in, soothingly telling his mother not to waste her breath on a total outsider, smoothly adding that Dr. Montgomery is a very reasonable man. He promises she won't be misunderstood over cheap rumors. It is a calculated warning to Beatrice to stop acting completely unhinged. This gives her the perfect, graceful exit strategy, saving her precious reputation from crumbling into pieces right in front of everyone. Catching on instantly, Beatrice puts on a fake sorrowful face. She sighs, muttering that it is her own fault for getting bitten by someone she tried to help. Julian plays the sweet son, comforting his mom smoothly. Don't worry, Mom, you did nothing wrong. It's just that people these days have such fragile egos. He says touchy folks always assume you are looking down on them. Translation: he's calling me poor, sensitive, and pathetic. I look up, genuinely amused by his little show. This kid's emotional manipulation is actually pretty advanced, but he just keeps talking in that soft, gentle voice. Big brother, I apologize for my mother, he says. But since you refuse the cash, please stop following our Ye family around. You have your own 2 hands and feet. Surely you can take care of yourself. I just worry my mother's directness hurt your pride. Man. His delivery is so polite and reasonable, it is sickening. Naturally, the crowd starts nodding in agreement. People look at him with admiration, then turn their judgmental glares right back to me. To them, we are like night and day. Julian is the kind, noble son, while I am just some greedy, scheming creep with a dark heart. Everyone standing behind the old man shakes their heads in disgust. Seeing all these self-righteous faces, I can't help but grin. My eyes lock onto them sharp, clear, like I can see straight through their fake souls. For some reason, Julian immediately looks away. A sudden shiver of fear hits him because I am not playing by his rules today. He can't read me. The Yi family raised this kid for over 10 years. So what more does he want? Does he really think he is still some young master? As if. Even with a splash of guilt, Julian looks down on me with pure contempt. He hides his disgust remarkably well, keeping his voice totally soft. But right then, the old man smiles and speaks up, saying Julian is absolutely spot on. We study this exact behavior in medical psychology classes. He turns to me, lecturing that teenagers from small towns have serious psychological issues. It makes them so overly sensitive to how others look at them. They can't even recognize real kindness. Young man, now that you're in the big city, drop the bitterness in your heart. Open your eyes and look at the real world around you. I listen to his high and mighty speech with sheer amusement. Then, I throw a total curveball. Hey, are you that legendary Dr. Montgomery who claims he can cure any disease? The old man frowns, clearly annoyed by my casual tone. I am, so what of it? Well, let me give you some advice, Dr. Montgomery. Being a terrible judge of character is a minor issue, but failing to train your students properly and letting them run around playing with lives, that is a total disaster. I point my finger straight down the road. See that traffic light over there? Your favorite prize student is currently kneeling flat on the concrete. Don't you want to go check on him? Disbelief washes over the old man's face as he laughs out loud. Please, how is that even possible? My student would never do that. Before he can even finish the sentence, a panicked medical student comes sprinting toward us, gasping for air. Master, it is awful. I don't know what happened to senior brother, but he is kneeling in the street and won't get up, no matter how hard I pull. The old man's face freezes instantly. That dignified, elegant aura he had seconds ago? Gone in a flash. Do you want to see what peak public humiliation looks like? Because this old doctor is literally showing us how it is done right now. His face turns a dozen shades of red before he storms off toward the traffic light. But not before throwing one absolutely vicious glare right at me. That dark, icy look promises trouble, like a bitter blood feud is officially born. But honestly, I couldn't care less. He is just another clown from the Montgomery family. With his crooked heart and petty mind, he never deserved to call himself a doctor anyway. This guy brags about curing absolutely every disease under the sun, gathers students like trophies, and treats medicine like some cheap Vanity Fair. Thanks to that, he raised a flock of useless quacks. And this entire show by the Ye family was just to impress the old fraud. Meanwhile, Beatrice runs after the old doctor. Seeing how I just offended the mighty Dr. Montgomery, she wants to burst out laughing right here. This wild brat is so clueless, he hasn't even hit the countryside yet. Once he actually leaves our Ye family, he will be absolutely nothing. Since he managed to offend the entire elite circle of Southbridge, he will definitely be crying on his knees, begging them for help one day. With the VIPs gone, Reginald drops his polite facade and glares at me. From this day on, we will pretend we never raised you. You walk your bridge, and we'll walk our road, he snarls. I don't even bother arguing. I'm too lazy to waste breath on this circus. Right on cue, Mr. Gable rolls up on his electric scooter. He takes one look at what's happening, and instantly loses his temper. Screeching to a halt, he scowls at Reginald. Hey, how can you speak to little Finnick with such a rude, disrespectful attitude like that? Here's the catch, the young miracle Dr. Finnick keeps an incredibly low profile. He told everyone to just call him Little Finnick. Mr. Gable almost slipped up and blew his secret, but Reginald completely misinterprets the whole thing, throwing a look of sheer disgust at the old man. Oh, so this is your biological father? Riding a trashy electric scooter, and can't even afford a car. No wonder Finnick is such a loser. Country bumpkins are a total joke. Seriously, what era is this? Who still wears a cheap suit like that? Reginald's massive contempt is incredibly obvious. Poor Mr. Gable is completely bewildered. Him? The biological father of the young miracle doctor, Finnick? His eyes widen to the size of saucers. Sure, he wished he were the young miracle doctor's dad. But he knows he isn't worthy. If his own useless son had half of Finnick's medical skills, he'd be waking up laughing every single night. Of course, Reginald doesn't care about his reaction. He just sneers and turns away, arrogantly signaling the security guards with his eyes to come over and clean up the street. There is absolutely no way he is standing here, arguing with peasants, and ruining his high status. The security guard quickly bows, rushing to open the door. The moment Reginald vanishes inside the grand lobby, the guard whips his head back around. He points directly at me and Mr. Gable, acting like he owns the joint. He asks what we are staring at. He already told us this is no place for peasants. Why do we keep shamelessly trying to sneak in? Mr. Gable laughs in pure anger. He whips out his official badge, proving he is a level 2 government leader. Even a completely uneducated guard recognizes that powerful elite emblem immediately. His legs instantly turn to jelly, stammering that he had absolutely no idea a leader was visiting. The guard stutters that he will fix this immediately. But Mr. Gable just glares, noting that this grand hotel really deserves a thorough, crushing inspection. That single sentence sends cold sweat pouring down the guard's spine. Before he can finish his pathetic excuse, he watches in horror as Mr. Gable turns to me with a deeply respectful, polite smile. He tells me to let him handle this. Honestly, I am not in any rush at all. I simply gesture for him to go ahead. Hearing the title Miracle Doctor makes the guard turn whiter than a sheet of paper. What kind of terrifying VIP had just walked up to his door? Even a top government leader calls him a miracle doctor. Didn't Madame Beatrice just claim this kid was a broke, distant relative? It is over. He is completely doomed. The guard knows his livelihood is officially toast. He collapses into a pathetic puddle on the floor, deeply regretting his entire existence. With just a few sharp words, Mr. Gable has the hotel manager haul him away. As for my presence, he is not surprised. He asks if I am here to treat Miss Serafina as well. I casually reply that I was, but not anymore. Mr. Gable does not even ask why. Smiling like a happy Buddha, he suggests we should just head on back instead. After all, my clinic hours are starting. Old Mr. Ling and the others are already waiting back at the neighborhood square. It is scorching hot today, and they might get heat stroke. He then lowers his voice to a whisper. He tells me a massive crowd from Ashwood County showed up at our neighborhood, claiming they are looking for me. Blocking them made sense, since they did not look like my usual crowd. Ashwood County. That sounds vaguely familiar. The Yi family mentioned it right before they kicked me to the curb. I think for a second and smile. I thank Mr. Gable for his help, but tell him to let them in if they return. It is quite likely they are my biological parents. Growing up in a mountain village is fine by me. I have plenty of cash anyway. Mr. Gable listens, his jaw dropping. Biological parents? That incredibly massive, terrifying crowd? A pack of gorgeous young women surrounding an imposing old man. They scream massive wealth and elite status. Could they really be the young doctor's biological family? It seemed possible. Mr. Gable mutters that he assumed they just wanted treatment. Honestly, I do not think much of it. I just look down to decline another patient. Lately, the number of people seeking my treatment has been absolutely skyrocketing. Folks are traveling from all over. It makes perfect sense why Mr. Gable would assume they were just patients. Besides, my real parents are supposedly in Ashwood County. I tell him let's head back so we do not keep old Mr. Lang waiting. Gable nods eagerly. Meanwhile, over at the beloved People neighborhood compound, the Chin family is burning with pure anxiety. The young ladies of the Chin family have urgent business, forcing them to head back to the city first. Inside his luxury van, Grandpa Sterling looks awful. He wonders why everyone claims the seventh young master does not live here. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Manager Barnaby promises he will investigate the area again immediately. The folks over in Ashwood County confirm the Ye family took the wrong child, our seventh young master. He has already sent scouts to go look for him. It is quite possible he is still at the Ye residence. Grandpa Sterling raises an eyebrow, releasing a highly oppressive aura. He orders him to go personally. Manager Barnaby shivers and scrambles out of the van. Grandpa Sterling coughs heavily from sheer frustration. Missing his grandson for years has steadily ruined his health. Coupled with this exhausting trip to Ashwood County, he is at his absolute limit. He has even developed a slight lung infection. His personal physician looks at him with deep concern. Warning Chairman Chin. The doctor says his body cannot delay treatment any longer. Hospitalization is required immediately. If they do not return to the capital, Southbridge is the only option. With Manager Barnaby keeping watch at the beloved People neighborhood, they are bound to find the seventh young master eventually. Sterling refuses entirely until a severe fever suddenly spikes. The family driver does not say a word. He speeds away from the beloved People neighborhood. And wow, talk about a massive near miss here. A teenager on a bike passes them, brushing shoulders with destiny. Little Finnick, you are finally back. Mrs. Higgins, who sells fruit nearby, rushes over. She asks if little Gable told me about a bunch of sneaky-looking folks snooping around. Mr. Known as Sir outside, he is just little Gable here. That is true street cred. I do not care about titles at all. I naturally take her pulse while smiling, noting that Mr. Gable actually made a special trip just for this. He rode his electric scooter all that way. He really gets things done. Mrs. Higgins proudly shoots him an approving look. Getting praised by these retired bigwigs is incredibly rare. He looks at me with immense gratitude, agreeing she is absolutely right. He says it is his duty, offering to help whenever I need it. I do not decline. I told Mr. Gable we'd be helping each other out from now on, since that's how you build real neighborly bonds. If I had acted overly polite, he might have kept his distance. Mr. Gable might have only looked after me just to show some respect to those retired leaders. But from the very start, he recognized I was destined for greatness. And now he practically worshipped the ground I walked on. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Azure Hotel, Reginald suddenly sneezed violently during a phone call. knit brows showing his deep irritation. He asked what they said, and heard people from Ashwood County showed up, explicitly demanding to see that fake young master. They wanted to know where he was. The caller was the very same butler who had kicked me out on day one. Hearing this, Reginald immediately pictured that beat-up electric scooter, his face twisting with pure annoyance. No wonder that kid refused the money earlier. He thinks it's not enough and wants to cling to our Ye family like a leech. The butler viciously agreed they were completely shameless. He promised to deal with them immediately and send them packing, claiming he was an expert at removing these sticky pests. Reginald, the scheming businessman, warned him not to make it look too ugly since the E family has a reputation. The butler promised he knew exactly what to do. Reginald hung up the phone and returned inside to toast his guests. Soon, their precious Julian would officially join the prestigious Montgomery faction. Given the Montgomery family's massive influence in medicine, this connection would easily open doors to the powerful Yin family. With Julian's path to success fully paved with gold at this critical moment, why on earth would Reginald waste his time dealing with my dirt-poor relatives? Talk about a massive mistake. Reginald choosing not to go home that day is going to be the single biggest regret of his entire life. By evening, I had already set up my free clinic at People Neighborhood Square. The line of people waiting for me was endless. I barely had time to even grab a sip of water, but my phone had been vibrating non-stop. When I finally checked it, a massive mountain of messages popped up. Young Master Lin was panicking, asking why I rejected the Yin family, saying he already promised his people, and wondering if something bad happened. Seeing that he wasn't going to stop texting, I freed up a hand and shot back a simple reply. I went, but the security guard wouldn't let me in. The security guard? Young Master Lin never imagined his grand plan to bring me over would be completely ruined by a random security guard. He immediately asked where I was so he could drive over, but I took a sip of water and told him no need since my clinic was busy. Young Master Lin was pacing around like a cat on a hot tin roof, begging me on his knees to do him a favor and make one more trip. I texted back, Lin Xuan, you know my rules. I do not treat people who only chase after profit. I locked my phone, looked at the elderly man sitting across from me, and asked where it hurt. The old man patted his shoulder, pointing right here. His arm just wouldn't lift. Wearing simple, worn-out clothes, it was clear he came from a rural county. He definitely wasn't from this upscale neighborhood, but everyone here knew that when I treated patients, I never asked about their background. If they found me at my free clinic, I treated them completely free. Feeling around his shoulder and collarbone, I told him his joint caught a cold, causing some mild osteoporosis. He had been sleeping in the same position for too long. I advised him to avoid high pillows in the future and remember to stretch and move more. Hearing this, the old man's eyes widened. He asked if that was really all, with no x-rays or surgeries needed. I chuckled, telling him it was a minor issue that didn't need surgery. When I asked him to extend his arm, the old man obediently did so. His face was still laced with suspicion as I grabbed his arm. My fingertips pressed exactly on the right acupoint, and with a quick upward thrust crack, before the old man could even process what happened, I smiled and told him to try moving it. He swung his arm around, his face a portrait of utter disbelief. He cried out that it was really cured and he could lift it. His eyes welled up with tears as he grabbed my hand tightly with both of his. He thanked me profusely, explaining he had visited so many hospitals, and even Dr. Montgomery told him he needed surgery. But he was just a poor townfolk. His family has no money, and he was prepared to just live with the pain. He thanked his stars he met me, calling me a living savior sent to save them. The old man was originally just passing by when he saw my clinic and decided to try his luck. He never truly believed he could be cured, and realizing I wasn't charging a single penny, he was ready to drop to his knees right there. I quickly stopped him and handed him a tissue, explaining this wasn't some major disease but just a basic joint setting technique. Any practitioner of traditional medicine knows how to do it. The old man was incredibly confused, protesting that Dr. Montgomery insisted he absolutely had to be cut open for an insanely expensive fee. A whole $1 million. Hearing this insane price, the crowd around us immediately furrowed their brows in pure disgust. What is this Dr. Montgomery trying to do? Just straight up rob people. Mrs. Higgins was the first to voice her outrage. These retired leaders loved the common folks more than anything, and the rest of the crowd was equally furious. They turned to Mr. Gable, demanding that little Gable look into this properly. Hearing this, Mr. Gable broke out in a massive cold sweat. He stammered he would try, even though he wasn't in charge of the medical sector. $1 million for this? What surgery demands that much? There is definitely corruption here. But the old man still didn't understand. Corruption? Isn't Dr. Montgomery the absolute best doctor in Southbridge? People in his county said booking his specialist appointments was practically impossible. You had to wait in line forever. and his son fought online for 3 whole days to snag a slot. The hospital was always completely packed with people begging to see Dr. Montgomery. Could a famous doctor like that really be corrupt? Mr. Gable sighs heavily. He doesn't blame the old man for asking. The Montgomery family is incredibly powerful in Southbridge. Their medical skills are supposed to be top tier, especially over the last 6 months, supposedly curing quite a few patients who had terminal illnesses. That is exactly what I mean, the old man chuckles naively. A huge family like the Montgomerys would never try to cheat a simple guy like him. Mrs. Higgins only gets angrier, snapping that they are just bullying honest folks. Did she forget what I told her? I look up at her and tell her calmly not to get too emotional, but Mrs. Higgins stubbornly crosses her arms, huffing that she is mad and has every right to be. Speaking calmly, I state that any healer who forgets their roots will eventually face judgment from the heavens. On the outside, I look perfectly calm, but those who really know me understand how dangerous I actually am. Honestly, I have been way too nice lately, making people completely forget the terrifying power of my heavenly medical pavilion. The old man is clearly just dealing with a basic elderly ailment that even a totally average doctor could easily spot. Yet, the Montgomery family insisted on a massive surgery. Mrs. Higgins was totally right. This is blatant medical corruption at its worst. They are preying on innocent folks who know nothing about medicine, pushing useless procedures to steal their life savings. You have got to see this. A cold smirk plays on my lips as I silently pull out and unlock my phone. Deep within the elite medical world lies a hidden dark web, a secret network completely invisible to any outsider. It is packed with the absolute biggest heavyweights in medicine. I log on and post a single, devastating decree. Effective immediately, the Heavenly Medical Pavilion cuts all ties with the Montgomery family, completely banning them from receiving our medical texts, secret formulas, and even the Heavenly Heart Herb. The Montgomery family is officially blacklisted. From this point on, any requests for medicine from them will be completely ignored by our pavilion. Anyone who violates this order will be permanently kicked out of our pavilion. The moment that gets posted, the dark web absolutely explodes into pure chaos. Vermilion Bird Division immediately acknowledges the order, while the White Tiger Division drafts the official notice right away. The miracle doctor is normally a highly logical man, so for him to suddenly slap the Montgomery family with such a brutal, uncompromising ban and block all their resources is insane. Just how badly did the Montgomerys mess up to make the miracle doctor completely wipe them off the map like this? Can the Montgomery family even survive in the medical world after this devastating blow? Since the miracle doctor is ditching the Montgomerys, which Southbridge family will be lucky enough to get his favor? Smelling a golden opportunity, the other elite families immediately spring into action, spamming my inbox with private messages. And of course, young Master Lin is the loudest of them all. He texts saying I am brilliant for finally ditching those losers, and that this insane wave of wealth has finally landed right in the Lin family's lap. I completely ignore all the spam. After dropping that bomb, I lock my phone and go back to treating patients. No one would ever guess that the teenager sitting in a public square giving out free checkups is actually the legendary doctor who just sent shockwaves through the entire city. Meanwhile, Dr. Montgomery is chilling in a VIP suite at the Grand Azure Hotel. Sure, he ran into an annoying brat earlier today, but right now, he is happily welcoming his newest disciple. The Ye family knows exactly how to kiss up to him, putting him in a great mood. Beatrix sits at the table, wearing a massive, flattering smile. She tells Julian to hurry up and serve his master some tea. Julian immediately drops to one knee, offering the cup with ultimate respect and asking him to drink. Dr. Montgomery looks incredibly smug, declaring that Julian is now officially an apprentice of the prestigious Montgomery family. He brags that he can get Julian into any hospital he wants by pulling a few strings. Hearing this, Beatrix and Reginald are practically jumping with pure joy, but get ready, because right as they raise their glasses to celebrate, the door bursts open with a crash. He gasps that a disaster has struck, making Dr. Montgomery frown in deep annoyance. He snaps, demanding to know what is wrong with him. Tell me clearly. The messenger just shoves a phone into his face, stammering with immense difficulty. The Heavenly Medical Pavilion has blacklisted their entire family. What? Dr. Montgomery turns pale as a ghost, his hands completely losing their grip. Scalding hot tea spills everywhere, burning Julian so badly he grimaces, feeling deeply annoyed inside. But Dr. Montgomery does not care about Julian right now. He snatches the phone, staring in horror at the blacklist order personally issued by the miracle doctor. His head spins and his vision blurs as all the blood rushes straight to his brain. He collapses heavily back into his chair, gasping. How is this even possible? It makes no sense. The news came completely out of absolutely nowhere. Who did this? He roars like a wild beast at his students, his hair messy, his massive pride shattered into a million pieces. Ask them who did it. And the students only shake their heads, admitting they have no idea. In his sheer panic, the doctor completely forgot. The Heavenly Medical Pavilion is a legendary powerhouse only known to the absolute elites, distributing critical aid and medical knowledge to top hospitals and families every year. For the past year, the Montgomery family ruthlessly crushed the other three medical clans, but only because they had the powerful backing of the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. Secrets this deep were completely out of reach for average medical students or minor families. But now, the pavilion has permanently blacklisted their entire clan. How on earth is the Montgomery family supposed to survive this sudden disaster? Dr. Montgomery was shaking violently, too terrified to even guess the reason behind it. Now get this, he was so incredibly arrogant, there was no way he could guess that the poor brat he completely despised was actually the mastermind behind his family's spectacular downfall. His family had always treated the Heavenly Medical Pavilion like absolute royalty, so why were they suddenly blacklisted? Had the pavilion discovered the shady schemes they were running at the hospital? But how? They had always been pretty careful about covering their tracks. They only targeted poor patients who had zero connections. There was no way the pavilion could find out about that. Seeing Dr. Montgomery look like he was about to pass out, Beatrice rushed over to comfort him, calling it a minor faction. She told him everyone in Southbridge knows how powerful his family is, so there was no need to fear some outsider group or stress himself. Dr. Montgomery rolled his eyes so hard he almost saw his brain, thinking she knew absolutely nothing to call them a minor faction when their headquarters were massive. They are based in the capital, surviving for over a century, and serving as the exclusive royal physicians during the late Qing dynasty. They saved countless lives. Yet she called them a minor faction. Of course, being cunning, he kept those furious thoughts to himself. There was absolutely no way he would let this crowd know that his family was officially finished. Instead, he needed to calm these clueless, small-time families who knew nothing of the real world. Telling Beatrice she was absolutely right. He announced to everyone that the Montgomery family dominates the medical field, but getting such annoying news on a happy day was just a buzzkill. Reginald was a true businessman who sensed that something was deeply weird here, while Beatrice was just utterly terrified that her son's apprenticeship would vanish into thin air. So she kept blindly flattering him, praising Dr. Montgomery for winning prestigious awards overseas. She added that now he was back, everyone would naturally bow down to his medical expertise. Dr. Montgomery conveniently hid the fact that the research winning him that overseas award was actually handed to him by the pavilion, letting out a heavy, fake sigh instead. He muttered that they must stay humble, as his family had some shortcomings. He explained that for their upcoming treatment of the Yin family's young master, they were missing a key herb, the Heavenly Heart herb, meaning they had to rely on others. Julian's eyes went wide with a look of pure, innocent surprise, as if he was casually mentioning a random thought. He told his dad that Grandma had quite a stash of that herb and an old medical book, prompting a delighted Dr. Montgomery to pretend to be surprised. He asked if the Yi family really had those, prompting Reginald to fake a conflicted look and call it useless junk his mother hoarded. Hearing Reginald claim it was worthless, Beatrice just snorted. That dirt poor old hag. She guards those items with her very life. Reginald frantically tried to hush her. But Dr. Montgomery? His eyes were already rolling with pure, greedy calculation. His family would never steal, of course. Still, it was a massive shame those exclusive Yin family invitations were so extremely limited. Hearing about the Yin family invitations, Beatrice immediately jumped in, reminding the doctor that he was now Julian's master. She declared they were one family, and promised to deliver the Heavenly Heart herb and the medical book to his doorstep, demanding Reginald back her up. Driven by sheer greed, Reginald agreed instantly, promising to personally send someone to his own mother's place that very night. Dr. Montgomery grinned greedily, promising to bring them along to the Yin family estate when he went for the treatment in a week. He praised Julian as a handsome young man who might even capture the heart of the Yin family's young lady. Hearing those magical words, Reginald completely lost all his logic, thinking only of snatching his own mother's Heavenly Heart herb as fast as humanly possible. He did not care that she was his mother, while Beatrice grew even more ecstatic. She patted Julian's hand excitedly, telling him his entire future would be set in gold if things went according to plan. Julian gave a polite nod, promising to perform flawlessly when he accompanied his master to treat the Yin family's young lady. The Yin family ruled the capital's high society, possessing some pretty unimaginable, heaven-defying wealth. Anyone would dream of marrying her, but the Ye family was just daydreaming, as a greedy snake like Dr. Montgomery was clearly using them as tools. He only wanted to steal the Ye family's Heavenly Heart herb, and they were sucking up to the completely wrong person. Talk about being blind as bats. Meanwhile, I had absolutely no idea someone was already targeting Grandma's clinic. I advised the elderly patient I just treated, warning him to cut back on salt. I told him to eat plenty of fresh produce and ignore anyone pushing him to get surgery, though the old man still looked pretty uncertain. When he asked if he could really go home without taking heavy medicine, I smiled gently and said the fresh air would heal him. After stressing out for so long, the old man finally let out a massive sigh of relief. The old man walked away with tears of pure gratitude still welling in his eyes. I was just about to pack up my acupuncture needles and snap my medical bag shut when Manager Barnaby, who had been lurking nearby and watching me for hours, suddenly came charging straight at me like a bowling ball. He gasped out with a thick capital city accent, "Young master, seventh young master, I finally found you." The guy was so incredibly hyper that his beer belly was practically bouncing. Turning around, I took a good look at his insanely expensive custom-tailored suit. He was quite short, but he absolutely radiated the powerful aura of a top-tier executive. I definitely did not have anyone like him in my circle, so I frowned. "You have the wrong person," I said. Barnaby repeated my words, completely crestfallen. Looking at my strikingly handsome face and clean, elegant vibe, he had genuinely believed I was the lost heir he was supposed to retrieve. But thinking about it now, he was clearly just desperate and grasping at straws. After all, the files from the people back in Ashwood County never mentioned a single thing about the seventh young master knowing medicine. My medical skills were practically godlike. If the true seventh young master actually had this talent, the Yi family would have bragged about it to the entire world. It was just that my silhouette from behind looked so similar that he had suffered a quick moment of total delusion. Once I cleared up the mistake, I grabbed my bag to head out, but Barnaby scrambled to block my path again, pleading for me to wait. He begged me to follow him to the hospital, wiping cold sweat from his forehead as I frowned, demanding answers. Not wanting to reveal the highly prestigious Chin family's true identity, he quickly made up a safe lie about his boss getting a sudden, dangerous fever. He has been burning up for a full 24 hours now. Even with antibiotics and an IV drip at the hospital, his temperature simply will not go down. He practically begged me to come save his boss. But honestly, knowing the patient was already at a hospital made me pretty hesitant to step in. The man was surrounded by professional doctors, so his condition should naturally be under control. Plus, my grandmother still had no idea the Ye family had kicked me out, and I needed to head back to the clinic to check on her. But then, Barnaby blurted out that his boss was admitted at the Southbridge Medical University-affiliated hospital, and that Dr. Montgomery was his attending physician. He was terrified. The doctor was just blindly treating him since his boss fell sick in Southbridge. Naturally, they wanted the absolute best facility in the city. But after hearing the old patient's horror story earlier, Barnaby was quite literally shaking with fear. The chairman's sudden illness was extremely bizarre, and since he could not find the seventh young master, bringing back a young miracle doctor was his only saving grace. It was his only shot at keeping his job, so he begged me to do him this huge favor. His elderly boss could not survive being treated by quacks. Honestly, Barnaby did not even try to hide his selfish panic. He just did not want to lose his livelihood. I listened to his frantic plea, thought it over for a quick second, and set my terms. "My house call fee is $1,000. Can you accept that?" Barnaby nodded his head like a desperate woodpecker. To secure a miracle doctor's skills for a mere $1,000? That was the ultimate steal of the century. Barnaby hurried me over to the curb and bowed respectfully, gesturing for me to step inside. Before us sat a luxury business van worth well over $3 million, flashy yet classy, with capital city license plates. Even better, it sported a VIP vanity plate with repeating numbers. No way a simple manager could afford a ride like that. And let me tell you, that's when a wild thought clicked. Remembering my contact's urgent messages, I decided to test him with a casual question. "The patient's last name is Chin, right?" Hearing this, Barnaby, who was climbing into the van, instantly slipped and almost face-planted on the road. He gasped out in shock, asking how I possibly knew that. I kept quiet, simply raising my eyebrow with a faint smile, telling him not to get so worked up. I just took a lucky guess. Barnaby let out a massive sigh of relief. Yes, that had to be it. How could a young, local doctor know anything about the capital city's ultra-wealthy elite? Judging by my simple lifestyle of giving free checkups to elderly folks, he assumed I was completely disconnected. There was no way I had access to high society. Besides, the Chin family had always operated with absolute secrecy. They absolutely hated making a scene, and this trip to Southbridge was strictly a covert mission to bring back the seventh young master. They wanted zero unwanted attention. My casual remark had nearly given the poor manager a heart attack, making him think he had totally blown his boss's cover. There were endless greedy families in Southbridge who would instantly swarm the Chin family if they ever caught wind that the chairman was in town. How could the old man recover in peace then? I easily read the sheer panic written all over his face, but decided to keep my mouth shut. To me, a patient is just a patient, regardless of their immense wealth or status. I did have one lingering question though. Why did the Chin family end up looking for their lost young master in the humble, beloved people neighborhood? Well, there was no time to overthink it as the van pulled up smoothly to the hospital entrance. Right now, inside the hospital's VIP suite, Grandpa Sterling lay helpless on the bed, his brow furrowed in deep pain. The intense fever had clearly made him completely delirious. He coughed violently, continuously mumbling incoherent words through his heavy breathing. He kept calling out for little Seven, crying that he missed him. The Chin family's private doctor was actually quite skilled, but these symptoms completely baffled him. He had absolutely no clue what the root cause was on such short notice. Seeing Grandpa Sterling slip into a deep coma, the doctor totally panicked. He screamed at the nurses to fetch Dr. Montgomery immediately. Since the man was an award-winning foreign expert, surely he had to have a solution. Dr. Montgomery was already fuming over the Heavenly Medical Pavilion disaster, and being forced into overtime at the hospital made his garbage attitude even worse. Just tell them to register and wait. Do they seriously think I treat people on demand? Dr. Montgomery, the situation is critical. The old man is severely ill, and the symptoms are tricky. I am worried his life is in serious danger. But Dr. Montgomery just sneered and declined the case, telling them to find another hospital. Hearing this, the young resident doctor on duty spoke up. That doesn't seem right, sir. Saving a life is an absolute emergency. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? He sneered. While the young doctor panicked, explaining the patient was from the capital city. Why not at least take a look? The capital city. Regardless of status, that legendary name alone made the trip completely worth it for the doctor. Montgomery curled his lip and told them to make the family wait, but despite saying he would come, he dragged his feet so slowly that he was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, the Chin family physician was pacing the hallway like a madman, stomping his feet in pure, unfiltered anxiety. Desperate, he could only seek help from the Yin family. But right then, a panicked shout erupted from inside the ward. The patient is rapidly losing heart and lung function. They needed the family right now. This made the Chin family physician sweat. What were they supposed to do? Should they call the young miss? Even flying here from the capital city would take at least 6 hours, while the doctors inside were already screaming. They had to perform emergency surgery and needed a signature immediately, sending the entire hallway into pure chaos as medical staff sprinted wildly toward the room. And right at that exact moment, Manager Barnaby and I arrived at the hospital. Talk about stepping straight into absolute disaster. Manager Barnaby grabbed the pale physician, demanding to know what was going on, while the man's eyes were completely bloodshot. The chairman might not make it, he gasped, making Manager Barnaby's lips tremble violently as he asked how a normal cold could do this. This physician shook his head grimly. It started that way, but with the chairman's weak health, his lungs already had severe underlying issues. Plus, his desperate search for the seventh young master left him totally exhausted for days on end, making everything 10 times worse. Then treat him, Manager Barnaby roared at the top of his lungs, demanding if they wanted the chairman to die on their watch while the physician sweated. I do not want that, but we are completely out of options because that expert Dr. Montgomery hasn't shown up, and I have never seen symptoms like this. He is going to die. Let me try, I said, cutting off his panicked, rambling with a flat voice. Through the glass window, I stared at the old man lying on the bed, desperately fighting the Grim Reaper, while the Chin family physician turned his head. Who are you? He asked, but Manager Barnaby quickly stepped in to introduce me as the young miracle doctor, only for a voice to yell absolute nonsense. Before Manager Barnaby could even finish his sentence, a sharp, arrogant voice cut him off from down the hall, calling me a greedy little wild brat. Dr. Montgomery sneered, his face incredibly dark as he accused me of coming here to scam sick hospital patients since I couldn't squeeze money from my own relatives. Is that it? He yelled at the staff. Who let this person in here? Do you people not check the doors? Hearing all the shouting, the resident doctor ran over anxiously, explaining it was a misunderstanding and that these men were the patient's companions. The patient is in critical condition right now, so we desperately need your consultation. Seeing them together, Montgomery assumed they were just dirt-poor relatives of this wild kid, putting on a cheap act to pretend they were big shots from the capital. He felt like he had been dragged out for absolutely nothing, so he arrogantly ordered them to clear the entire room first. Hearing this, Manager Barnaby frowned deeply and refused to leave. But Dr. Montgomery coldly snapped that he refuses to treat patients with a huge audience watching. If you cannot accept that, cancel the consultation. Does he really think he is obligated to treat just anyone? Although Manager Barnaby had already heard rumors of Dr. Montgomery's atrocious behavior back at the square, knowing he was a terrible person was one thing. But seeing his disgusting arrogance in person? Absolute next level. It instantly pushed Manager Barnaby into a burning, furious rage. Are you seriously going to stand there and ignore a dying patient? Manager Barnaby growled, But Montgomery just scoffed back with a look of pure, arrogant disdain. I asked you to clear the room and you refused. So what else am I supposed to do? He sneered, though he could still treat the patient. Montgomery shot me a look of contempt, calling me a clueless brat who offended him, but saying he wouldn't make things hard on us country bumpkins. As long as he personally apologizes to me and promises to stay out of my sight forever, I will start the medical consultation for you immediately. Apologize to you? Go to hell. Manager Barnaby had lived in the capital city for decades, where people practically kissed the ground he walked on. And now this decrepit old doctor was blatantly trying to humiliate them, showing he had absolutely zero intention of actually trying to save the patient's life. Dr. Montgomery's face twisted into an ugly snarl, asking if they wanted a medical fight, while Manager Barnaby shook with pure, unfiltered rage. His eyes turned red, and for a split second, he seriously wanted to punch the old man's teeth in, but I simply reached out to block him and spoke up coldly. Saving the patient is our top priority, we can deal with everything else later. Barnaby's eyes were red with fury, as he agreed to listen to me, begging me to pull the chairman back from the gates of hell. I am begging you, Dr. Liu, the Chin family physician pleaded, already believing in my medical skills about 70 to 80%, while Montgomery sneered. Are you seriously trusting some amateur to treat a complicated illness like this? How uneducated can you get? Even the duty doctors are starting to chime in. Lou Montgomery is totally right. Please, do not act on impulse. We all know how incredibly complex this old man's condition is. Even we are completely powerless here. Can he actually do anything? Hearing their doubts, I just lower my eyes and casually adjust my watch, speaking in a flat, deadpan tone. From the start, he had heavy breathing. A sudden high fever followed. Then, a severe, painful dry cough. There is blood pooling in his throat and a dull pain in his chest. Right now, his consciousness is slipping away entirely. The duty doctor's eyes widen like saucers, his voice shaking with pure shock. Every single symptom matches perfectly. He stammers, you actually know medicine? Montgomery just sneers. Dr. Lin, you have clearly lost your mind. How could a poor brat like him know anything about actual medicine? He definitely just eavesdropped on the nurses discussing the case. Right then, a nurse nervously speaks up. Dr. Montgomery, this young man literally just walked in. We haven't even had a chance to say a single word to him yet. Montgomery shoots her a venomous glare. So what? How old is this kid? He probably hasn't even finished reading his basic textbooks. Does he even have a license? Before he can finish his rant, I slam my medical license onto the waiting room chair. Smack. And this wasn't just some basic license. It clearly states my rank is at the level of an attending physician. Anyone in medicine knows how insanely tough it is to get that level of certification. And honestly, watch this, who dares to say I am not qualified now. That loud smack feels exactly like a physical slap across Montgomery's face. The surrounding doctors and nurses are left in absolute disbelief. An attending physician in Southbridge is basically professor level. He is so incredibly young. How on earth did he pull that off? My gaze is razor sharp. I stare Montgomery down with a freezing, ice-cold expression. Move aside. His face turns a violent shade of green as he squints at the paper, to see if it is a fake. Manager Barnaby is already rushing me straight into the ward. Dr. Lin immediately follows to prep the room, bringing along several nurses who are usually too terrified to cross Montgomery. Right now, they are all pitching in to help. Watching them race against the clock to save the patient, Montgomery is filled with sheer malice. Nobody has ever dared to humiliate him like this inside his own hospital. He lets out a cold snort. Fine, let him treat the patient. I want to see who takes the fall when this whole thing blows up in his face. Montgomery has it all calculated. After hearing Dr. Lin's notes earlier, he already figured out that this old man's condition is incredibly difficult to treat. There is a solid reason he did not want to touch this case. Poor people only ever get complicated, cheap diseases. Emergency treatments barely pay, and the risk is astronomical. Since this poor brat loves being the center of attention, he can have the spotlight. It would be perfect if he accidentally kills the patient. When the family inevitably loses their minds, that will be a spectacular show to watch. As far as he knows, the family still has not signed any consent forms. Once things go south, this poor brat will never see the light of day again. Montgomery's voice drips with nasty sarcasm. You guys better turn on all the recording equipment in this room. When disaster strikes, this hospital is absolutely not taking the blame. Because of the highly unusual drama, the procedure draws quite a large crowd of onlookers. Inside the emergency room, I have already put on my mask and sterile gown. I stand calmly right beside the hospital bed. My movements are methodical, radiating pure professionalism. Do you have the chest x-rays? Yes. Dr. Lin immediately hands them over. I grab them, glance at the scan, and open my kit. Report the patient's underlying conditions and history. He is 71 years old. He has multiple underlying conditions and is highly allergic to antibiotics, so we have not been able to prescribe any aggressive medications. Hearing this, I do not panic at all. I swiftly roll up the old man's sleeve, finding exactly what I suspected. Dr. Lin's pupils dilate in shock. That is a tick bite. The doctors and nurses watching from the observation room widen their eyes. We searched him for so long and completely missed it. It is tiny, so missing it is totally normal. But how did he even know to look there? You have to admit, the guy looks incredibly cool right now. Walking right up, rolling up the sleeve, and finding a bite with a single glance. He is amazing, Montgomery just scoffs coldly. What is the big deal? He comes from a rural village. Of course, he is familiar with bug bites. He is just tricking you with trivia. Let us see how tough he acts when he actually has to use a scalpel. But I do not pick up a scalpel. Instead, I pull out silver needles. The onlookers who actually had high hopes for my skills let their shoulders droop, their faces suddenly painted with immense disappointment. Montgomery gloats happily. What did I tell you guys? It is all an act. He does not have an ounce of real medical skill. That license is probably forged, too. Montgomery is right. How could someone so young be an attending physician? He is definitely a total scammer. Exactly. As the crowd buzzed with gossip, I had already raised my hand and flawlessly inserted the very first needle. It lands perfectly on the head acupoint. My voice is calm, perfectly measured, and my technique is bizarrely mesmerizing. The onlookers in the observation room are absolutely stunned. After all, Southbridge does not have a deep history in this field. Physicians with real expertise in traditional medicine are incredibly rare. Now, watching my movements flow like water with an absolutely perfect rhythm, they are left completely speechless for a moment. This is literally a textbook acupuncture demonstration. Even if Montgomery is considered a top expert, he definitely cannot pull off a clean move like this. Sensing the changing atmosphere, Montgomery stubbornly mutters that it is just flashy nonsense, claiming I am poking randomly. What effect could that even have? None. But he got a massive reality check the very next second. Inside the emergency room, the nurse monitoring the vitals suddenly started screaming with excitement. He's stable. The fever broke, and his temperature is dropping. Instantly, the room erupted. Pure chaos. Manager Barnaby was jumping around like a happy boulder, shouting that he knew the young miracle doctor could do it. With that, he glared right at Dr. Montgomery. Talk about being 100 times better than some so-called experts. Dr. Montgomery's face burned with embarrassment, like he just got slapped silly. I, however, remained completely indifferent. And I wasn't stopping there. I raised another needle, carefully puncturing the tick bite wound to squeeze out the toxins. Then, a whisper. The old man softly asked if I was little 7. Is that really little 7? Summoning strength from nowhere, the old man suddenly grabbed my wrist with a surprisingly tight grip. Meanwhile, Dr. Montgomery just curled his lip. So what? How useful could some old man from a mountain ditch really be to anyone? He'll just be a burden. With that thought, Dr. Montgomery's fragile ego felt somewhat balanced again. But wait, look who just arrived. Inside the VIP elevator, the dean and vice dean of the hospital were stepping out. They stared at the woman standing in the center of the elevator with pure terror, their bodies trembling slightly. She wore an impeccably tailored suit jacket. Her face was overly pale from illness, giving her an aura of extreme wealth and fragile beauty. The second she stepped in, the temperature felt like it plummeted below freezing. Explain yourselves. Wiping away his cold sweat, the dean whimpered softly, begging Miss Serafina to please rest assured. Our hospital's Dr. Montgomery is a leading expert in this field, and with him treating Mr. Sterling, there will absolutely be no problems. This terrifying woman was none other than Serafina, head of the Yin family. She coldly spoke up, "That's not the information I received. Miss Serafina, we swear we aren't lying to you." The vice dean was practically stuttering, saying even with 800 times their courage, they would never dare delay Mr. Sterling's treatment. That's the Chin family. Serafina didn't say another word. She just stood there, cold, tall, and imposing. Once the elevator hit the 6th floor, Serafina surprisingly told them to step out first. They knew she just didn't want to expose her identity. But could someone please explain why Dr. Montgomery was standing out in the observation room? Seeing this, Serafina also stopped dead in her tracks. Her gaze fell on the young doctor currently removing needles inside the emergency room. Her voice was icy cold as she asked, "Didn't you say Dr. Montgomery was the attending physician? Then who on earth is that?" The masked person beside the bed was removing needles with incredible speed and absolute precision. Masterful. Deeply professional. But looking closely at the eyes he exposed, It was completely obvious that he was incredibly young. The vice dean wiped his sweat frantically. Terrified out of his mind, his soul was practically leaving his body, and he couldn't formulate a single logical excuse. The dean snapped. He violently grabbed Dr. Montgomery, who was still in the observation room, his voice trembling with pure rage. "Explain this, Dr. Montgomery. Why aren't you inside the emergency room? Why is some random kid treating our patient?" Seeing the dean, Dr. Montgomery looked pleased and quickly explained he was about to report this. He claimed Dr. Lin had completely lost his mind. The family hadn't even signed the consent forms, yet he brought in a complete amateur to perform treatment. But the dean had zero desire to hear this garbage. Knowing full well that Miss Serafina was watching, the dean couldn't hold back a furious roar, demanding to know why he wasn't in that room. The family hadn't signed, and besides, for this kind of average, run-of-the-mill patient, he didn't need to personally oversee the treatment, did he? Dr. Montgomery sounded completely unbothered. He practically wore a look on his face that said the patient was poor and unworthy. An average patient? The dean was on the verge of a total breakdown. Did you seriously just call him average? Dr. Montgomery, have you lost your mind? That is Mr. Sterling, the patriarch of the capital's Chin family. The doctor gasped. The capital's Chin family. Mr. Sterling? Impossible. Watch his face freeze. Dr. Montgomery's vision goes completely black, and he collapses straight backward onto the hard floor. How is it not possible? You absolute idiot. The dean flicked his sleeve, furious that Montgomery threw away a chance to save a massive VIP. Yet he threw the opportunity away. Hearing those words, Dr. Montgomery regretted his actions so deeply, his chest tightened with physical pain. He looked desperately toward the emergency room. He had actually handed over a golden, life-changing opportunity to a dirt-poor kid for absolutely nothing. If only he had been the one to save Mr. Sterling. The more Dr. Montgomery thought about it, the more panicked he became, until his body gave out and he collapsed onto the floor. The dean couldn't stand the sight of him, ordering the nurses to drag him out. After finishing the treatment, I casually wiped my hands with an alcohol swab. Turning my head to look through the glass, I saw Serafina standing right there. I felt an intense gaze on me. Sure enough, there she was, watching my every move. Maybe my gaze was a bit too direct. The woman raised a delicate eyebrow and slightly tilted her head, our eyes meeting in a silent, tense collision. Just then, Manager Barnaby caught sight of the woman and immediately sprinted over to her. He was chattering away enthusiastically, separated from me by the thick medical glass. I couldn't hear a word, so I just raised an eyebrow. Then, she looked back at me. Miracle Doctor. Serafina's voice was cold. Manager Barnaby replied that he had found me at a nearby neighborhood square. He told her not to let my young age fool her. My medical skills were truly godlike, taking only 10 minutes to break the chairman's fever. Serafina clearly wanted to ask a few more questions, but I was already completely done, so I pushed the door open and walked out. Walking out, I instructed Dr. Lin right beside me keep a very close eye on the patient's temperature for the next 2 days. No antibiotics, and plenty of nebulizer treatments. I'll write the prescription in a moment. You must follow my recipe exactly to prepare this medicine. Tomorrow, I will return at this exact same hour for another acupuncture session. Dr. Lin was considered the brightest young genius in the younger generation of his family. Yet right now, he felt painfully mediocre next to me. His eyes literally sparkled as he looked at me. Young miracle doctor, I've memorized everything you said, but is there any way I can learn your acupuncture technique? Naturally, the other doctors in the room desperately wanted to learn too, slowly creeping closer. They only crept closer because they truly did not expect a miracle doctor to share his exclusive secrets. Who would ever willingly give away their signature medical technique to absolute outsiders? But to their complete and utter shock, I slightly lifted my chin and casually told them to grab their notebooks and write everything down because I'm only saying it once. I don't like repeating myself, so I'll explain the key points twice and you'll have to figure out the rest. My posture was just so incredibly natural. It was like I'd done this a million times before, not just teaching one guy, but lecturing to a massive auditorium packed with students. The doctors could already vividly picture that scene, while Serafina stood just outside the crowd, watching me with a cold, completely detached gaze. Dean Lin was already dripping in cold sweat, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief as he walked over to her, trembling and desperately trying to explain. Serafina raised her hand, pressing a slender finger against her pale lips to make a quiet shay gesture. Her voice was low, cold, and incredibly pleasant. Don't interrupt my lecture, she said, leaving Dean Lin's face completely covered in sheer, invisible panic. You are the absolute tyrant of the capital city, controlling the financial destiny of countless powerful families. If you stomp your foot, the entire business world here collapses in an instant. Why on earth are you quietly listening to a traditional acupuncturist lecture? Meanwhile, I stopped lecturing because I was missing a live test subject. Yes, a live subject. Before Dean Lin could even process my words, my gaze landed squarely on Serafina standing right next to him. No way. Dean Lin's eyes widened in absolute horror, but still wearing my medical mask, I had already strode directly up to the powerful woman. I stopped, keeping a polite, socially acceptable distance, and then slowly pulled down my medical mask to reveal my incredibly handsome face to her. You're the patient's family, right? Manager Barnaby was just about to scream that I had it all completely wrong, but Serafina coughed softly, her cold, clear voice carrying a faint scent of medicine as she agreed to be my test subject. Manager Barnaby wanted to object, but a single terrifyingly cold look from Serafina instantly shut him up. And he was not the only one completely paralyzed. Right here, everyone in the room completely loses their minds. Did they really just hear her say that? The legendary boss actually agreed to let a man touch her. Everyone knew her extreme germophobia was a lifelong issue she had since childhood because of her delicate health. Even the old master Yin had to thoroughly wash his hands before touching her. Why was she acting so bizarrely today? Was she under some kind of spell? Everyone's expressions were absolutely priceless, except for Serafina, who simply narrowed her beautiful dark eyes. Dressed in black, she leaned forward slightly, getting quite close to me, as she asked how to cooperate. I told her to just stand perfectly still. I smiled, telling her not to worry because it won't hurt. She kept coughing, her voice cold from illness, but her breath was incredibly soft and faint. At this close distance, her sandalwood incense mixed with the faint medicinal scent, drifting right into my breathing space. Seeing a flush of red appear on her pale skin from coughing so hard, I stopped making jokes. Feeling an unexpected surge of pity, I gently grabbed her wrist with my left hand while using my right to unwrap a piece of sweet candy. Telling her to open up, she raised an eyebrow in confusion but complied anyway, and suddenly, a wonderfully cool sensation hit the very tip of her tongue. A refreshing blend of mint and sweetness immediately washed over her teeth, miraculously soothing the agonizing, chronic itch in her throat. Shock flashed in her beautiful dark eyes. A smile danced on my lips as I casually told her it was just an herbal candy. Since she behaved so well, I'm giving this to you for free, which instantly made Manager Barnaby break out in a massive cold sweat. Seriously, you can feel the sheer panic in the room right now. Does this guy even realize who he's talking to like that? Dean Lin felt like he was suffocating and badly needed a medicinal candy himself, while the bodyguard, Yin Chen, stood completely frozen in place. His face was completely blank. Serafina, however, slowly and methodically rolled the blood-red prayer beads between her fingers. Her tongue played with the sweet candy, her pale, coldly beautiful face remaining absolutely unreadable. Manager Barnaby was sweating absolute buckets on my behalf. He was the one who brought me here, and I was the savior of the Chin family. The miracle doctor might not be great with literature, lacking slightly in his overall vocabulary choices. Laughing nervously, Manager Barnaby pleaded for mercy with his eyes, hoping she wouldn't take offense to my careless words. Serafina let out a cold, faint hum. I asked him, genuinely confused, why he was so nervous, and what was wrong with my description. No problem. Serafina suddenly smiled with a cold, breathtaking beauty that made everyone completely forget about the immense danger of her presence. She said my description was incredibly accurate, leaving me to blink in appreciation. Good-looking people really do know exactly how to talk. Turning around, I look back at the doctors returning to their spots. Everyone is busy scrambling for notebooks and phones. They have absolutely no clue about the silent, terrifying war that just happened right under their noses. All they hear is the young miracle doctor asking them, "Is everyone ready?" "Ready," the doctors shout back in perfect unison, acting like eager medical interns again. That is when my right hand shoots up and hooks a finger straight into Serafina's collar. Serafina frowns, the corners of her eyes twitching. A faint, sudden flush starts creeping onto her pale, coldly beautiful cheeks. A slight smile plays on my face with my finger still hooked in her collar. We are so close, my breath brushes right against her jade-like neck. Today, we are learning an acupoint to stop coughing. Right as I speak, my fingertips land flat on her neck. My eyes stay completely professional, showing zero inappropriate thoughts. When you needle this spot, pierce it 1 inch deep using the classic yin method. Fingers shift positions as I speak. You must understand that real acupuncture success depends entirely on your insertion technique and how you combine these pressure points. Warm fingertips glide smoothly down the side of Serafina's neck, landing right behind her ear. For instance, this acupoint controls heat dissipation. Our patient today has damp heat building up in her lungs. There is an ancient technique in the Great Compendium called penetrating heaven's coolness. Now watch closely as the doctors hang on my every word. Not a single one of them notices that our icy patient, Miss Serafina, is starting to show a subtle shift in her expression. She can feel every single touch vividly, because my fingers are pressing directly against her skin. But for me? She does not exist. There are only her acupoints. My voice rises and falls to highlight the key details, landing just as sharply as the physical pressure of my fingertips. The doctors are totally mesmerized. Even Dean Lin forgets about Serafina's terrifying status, standing to the side and nodding with sheer, immense satisfaction in his eyes. Absolute genius. If only they could recruit this kid to their hospital. That is when Dean Lin gets a sudden epiphany. Why not just invite this young miracle doctor to join their staff? Meanwhile, the other doctors keep eagerly begging for more details. When my demonstration finally ends, they all look completely starved for more. Someone even murmurs that they cannot get enough and want to keep listening. Serafina feels completely out of her element. Yet, the second those warm fingers leave her skin, the itch in her throat suddenly intensifies tenfold. It feels like something is trying to claw its way out of her, a burning heat radiating outward that makes her want to smash everything to pieces. She cannot help but swallow hard. Standing there in the shifting shadows, that simple movement makes her look incredibly, breathtakingly alluring. This is a ridiculously rare sight. Everyone in the capital knows Miss Serafina is the peak of elegance. She is a strict, year-round vegetarian who never touches a speck of meat. Nobody has ever managed to crack that aura of supreme, untouchable nobility around her. But this kid has seriously offended her to the core today. He has been serving the chairman for a very long time. The Chin family and the Yin family are generational allies. She visits the Chin Corporation often to try and break her arranged engagement, but he has never, in all his years, seen her look at anyone with such dangerously intense eyes. Usually, she is just detached and completely indifferent, sitting way above the rest of humanity, as if nothing on earth could ever trigger her emotions. Seriously, what possessed the kid to unbutton her collar today? Manager Barnaby is clutching his head in absolute agony. I, however, have absolutely no clue how severe this is. Now that I am done teaching, I just want to grab my bag and get out of here. Dean Lin, with his bald head, steps up and asks if I would be interested in joining their hospital staff. He tells me the salary is highly negotiable, but I just zip up my medical kit and refuse him flat out. I hate waking up early. Ignoring the VIP Miss Serafina standing right there, Dean Lin keeps pleading with me. But I stay totally unmoved. Practicing medicine is really just a hobby for me. Do you realize how many people you just insulted with that one sentence? Dean Lin feels a literal pain in his chest. Plus, I am just a vocational college student. I swing my black backpack over my shoulder. Is that not the school you actually own? Dean Lin freezes in absolute confusion, wondering if his ears just stopped working. He does own a vocational school, but it loses a massive amount of money and is a complete laughingstock. Plus, terrible management means the students they recruit there are frankly pretty awful. He only wanted to give struggling kids a real shot at getting an education, barely keeping the place afloat. But what did this young miracle doctor just say? A student at his own school. Manager Barnaby looks ready to faint. How on earth are you a vocational student? I tell him calmly that I am preparing for the university entrance exam this year. Dean Lin clenches his fists. Is that seriously the main point here? The real point is how on earth a vocational student has a full medical license and godlike healing skills. Dean Lin takes a massive, trembling breath, asking if I will really not reconsider for full academic credits. Hearing this, I laugh with a hint of playful amusement. This dean clearly does not know me very well. I always show up late and leave early. I do not care about credits at all. Listening to this, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugs at the corners of Serafina's mouth. It is not a cold, mocking smile, nor is it a dangerous one. It looks like the first snow melting in winter. Captivating. I look at her in genuine confusion, asking if it is really that funny. Serafina does not even bother fixing the collar I opened. She just stands there slouched slightly, revealing her elegant collarbones and snow-white skin. Absolutely breathtaking. Serafina teased that I almost gave Dean Lin a heart attack, her voice holding a soft smile. My dark, sharp eyes locked onto hers in response. Once again, I reached out and pressed my fingers against her wrist. There was no joking. This time she could see the absolute, crystal-clear seriousness in my eyes as I spoke. You do not have many years left to live, do you know that? The moment those heavy words left my mouth, the entire room went completely, utterly silent. Serafina just stared back at me, the hospital lights catching her deep eyes. She looked incredibly elegant, noble, and yet totally detached from it all. The local doctors did not know who this mysterious woman was. But as medical professionals, they all instantly recognized one terrifying truth. See, the absolute scariest thing when visiting a traditional doctor is when they take your pulse and suddenly frown. Just a second ago, I was casually joking around. Now, my brows were deeply furrowed, my entire focus locked in. I did not look like I was playing games anymore. Was the young miracle doctor actually telling the truth? Did she really not have much time left? Sure. Her face looked quite pale. But it could not be that severe, right? Every doctor in the room turned to stare. The terrified dean and vice dean traded panicked glances. Realizing the gravity, they immediately waved their hands, quickly shooing all the other doctors out. Manager Barnaby's heart nearly stopped, and he instinctively stepped up to pull me back. Miss Seraphina's failing health was the absolute darkest nightmare of the elite Yin family. In fact, she only traveled to this tiny town of Southbridge because of a wild rumor. Supposedly, a legendary miracle doctor had once been spotted here. A mere rumor was enough to mobilize the powerful Yin family. That made it glaringly obvious to everyone just how desperately critical her condition had really become. Talk about kicking a massive hornet's nest while standing on an active landmine. Seriously, this kid has some unbelievable guts to provoke her bodyguard like this. Sure enough, Yinshin exploded in pure rage, demanding to know what garbage I was spouting. But Seraphina softly raised her hand to stop him, coughing lightly in her usual detached way. Yinshin, her voice carried a sharp, icy warning. The bodyguard clenched his fists in frustration, muttering that the kid was literally cursing her. I calmly pulled my hand back from her wrist. Having practiced medicine for so many years, I was completely used to this defensive reaction. No family ever wants to hear the word death, and I have a very strict rule. If you do not trust me, I simply do not treat you. My sudden decision to check her pulse was only because she was unlike any patient I had ever met. Calling her up as a volunteer on stage was driven by that exact same curiosity. Her face radiated an almost endless aura of pure, regal nobility. She had clearly accumulated massive good karma over dozens of past lifetimes. Yet, a soul like hers was plagued by a disease, eating away deep inside her bones. It reminded me of when I was 5. Back then, the old man told me that if I ever met someone with supreme, noble destiny who was cursed with a short life, I had to help them. My logic was incredibly simple. This was the absolute first time in my entire life that I had ever witnessed someone possessing such immense, holy fortune. So, I offered a quick pulse check. Who could have guessed her people would react so aggressively? I had no intention of forcing the issue, but as I pulled my hand away, she spoke. She calmly stated that she already knew. That beautiful voice still held a quiet smile, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. She knew she was dying, yet she remained perfectly composed. The lady explained that the young miracle doctor chose her only because he recognized her illness. Seraphina was incredibly sharp, instantly reading my exact intentions from the start. I did not hide it and simply nodded. Your disease is buried deep in your bones, not just lingering on the surface. It feels like a condition carried from the womb, yet somehow feels entirely different. You can literally see the shock hitting the bodyguard as he slowly unclenched his fists. Staring at the teenager, he realized this kid just guessed everything perfectly. Their lady's critical illness did indeed start in the womb, and the pathology was insanely complex. This was the most heavily guarded, top-tier secret of the Yin family. No outsider could have ever known about this. Yin Shen excitedly stepped forward, but Seraphina sharply called out his name once again. Her soft voice was suddenly dripping with an icy edge, warning him not to be disrespectful. Risking severe punishment, the bodyguard gritted his teeth and pleaded. He begged, saying if the kid read her pulse so accurately, he must be able to cure her. Not necessarily, I countered, leaning back lazily against the wall and yawning. Unknown cause. Unclear diagnosis. And furthermore, Seraphina softly chuckled, finishing the sentence for me. She teased that I was just tired and simply did not want to see any more patients today. Man, talking to brilliant people is truly effortless. I raised a single eyebrow at her, a broad smile returning to my face. This time, my fingertips gently landed back on her wrist as I took her pulse with true care. This condition cannot be rushed, but even the Grim Reaper seems to refuse to take you. That is why you are still standing. Your mental strength must be incredibly powerful. You clearly trust in yourself way more than any gods or ancient deities. Despite that string of prayer beads wrapped around your wrist, seemingly seeking some kind of divine protection. In reality, those beads are simply packed with calming herbs to help you rest. Feeling exhausted myself, I rubbed the back of my neck with one hand. Eating well and getting solid rest is the key. Seraphina noticed my bloodshot, sleep-deprived eyes and softly ordered Yinshin to escort the young miracle doctor back home. Though her voice remained soft, it carried a massive, undeniable authority. The bodyguard knew pushing further would anger her. He quickly bowed his head. But I waved him off, saying my destination was actually right across the street from this hospital. Since you guys are patients, just let Manager Barnaby take me over. Barnaby eagerly shouted out that he would gladly escort me and handle everything. He begged her not to worry. Seraphina quietly hummed and fell silent. Still, Yinshin urged her, suggesting they should at least secure the young miracle doctor's contact details. Hearing that, Serafina finally turned her gaze back toward me. I calmly slid my phone out and handed it directly to her. I told her to just type her number in. Next time I visited to treat the old man, I would take a look at her, too. Normally, people would crawl through fire for her number. Normally, they just got a standard reply from Assistant Cedric. But right now, the incredibly powerful head of the Yin family was staring at her phone, slowly typing in a number. For her, this was a massive first happening right before she stepped into the elevator. I glanced back one last time at the woman standing in the shifting shadows. She was just standing there quietly, looking like someone who had seen through the entire world. Even though her vibe was pretty cold, almost like she had seen through everything, she never once complained or blamed her fate. Her eyes were honestly beautiful, gentle, wise, and showing a deep understanding of the people around her. If death took her now, it would be a tragic waste. Barnaby broke the silence. Young miracle doctor, are you really going to treat her? I caught a key hint in his words. She is not from the Chin family, is she? Manager Barnaby panicked. He did not dare expose Boss Yin's real identity. She is just a distant relative, he stammered, and her name is not Chin. I offered a small smile. I thought you would stick to the script and claim that old man inside was not a Chen either. Barnaby smiled awkwardly, saying, he just treated me like family. Plus, with my upright character, he knew he had absolutely nothing to worry about. He confessed that his boss really was a Chin, the wealthiest family in the capital. I just nodded, completely unbothered, leaving him stunned. Barnaby laughed in pure amazement, as expected of our main character. He didn't even blink at the shocking news. He offered his sincere apologies, admitting he had been completely overthinking things earlier. A subordinate has to protect their boss's privacy. You did nothing wrong. I stopped, pointing toward a dark alleyway ahead. Just drop me here, I will be on time tomorrow. But Barnaby hesitated, asking why I did not question their arrival in Southbridge. Barnaby lingered, but I just chuckled. Prying into that kind of business is not something a doctor should be doing. This made Barnaby respect the teenager before him even more. It was not just my medical skills, it was my clean character. He offered, if you do not mind this old man, I would be truly honored to become sworn brothers with you. Barnaby was incredibly straightforward, completely ignoring our massive age gap. He promised that if I ever came to the capital, this old man would absolutely have my back. Returning to the capital was definitely in my plans eventually. It was only a matter of time, since that was the true origin of the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. I did not reject his enthusiasm. Honestly, I actually really enjoyed working with people of his caliber. He was not a coward, he did not kiss up, and his mind was sharp. I smiled genuinely, telling him I would call him Big Brother from now on. Hearing this, Barnaby Sterling was absolutely over the moon. He agreed immediately, calling me little brother, though a sudden pang of regret hit him. After all, I had just saved the chairman's life. I was basically the savior of the entire Chin family. Why would I befriend a manager? Yet, I had agreed incredibly fast. Barnaby realized this was just proof of my character, a far cry from those arrogant, snobbish social climbers crawling all over the capital city. Seeing me give free medical checkups to the elderly on the street told him everything. This kid had a golden heart and a deep sense of justice. So, he swore to protect me, no matter what. Barnaby's face turned dead serious as he told me there was something he absolutely had to share. That woman upstairs has an incredibly complicated background. If you can actually cure her, you will instantly rocket to the very peak of society forever. But if you fail, the consequences will be absolutely disastrous. Don't worry, though I will find a way to save you regardless. I just smiled faintly, telling him not to worry. Up to this point in my life, I have never met an illness I could not cure. Barnaby's eyes widened in utter shock, meaning, you can actually heal her? Of course I can, I replied. It just takes some time. I asked if he knew the old saying. He was curious, but I just chuckled softly without answering. Extreme nobility invites heaven's wrath. Her destiny is just far too overwhelming for her. Her physical body cannot handle it, causing severe weakness in her organs and chronic sickness. Luckily, treating this exact kind of condition is my absolute specialty. That is not even medicine anymore. You sound more like a bridge-side fortune teller, Barnaby mumbled under his breath, too afraid to say it aloud. My smile deepened as I teased, who knows? Maybe I really do tell fortunes. Barnaby just laughed it off, telling me that as long as I knew what I was doing, if anything went wrong, I should just let my big brother know. Even though I am just an executive general manager, I can easily help you handle the tricky social politics. I was honestly surprised he held such a high position. From his plain look, he seemed more like an ordinary errand boy. Barnaby called it a massive misunderstanding before changing the subject. He wanted to ask his brother for a small favor. I told him to go ahead. Barnaby looked around, lowering his voice to a whisper. Get ready for a massive plot twist. The chairman actually came to Southbridge because his missing grandson was trafficked nearby years ago. They had leads, but now the trail has gone completely cold. Since you treat many patients and know so many people, could you keep an eye out? Hearing this, my mind instantly flashed back to that job request I got earlier. It seemed I really had some bizarre connection with this seventh young master of the Chin family. I agreed with a simple nod, asking no further questions. Not wanting to exhaust me, Barnaby offered to walk me back since the road ahead was pretty dark. I didn't say no this time and kept marching forward. Barnaby probably figured I was heading toward that luxury apartment complex nearby. Honestly, only a fancy place like that fit his little brother's elegant vibe. But to his total shock, I turned down a dark, cramped alleyway. Streetlights flickered creepily, and the ground was covered in nasty potholes. We walked a bit, and Barnaby's face twisted in pure, intense worry. Finally, I stopped in front of a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Though honestly, calling this dump a clinic was a massive understatement. The building was basically a tiny shack stuck on the side of the road. Super old, incredibly small, with a crooked sign propped outside. It offered foot massages and hot packs at a special discount. This place was clearly a sketchy parlor that definitely didn't have a license. Barnaby stared in total confusion, asking what this dump was. I just slung my medical bag over my shoulder. He looked genuinely heartbroken. Little brother, if you guys are struggling this badly, I can easily buy you a beautiful new house right now. I cut him off. Big brother, you're overthinking. I'm not poor. He sighed, asking how I could say that when my family lives here. Barnaby sighed deeply. He told me never to act polite with him. He couldn't believe someone so young had to carry such a massive burden, running free clinics instead of going to his actual classes. He figured I was desperately trying to scrape together cash for my family. I just let his wild imagination run since the truth was too complicated. I just nodded. Sure. Whatever you say, big brother. Barnaby looked at me like I was the most tragically stubborn kid alive. He squinted his eyes, immediately trying to scheme on my behalf. Listen to me, he said. Those hospital people in the Chin family are filthy rich. You need to charge them a serious premium for your medical fees instead of asking for pocket change. Even $10 million is a bargain to them. I nodded along to calm him down. Honestly, he wasn't wrong. If I started taking on major long-term cases, I'd definitely have to charge proper market rates. Barnaby kept shaking his head, promising he would absolutely find a way to handle this for me. Before I could even say a word, he waved his hand and marched off. He looked ready to demand my massive consultation fee this very second. I smiled and let him go. It was incredibly late, around 10:30 p.m., so Grandma had probably already gone to sleep. It wasn't the right time to invite guests inside anyway. With that thought, I reached out and pushed the door open. But watch this, what I saw inside completely stopped my heart. The whole clinic was totally trashed and violently ransacked, especially the medicine counters. Herbs were scattered across the floor, and medical books were torn to shreds. Even Grandma's favorite notebook, filled with all her precious remedy recipes, was destroyed. She used to sit in her rocking chair reading that book every single afternoon. And now, someone had ripped it to pieces. A freezing, murderous rage washed over me. Keeping my head down, I took long, fast strides straight toward the back courtyard. An 11-year-old apprentice saw me, instantly dropped his wooden bucket, and began gesturing wildly with his hands in frantic sign language. I gently grabbed his shoulder to calm him down. Silas, take a breath. Don't panic. And tell me exactly what happened here. Silas was a sweet kid my grandma had rescued from the streets. He was born mute and could only ever communicate using sign language. Lately, his vocal cords had actually started making small sounds. He was a clean, neat 11-year-old kid, and right now, he was signing to me frantically. My voice went ice cold. Are you telling me that the Beatrice family did all of this damage outside? Silas nodded quickly, forcing a raspy sound from his throat while signing. I frowned. Did they say I got kicked out of the Yi family? Silas whimpered and signed yes. He signed that Grandma was terrified for me. I let out a dark, icy smile. Worried about me? Beatrice is the one who should be terrified. Just then, a heavy, tired sigh echoed from the bedroom. It was Grandma Yi, who usually avoided all this drama. Rolling her wheelchair out, she sighed that Beatrice was still my mother. I cut in immediately. She was, but she isn't anymore, Grandma. Beatrice rules the Ye family like a tyrant, and you never fought back just to keep the peace, claiming you preferred this quiet life. But today is different. If Reginald hadn't given his silent permission, that Beatrice woman would never have dared to trash this place. Some men forget their own mothers the second they marry. I don't need to spell it out for you, Grandma. You know exactly how it is. Grandma Yi stared blankly at the fish tank, her eyes hollow. She whispered that she understood, blaming herself for raising an ungrateful son who left her to suffer. Hearing her deep sadness, I quickly pulled back my freezing aura. Most mothers in this world will fiercely defend their sons, even if they are total garbage, completely blocking out the truth. If Grandma Yi was also that blindly irrational, I would have walked away forever, even if she had always treated me like her own blood. So, I left the choice entirely up to her. Think about the massive weight of this decision. Would she swallow this humiliation, or demand an eye for an eye? Her answer would decide whether I stayed or walked away. Grandma Yi looked up at me with ancient, tired eyes. She explained she only kept me away because the elite social circles in Southbridge are dangerous and complicated. The Beatrice family even has massive, powerful connections in the capital. She was terrified I would attract dangerous trouble over a useless old woman like her. But she took a deep breath and coldly declared that from today on, she has no son. Usually, she was completely calm and gentle, but looking at her now, I saw absolute resolve. I knew the bond between a mother and son runs deep. Since Grandma Ye made her stance clear, I would wait for her to slowly let things go. So, I crouched down beside her. I will listen, Grandma. If you say stay, I stay. Grandma Yi gently patted my head, whispering to her poor, suffering Finnick. If they do not want you, Grandma does, I will pay for your school. Pushing her wheelchair forward, I smiled and told her she did not need to worry. Just focus on your health. And listen to Silas. No more sweets. Grandma Ye just mumbled under her breath. She asked how I could skip school, especially since the kid they brought back is supposedly a top-tier student with incredible grades. I chuckled, asking if that was not wonderful. He is Grandma Ye's biological grandson, meaning he got her brilliant brain. She looked up at me, asking what my plans were for the future. I told her I would make money and definitely not starve. Turning my head, I called for Silas to bring the medicine bucket. That kid possessed freakish strength. He hoisted the massive wooden bucket and sprinted off. A moment later, he filled it with water and came stomping back like a mini Hulk with endless energy to burn. I was totally used to his antics by now. Grandma Yi laughed heartily, noting that Silas does not grow taller, he just gets stronger. Just the other day, the neighbors could not get a pair of heavy stone lions off their truck. Silas simply grabbed them and lifted them right down. She said he is not even scared of snapping his arm bones. I raised an eyebrow, saying he is young and naturally strong. Grandma Yi rolled her eyes playfully. She gasped, asking if that was normal or just terrifying. Mentioning our neighbor Mr. Higgins looked ready to throw up from pure shock. I just smiled casually. I warned Silas to be more careful in the future, and he nodded like an innocent little bear. Grandma Yi suddenly gasped, calling me a little rascal for distracting her. She urged me to listen to her, pointing out that since I was in a vocational school, getting into a real university would be incredibly difficult. She offered to pull some strings for me. I smiled and cut her off gently, telling Grandma Ye it was fine because I could pass the exams myself. Having raised me since childhood, Grandma Yi knew I never made empty boasts. I always had a plan. Trusting me, she did not push the issue any further. Still, she quietly resolved that this coming weekend, she would swallow her pride and return to her old social circles to call in some favors for me. Once the old lady finished soaking her feet and drifted off to sleep, I finally stepped out of the inner room. Outside, Silas stood straight as a little sprout, signing a few quick gestures. I nodded, letting him know I understood, and telling him to get some sleep too. Wait, watch how he reacts. I had to find a way to get the heavenly heart herb and the manual back from Beatrice, who clearly had some backup. It was highly likely that someone was pulling her strings. After all, she used to despise traditional medicine more than anything else in the world. Yet now, she suddenly wanted that heavenly heart herb. It was blindingly obvious who was really behind this. My gaze turned freezing cold. Clearly, a simple blacklist was not enough to teach the Montgomery family a lesson. After a long silence, I spoke in a voice that was chilling to the bone. Autumn is here. It is time for the Montgomery and Beatrice families to go bankrupt. Instantly, Silas's eyes widened to the size of saucers. It was not a look of shock. It was pure, unadulterated excitement glowing on the young apprentice's face. His eyes flashed with a hint of amber as his hands signed frantically at lightning speed. With a sly smile, he looked like a cunning little fox. I just smiled and flicked his forehead. I have not let you off your leash in a long time, so you must be bored. Go ahead, you have 3 days. I want a complete list of every single corrupt deal and illegal surgery the Montgomery family ever pulled. Every penny they scammed from innocent people. I want them to vomit every cent back up. As for Beatrice's family, do whatever you want with them. Silas nodded sharply, tucked his laptop under his arm, and bolted. Honestly, you are not ready for this twist. Who would suspect an 11-year-old mute kid was actually Hacker L, the legend who crashed the global banking network 3 years ago? Children do not really have a clear sense of good and evil. After his parents abandoned him, Silas looked like a natural-born menace. He had absolutely no concept of what he should or should not do. Honestly, instead of Grandma Ye rescuing him from the streets, it was more like I beat him into submission and forced him to work at the clinic. Over the last 3 years of working around medicinal herbs, his wild edge softened. Now, he looked clean, pure, and completely harmless. But as the saying goes, some are born naturally vicious. Once this kid targeted you, you were going to lose a layer of skin. Late that night at the Montgomery family mansion, Dr. Montgomery lay bedridden from pure shock. Meanwhile, a huge crowd of medical students gathered downstairs. They were all his disciples, hanging around just to show off their fake loyalty. Among them, Braxton and some guy named Miao Wong were by far the loudest. Julian was not with them because the moment Dr. Montgomery woke up, he immediately summoned Julian and Beatrice upstairs. Seeing his master, Julian shed fake tears and cried out, asking how he ended up like this, and who dared to make him so angry. Dr. Montgomery, with a cooling patch on his forehead, cursed loudly before pausing. His voice dropped as he growled that he fell into a trap set by that wild brat. Julian was totally confused, asking what wild brat. Dr. Montgomery gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered just thinking about me. He spat that it was that dirt-poor mountain relative of Julian's who brought his scamming act right to their hospital. Julian gasped in absolute shock. Beatrice instantly lost her temper. That miserable little leech, she fumed, wondering what was wrong with me and why I had not gone back to the countryside to find my real parents. He agreed so fast, but now he follows us everywhere like a shadow, saying one thing while doing another. He is clearly just trying to squeeze more money out of us, Beatrice promised aggressively, telling Dr. Montgomery to rest easy. I will absolutely get rid of that little animal. Dr. Montgomery pretended to be magnanimous, claiming he wouldn't stoop so low as to hold a grudge against a poor country brat. But there is one thing I want to ask you. This poor relative of yours apparently knows medicine. Why didn't you ever mention that to me? Beatrice reacted as if she had just heard the funniest joke of the century. He is just a vocational college dropout. What could he possibly know about medicine? Dr. Montgomery sighed heavily. You cannot say that some dark, scheming people hide their talents very deeply. Today, he used some flashy acupuncture tricks to completely bamboozle Dean Lin into believing he was a genius. Can you believe how ridiculous that is? Hearing this, Julian suddenly grew highly concerned. She completely dismissed it, claiming she knows exactly what kind of trash that brat is, and his grades were absolute garbage. He never paid attention in class, just following that dirt-poor old hag around all day to pick up a few parlor tricks and scam people. Hearing this, Dr. Montgomery sat straight up in bed, shocked. Eleanor Ye? Didn't you say he was just a distant relative? Why on earth was he following her? The Ye family might just be a minor, newly risen aristocratic family, but Eleanor Ye genuinely had some real hardcore skills up her sleeve. Dr. Montgomery had to be wary of her, but Beatrice had absolutely no clue, wondering what there was to fear about some dirt-poor old hag. She just rolled her eyes, immediately changing the subject to dramatically open a gift box, saying, Dr. Montgomery, please do not waste your energy on insignificant nobodies. Look at what I have brought you, the heavenly heart herb. Instant joy. Dr. Montgomery jumped right out of bed. The massive depression in his chest vanished in a puff of smoke. Excellent! Excellent! Beatrice stepped forward, proudly presenting an ancient text. And I brought this, too. That poor hag guarded this book with her life acupuncture and needle manipulation secrets. No wonder that little brat's techniques were so bizarre. It turns out Eleanor Ye taught him all of it, though. Dr. Montgomery clearly misunderstood the whole situation. His eyes were glued to the text, shining with pure greed. You truly are reliable. With these 2 items in my possession, curing Miss Seraphina's illness is guaranteed. Beatrice was absolutely ecstatic. Really? Then, when can we meet Miss Seraphina? I mean, Dr. Montgomery, could you please take me along to see the world too? As you well know, the Yin family only invited aristocratic medical families. Our Ye family and Beatrice's family have absolutely zero connections in that world. Now that the heavenly heart herb was securely in his grasp, Dr. Montgomery dropped his arrogant act. Of course, we will all go together. Once I cure the Yin family's boss, I will personally introduce you to them. Hearing this, Beatrice grew even more wildly excited, practically throwing herself at Dr. Montgomery in a desperate attempt to kiss up. Julian, however, stood quietly to the side this time, keeping completely silent. His head lowered, clearly scheming something in his mind. Dr. Montgomery could not care less about his little machinations. Who cares about losing the Chin family if he treats Boss Yin? Absolute kings. His entire Montgomery family would finally walk through the medical world like that. If the Heavenly Medical Pavilion wanted to blacklist them, let them. Would they really dare to make an enemy out of the almighty Yin family? Dr. Montgomery was calculating his master plan brilliantly. completely ignoring whether the Ye family mother and son were still in the room. He picked up the medical book and flipped through it obsessively, making Julian's brows knit even tighter, even as they walked out of the mansion. And you know what? Julian thought about it, and something just felt incredibly wrong. Mom, does Grandma actually have some secret hardcore skills that she passed down to Finnick? Beatrice sneered wildly. What real skills could that dirt poor old hag possibly have? All she does is mess around with rotting herbs. She even treated someone to death years ago, Julian. You must never mention this in front of your master. He absolutely hates your grandma. Julian still had major doubts. I just feel like Master's reaction was pretty weird. Should we hire someone to look into it? Beatrice waved her hand dismissively. What is there to look into? If that old hag actually had skills, would she rot in a sketchy foot parlor? You have not seen that tiny, absolutely disgusting place. And what about Finnick? Julian tilted his head. Mom, how did he suddenly learn acupuncture? Didn't you and Dad always say he was dumb as a rock? He could not even understand a single word of basic English. Even when we hired a foreign tutor to teach him, he still scored dead last and was held back so many times, he ended up in a vocational school. Beatrice frowned, too. That is exactly what happened. But we definitely should look into that brat. I need to know exactly what kind of scheme he is plotting by refusing to leave Southbridge. If push comes to shove, we will just have someone beat him half to death and dump him in the suburbs. Hearing Beatrice say this, Julian finally felt relieved. I knew Mom was the best. Julian, what you desperately need to do right now is stick close to your master and learn real skills. In a few days, when you stand in front of Miss Serafina, you must perform flawlessly. Unlike that fake, rebellious brat, you are destined to be the son-in-law of the Yin family. That Finnick will only become more and more pathetic. You two belong to entirely different stratospheres. Stop bringing him up from now on. Understood? Julian smiled softly and nodded understood. But get this, while they are busy dreaming of glory, they have absolutely no idea the Montgomery family is about to be completely and utterly annihilated. The very next day at the Medical University-affiliated hospital, the moment I stepped through the doors of the VIP ward, I was hit with a booming burst of laughter. So this is our savior, the young miracle doctor. I lifted my eyes toward the source of the voice. Grandpa Sterling was already awake in his hospital bed. Even with his advanced age, the old man's eyes do not show a single trace of weakness. They radiate a pretty deep, commanding power. Right next to Grandpa, Sterling sits that coldly gorgeous patient from yesterday, Serafina. She is casually crossing her long, elegant legs next to the hospital bed. Dressed down today, she looks kind of fragile and sickly. Her elegant, pale hands resting on her knees are exceptionally long and snow-white. She was busy playing board games with the old man, and when she saw me walk in, she gave me a faint, knowing smirk. Giving her a polite nod of acknowledgement, I put my medical bag down and walked over to the old man, smiling as I told him I am no savior. Treating patients is just my duty as a doctor, but the second Grandpa Sterling actually looks at my face, he completely freezes mid-move, his hand trembling. He thinks to himself that this teenage doctor looks exactly like his late wife. If I had not been so insanely obsessed with building my business back then, she never would have packed up and fled to France. His eyes stay glued to me, and you have to wonder if we look this similar. Could I actually be his lost little seven? The old man can barely contain his massive excitement. He cannot resist eagerly asking if my hometown is right here in Southbridge. Have I ever been to the capital city or seen the Great Wall? These strange, rapid questions make the sharp Serafina stop playing and look up. I purposefully avoid her sharp, intense eyes. Yeah, I tell him, I am a local. I have never left this place, though I have seen the Great Wall on television. My classmates say you really have to see it in person to appreciate its true beauty. I hope to take my grandmother someday. I have absolutely no reason to drag these patients into my family mess. Besides, staying a complete mystery as a doctor was exactly how I wanted things to be. I wanted to remain completely hidden. Although Grandpa Sterling had kind of expected that answer, hearing it out loud still makes his hand drop weakly onto the bed. It feels like all his energy was instantly drained away. He tries to calm his wildly fluctuating emotions, blaming it on his tired, failing eyes. He begs me not to take offense, saying his mind is getting messy. I really cannot bear to watch the old man look so heartbroken, so I reassure him that the Chin family has accumulated good karma for generations, and that their descendants will definitely not suffer. Their lost seventh young master will surely return safely. Hearing this, the old man sits up with a massive smile. He happily thanks me for the kind words. Suddenly, Serafina speaks up from her corner, her voice cold and slightly detached. She asks how I knew they were searching for someone. That is a pretty dangerous question. I explained that the old man was mumbling about little Seven during his acupuncture yesterday. I honestly assumed Manager Barnaby had already spilled the beans to her anyway. Serafina just tilts her head and smiles, going back to casually placing her game pieces. She says it does not matter, because the doctor is one of us. That phrase sounds pretty weird to Grandpa Sterling. He wonders when she started trusting anyone. She replies that her life is currently in my hands just like his. Naturally, she needs to know whose side I am on. Grandpa Sterling cannot tell if she is bluffing. She looks fragile on the outside, but this Yin family girl is deeply scheming. Seriously, she is always playing 3 moves ahead of everyone. The old man snorts, asking if her illness can actually be cured. If so, why did she come all this way to cancel the engagement? Serafina frowns. Mr. Sterling, she says, those are 2 completely separate issues. But the old man is a complete master at playing the stubborn, shameless rascal. He flat out refuses to agree to any cancellation. She will have to tell little Seven to his face when he finally returns home. Realizing there is room to negotiate, she offers to use her own hidden forces to help with Manager Barnaby's search. She promises to deploy her shadows to help find him. The old man smiles, glad to get exactly what he wanted. The old man looks over at me with honest eyes, apologizing for letting the miracle doctor see them make fools of themselves. I just shake my head and suggest we start his treatment. This makes him even more deeply satisfied with me. The reports were true. This teenager is extraordinary, showing incredible focus since he walked in. Even after hearing highly classified secrets, this kid's eyes do not show a single ounce of shock. Having survived the brutal business world for decades, the old man has met every kind of person imaginable. He respects people who know exactly what they should do. How is this young kid already so incredibly mature? Even if he is not our lost little Seven, this boy is absolutely destined to go incredibly far in life. I professionally ask what he ate today and what medications he took before starting acupuncture. Naturally, the old man cannot remember those small details, so he quickly summons Dr. Lin from the hospital. Desperate for another chance to observe my unique acupuncture technique, the doctor rushes into the room with pure, blazing excitement. After reviewing the logs, I prep the needles. My hands move with perfect accuracy across his body. This sudden, icy rush of energy surged straight up his spine, instantly clearing his mind and bringing him back to life. That heavy, suffocating pressure he had been carrying in his chest for days? Completely gone. In its place was a feeling of total, deep relief, and even that stubborn, constant ache was suddenly history. Grandpa Sterling was frozen in pure disbelief. He looked up, only to find Serafina sitting calmly by his side, looking like she witnessed these impossible medical miracles every single day. I calmly spun the silver needle, speaking confidently. Grandpa Sterling, watch your habits. Smoke less, eat cleaner. The old man just nodded like a totally obedient kid. He just had to ask young miracle doctor, where did you place that needle? How does one single prick make my entire illness feel completely gone? That was a detox point, totally different from yesterday's emergency pressure points. I only tapped a few spots, but the intense relief was so deep he wanted more. It was as if his blocked, sluggish organs had suddenly been completely cleared out and wide open, making him feel years younger. Right then, his heart filled with an overwhelming sense of respect for me. The next generation is truly terrifying. To have such godlike healing powers at such a young age, he knew our traditional medicine was in safe hands. Your family elders must have trained you incredibly well. But before the old man could say another word, I suddenly slammed my palm flat against his spine. A sharp pop echoed. The old man looked up, completely stunned. Was that bone setting? I just nodded. I noticed your spine was slightly out of alignment when I checked your pulse. Move around now. And just like that, the pain was gone. Now here is a real turning point. Years of constant, brutal pain, completely wiped away by a teenager in seconds. He had seen famous doctors before, but they were too terrified of his massive status to ever dare touch or align his bones like this. Grandpa Sterling started swinging his arms, feeling lighter than ever. But suddenly, he began sweating like crazy. His entire gown was soaked. Dr. Leonis panicked, thinking something went horribly wrong, until I calmly explained that the sweat was just expelling the toxins. Time to take out the needles. Suddenly, it clicked for Dr. Leonis. This kid had planned every single detail from the start. Who knew acupuncture could literally force toxins right out of the skin? Serafina, who had been quiet, leaned in and whispered directly into my ear. When I turned around, I was looking right at her incredibly beautiful face. I packed my needles, clicked my case shut, and told him today's session was over. One more round tomorrow, and he would be free to go. The old man stared at me with endless gratitude. He quickly glanced over at his assistant, Wyatt, who was standing nearby. Wyatt reached into his sharp suit and pulled out a sleek black bank card. There is $1 million on this card, please accept it. But for me, taking money meant following my own strict rules. That is way too much for this treatment. My flat rate is 10,000 a day. That is my absolute rule. Whenever I treat good, honorable people, that is my fixed cost. The old man glared at me, pretending to be highly offended. How on earth is that too much? Are you telling me that Sterling Vance's life isn't worth a single million? I stopped arguing. Pulling the polite back and forth routine over cash just isn't my style. If a wealthy client is fully determined to pay me that much, I will gladly take it. A true master always takes what they offer anyway. After pocketing the card, I laughed. I seriously need to find a way to spend this cash. Especially since there are still so many fools out there who genuinely believe I am dirt poor. I wonder what they even want from me. Like those bankrupt families begging for my help right now. Serafina had absolutely no clue what I was thinking. She was just remembering what manager Barnaby warned her about this morning. Do not let that kid's calm, cool attitude fool you. His life is actually unbelievably brutal. His family operates a rundown foot massage shop, and the poor kid literally sleeps on the floor there every single night. They say poor kids have to grow up way too fast, right? At his age, he should be studying in school. Instead, he has to work endless medical jobs just to feed his family. Barnaby's tragic story was ringing loudly in her head. Looking at me standing there, her eyes softened with deep sympathy and her brows furrowed in worry. Suddenly, she blurted out, "You still haven't collected your payment from me yet." I had absolutely no clue my sworn brother had been telling everyone this insanely tragic, fake story about how poor and inspiring I supposedly was. Staring at her in total confusion, I asked what fee she meant. "I have not even treated you yet. Is this for yesterday's candy?" She gestured to her bodyguard, Orion, to step forward. The man had been dying to ask when I would finally start treating his boss anyway. He held out another gold-trimmed black card with both hands. I just looked at him calmly. "Let's wait until I actually examine your boss before discussing any money." I started packing my medical kit, and Orion panicked, frantically asking what on earth I was doing. "Why are you packing?" His face turned bright red. "You haven't even given her acupuncture yet." I walked right up to Serafina and asked if she was in a hurry. Her voice was pure silk as she said it, "Depended on my schedule." With a soft hum, I pretended to think for a moment before telling her to just follow me. "Go where exactly?" Orion and Dr. Lioness were left standing there in complete, utter shock. Serafina simply gave a cold, faint response. "Okay." I turned around to say my goodbyes to Grandpa Sterling. Grandpa Sterling desperately wanted to tag along too, but Wyatt, the Chin family's sharp special assistant, firmly held him back because the chairman was still in his recovery phase. The young miracle doctor explicitly ordered him to rest. Leaning on his dragon head cane, Grandpa Sterling watched Finnick's handsome figure disappear down the street. Wyatt whispered softly, noting that if their missing seventh young master were still around, he would be exactly that age. He comforted the chairman, saying the seventh young master had his own lucky stars, and finding him here in Southbridge was only a matter of time. Grandpa Sterling's eyes flared with a heavy aura he had been suppressing. "Send another team to Ashwood County," he commanded. "Make the search highly public this time. Anyone with a solid lead gets a massive cash reward, because I want to know what went wrong in this mess." Wyatt accepted the order as the wind rustled outside. The weather was turning quite cool around the hospital over at Chrysanthemum Alley. Dr. Lioness had been working at the hospital for years, but he had somehow never noticed that there was such an incredibly run-down alleyway right over here. Orion held the umbrella high, telling her to step carefully on the uneven ground. "Watch your feet, miss," he warned. Serafina had clearly never walked on roads like this. Her expensive custom designer heels clicked against the old stones, looking completely out of place in this messy environment. Her posture? It was absolutely perfect. She carried an extraordinary grace, completely untouched by the messy surroundings. "We are finally here," I said, stopping in my tracks. Beneath the old gray tiles, Serafina looked like a stunning masterpiece painting. Mrs. Higgins called out, asking if she was my friend. Having just stepped outside to splash some water, Mrs. Higgins stared until her eyes almost popped out, whispering that they definitely did not look like local folks. Orion smoothly stepped sideways, completely blocking her prying gaze. Startled, she gasped, thinking that scary giant looked absolutely terrifying. Seeing the nasty scar on Orion's face, she pulled me aside, whispering that if I was being chased by debt collectors, I just had to say the word. I laughed softly. She completely misunderstood. "This is just a patient." "A patient," she echoed. She let out a long sigh, assuming they were here for Grandma's famous massage therapy. "Hurry on in," she urged. "One looks scary and the other too beautiful." They looked incredibly rich, making her think our family scored a massive client. Serafina, however, completely ignored this little local interlude. She stared at the clinic sign for 5 seconds, and honestly, we can't blame her for concluding that Finnick is completely dirt poor. Inside, the clinic layout was actually far more reliable than the run-down exterior suggested. Orion was initially terrified. The place would be far too dirty for their high-end boss, but looking closely, the interior was actually spotlessly clean. It featured a highly traditional, classic layout, heavily resembling an ancient, wealthy manor in the capital city. Seraphina's cool gaze swept the room, landing on a calligraphy painting. Her fingers casually spun her prayer beads. Seeing this, I walked over, telling her it was a fake. Otherwise, why would it be hanging here? I smiled, asking what if it's actually real. You can feel the sudden tension in the air. Her eyes remained locked on the art, her pupils darkening. If she did not know for a fact that this specific piece was bought by a foreign collector, she might have genuinely believed this dusty piece on the wall was the authentic masterpiece. Dr. Lioness found this entire setup highly bizarre. Running a simple foot massage shop in a modern city, the young miracle doctor certainly had quite the imagination. A clinic, I corrected flatly. Dr. Lioness hastily changed his tune, agreeing that the place was indeed highly interesting. Grandma Yi hobbled out from the inner courtyard on her crutches, calling out for Finnick. She froze in surprise upon seeing so many guests. Then she smiled warmly, asking if they were all my friends. Orion quickly read the room, confirming that yes, they were indeed my friends. Grandma Yi nodded happily, looking over at Seraphina. Before I could even speak, Seraphina softly nodded, claiming she was a close friend of mine as well. The old lady gave me a playful, scolding look, asking why I did not tell her so many of my friends were coming over. She complained she could have sent Silas to buy groceries for a massive feast. I quickly grabbed a wheelchair for her, explaining they were not staying. My friend is feeling quite unwell, so I brought her in for some quick moxibustion therapy. Now, Grandma Yi was a veteran traditional doctor. Just by looking closely at Seraphina's pale complexion, she immediately knew something was wrong, asking if she was genuinely just a little under the weather. I smiled, explaining her digestion was incredibly slow from an unbalanced stomach. I am just giving her a simple massage, so do not worry, Grandma. No reckless moves. Patting my hand gently, she reminded me of her core rule, saying for minor issues I should stick to a standard massage. If a massage cannot fix it, never hand out random medicine. Just send them across the street to the main hospital instead. Our small clinic does not treat major illnesses. I chuckled softly, knowing her memory was not quite as sharp as it used to be. Years ago, Beatrice had poisoned her mind, lying that the old lady once killed a patient, warning her to stay away from the clinic forever. This cruel lie had left a deeply rooted trauma in Grandma's mind. Ever since I began working at the clinic, she was constantly terrified that I would cause a fatal accident. I always suspected that old incident was highly suspicious. Too much time had passed. Finding solid evidence would require the perfect opportunity, and Grandma Ye had absolutely no idea what I was thinking. The sweet old lady simply assumes his mind has drifted off again. Gently patting his shoulder with a warm smile, she calls him her good grandson. Playing along with his grandma, he bends down slightly to look incredibly sweet and obedient. Dr. Lioness watches from the side, absolutely stunned by this behavior. Is this really the icy genius doctor we all know? He normally looks at everyone like they are walking corpses, and even Orion is frowning right now. After a quick update about Grandma's legs, Finnick smoothly interjects. He asks if Dr. Lioness knows how to boil water and prep medicinal herbs. He points to the massive medicine cabinet, and Lioness eagerly nods, admitting he might be slow. Perfect, Finnick tells him. He orders the doctor to watch the front desk and fetch him if any massage clients arrive, making Lioness raise his eyebrows. Imagine treating a legendary chief surgeon like a simple receptionist. But when Finnick offers a cold smile and asks if he refuses, Lioness eagerly rolls up his sleeves. The doctor claims it is his absolute honor. After all, he just wants to secretly learn those miracle techniques, so running the desk is nothing. With the chores assigned, let's follow them into the back room. It is like a hidden paradise, featuring a very soft massage bed right in the center. A soothing scent of mugwort incense fills the entire space the moment you step through the door. Finnick casually tells her to undress and lie down while opening his kit. She hesitates. Standing by the plush bed, Seraphina arches an eyebrow as her dark eyes grow deep. Asking if he is absolutely sure about undressing here, she watches him warm up the room, explaining this is the only suitable treatment space. He reassures her that the thin sheets are fully sterilized. Still, she just stares down at him without moving. Washing his hands in a hot basin of medicinal soup, Finnick earnestly tells her not to be shy, since nobody will enter. Suddenly, Seraphina seems to realize his true intention. She giggles softly and slowly begins unbuttoning her outer jacket. Looking back at her, Finnick flatly instructs her to remove everything on the upper half of her body. A sudden pause. Her fingers freeze, and her dark gaze grows incredibly intense. A rare blush creeps onto her cheeks, but she follows his orders anyway. Slipping off her fitted clothes, She slowly lies down on the comfortable massage bed. Beneath the warm, dim lights, her pale skin looks flawlessly smooth. Smiling softly, Finnick gently places his fingertips directly against her abdomen. Her beautiful eyes narrow slightly as he touches her. In a purely professional tone, Finnick tells her to relax. Immediately, he places his palm flat against her stomach. Using her navel as the center point, he begins a very gentle, circular kneading massage. Total silence. Only the sound of hot steam dripping into a wooden bucket echoes through the room. Tilting her head, Serafina watches his side profile through half-closed eyes, her deep gaze becoming heavier with every passing second. The treatment only lasts exactly 20 minutes, yet she constantly fights the urge to touch his face. It is almost like she is completely under a spell. Finnick announces they are done, finishing the session by pressing the Zani acupoints with his thumbs. He calmly tells her she can get dressed now. Only then does she realize her skin is covered in a layer of sweat. This is completely different from the cold, sick sweat of her usual episodes. This time, her entire body feels incredibly warm and cozy. She looks up with unreadable eyes, thanking him softly. While Finnick notes they kept things quite short today, he explains this session was just to open her stomach meridians. Sweating a bit himself from the intense effort, Finnick reaches up to wipe his forehead. An odd sensation. She suddenly feels a warm throat tickle, reaching up to tug at her tightly buttoned collar. Finnick turns sideways to grab a sharp silver needle, placing his hand back on her soft skin to precisely lock onto the next acupoint. Since she is sitting up, he can vividly feel her breathing. Step by step, his warm breath brushes softly against her neck. This incredible closeness is warm and soft enough to make any normal heart flutter wildly. And he suddenly notices her erratic pulse and rapid breathing. He asks if she is too hot. Serafina softly agrees, turning her gorgeous face slightly away as she asks how much longer this will take. Not long, just 6 needles, he says. Finnick maintains his professional tone, urging her to hang in there a bit longer. Keeping her eyes locked on his face, Serafina notes that the young miracle doctor seems very accustomed to this intimate style of treatment. Finnick raises an eyebrow, questioning her. Too close. She pointedly reminds him of the distance, and Finnick quickly apologizes. He realizes their current posture is indeed highly inappropriate. With her clothes half open, lips slightly pursed, and messy hair, she radiates a wild, utterly untamed kind of beauty. Her usually pale face is flushed pink from the mugwort steam, and his hand is currently pressing her wrist while his body is leaning directly forward. He had probably brushed against her long legs by accident. Sighing internally, Finnick smoothly pulls his hand back. Promising to be careful from now on, he steps back. Serafina calmly adjusts her clothes, saying doctors naturally overlook minor details. Nodding with incredibly clear eyes, Finnick reassures her that he has absolutely zero ulterior motives, because in his eyes, she is purely a medical patient. He only says this to make her feel completely comfortable. However, hearing those words, the meaning changes entirely in Serafina's ears. Smiling slowly with unreadable, sparkling eyes, she asks if she is simply too average to ever catch the young miracle doctor's highly discerning medical eye. He is just about to explain himself when a frantic shout shatters the quiet, and you know trouble has found them. They scream that someone has blocked his grandmother at the alley, stopping her from leaving. Hearing that his poor grandmother allegedly treated a patient to death, Finnick instantly blasts out of the room like a rocket, moving at a terrifyingly fast speed. I grabbed a thick wooden baton from who knows where along the way, my eyes completely dripping with murderous intent. A massive crowd had already gathered at the alley entrance, local neighbors fresh from grocery shopping, whispering about what was going on. They came looking for Grandma Ye, claiming her treatments actually killed someone. No way, she literally massaged my neck yesterday and it felt amazing. Am I going to be okay? Now check this out. As the neighbors started gossiping, Grandma Ye gripped her crutch so hard that her hand turned completely bone white. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, while the intruder laughed with sheer, arrogant cruelty. He shook his head mockingly, saying no wonder she lived so comfortably hidden away, since nobody in this dump knew about her filthy secrets. He sneered, did she seriously think she was still high and mighty, stealing business from the Montgomery family when traditional medicine was dead? Grandma Ye spoke coldly, saying she had no idea what he was talking about as she tried to push past him. The man aggressively blocked her path, like a classic bully, telling the crippled old hag to stop playing dumb about advising that kid to go to the hospital. He asked if that was Finnick's brilliant idea. Grandma Ye jerked her head up, asking if he meant Finnick, but the man spat back that he didn't care what the brat was called. The intruder laughed disdainfully, claiming that if his uncle hadn't ordered this trip, he would never step foot in a dump like this. He called her a crippled hag, mocking that she was probably dying to attend the Vanguard family's medical seminar as a charity handout. He violently threw a golden invitation card right at Grandma Ye, challenging her to go try and cure the Vanguard family's young miss if she was really that capable. Before the trash could finish his vile insult, bam, I flew in and delivered a brutal flying kick straight to his body. That single devastating kick forced his knees to smash directly into the concrete, dropping him heavily onto the ground in a kneeling position. The man screamed in agony, demanding to know who kicked him. In response, I clamped my hand onto his shoulder like a steel vise. My voice was utterly devoid of emotion as I told him I was his daddy. Terrified and unable to stand, he desperately swung a fist. I crushed his shoulder even harder and demanded coldly who he just called an old hag, my single squeeze instantly drenching him in a freezing sweat from the excruciating pain. To him, it felt like a literal mountain was crushing his shoulder. He couldn't move an inch, whining about what this had to do with me. I told him my patience was extremely limited, warning him to fix his tone before I personally dismantled his bones. He knew I meant every word. His shoulder joint was already completely dislocated, his eyes widening in sheer terror from the excruciating pain. He stuttered to talk this out peacefully. Grandma Ye, worried the watching neighbors would ruin my reputation, tried to stop me. I couldn't care less, my voice sounding light but chilling. I told her that scum like this deserved to be beaten to a pulp so they never bite anyone again. I was wondering who was barking, but it's just the fake young master who got kicked to the curb. Sweat poured down his forehead, yet his tone remained incredibly arrogant. He warned me to let him go this second, calling Grandma Ye a killer doctor and calling me a shameless, violent thug. He threatened that when the cops got here, neither of us would walk away. Hearing the word cops, Grandma Ye pulled me back. She took a deep breath and looked right at him, calling out Gideon Montgomery for targeting her, demanding he spit out his real issue. She told him this had nothing to do with me, declaring she accepted the invitation. Gideon shook his limp arm, arrogantly bragging that the Montgomery family was magnanimous. He sneered that his uncle was giving her a grand opportunity to openly latch onto the powerful Vanguard family instead of hiding like a rat. Grandma Ye glared, asking what Dr. Montgomery was scheming. But Gideon mocked that nobody would bother scheming against someone in her pathetic state. Gideon spat disdainfully, telling her to just admit she was too terrified to go because her medical skills were absolute garbage. He asked if she was scared of killing someone else with her wrong medicine. Hearing that, the expressions of everyone in the crowd shifted drastically. You can literally feel the tension here. The neighbors started whispering as Grandma Ye froze, and Gideon just laughed like a maniac at her fear. Before he could finish, my mocking chuckle sliced through his words. I clamped the golden invitation between my fingers, my eyes radiating glacial coldness. I told him to warn his precious Dr. Montgomery our Serenity Clinic would attend on time, but they better hold on to their sanity. I warned him to make sure no tragic accidents happened to them. He scoffed, asking who I thought the Montgomery family was. Gideon reacted like he had just heard the most ridiculous joke on earth, his arrogance reaching astronomical levels as he made a threat. He sneered that in all of Southbridge, absolutely nobody dares touch the Montgomery family because they are the law, telling me to carve that into my brain. I stared deeply into him, muttering that it was carved in. Gideon just assumed I was an ignorant brat who didn't know his limits. He arrogantly flicked his sleeve and stormed off. Watching his retreating back, I slightly narrowed my eyes. At first, he didn't feel anything wrong. But the moment he got into his car, his face drained of all color as he realized his hand felt completely and utterly dead. Gideon tried to shake it, only to realize the joints connecting his arm felt as if they had been completely severed. He screamed in absolute panic to drive home and find his uncle, cold sweat drenching his clothes as he wondered if he was crippled. Gideon muttered pale-faced that there was no way, desperately reassuring himself that his uncle could definitely fix him up. Back at the alley entrance, I withdrew my gaze with lingering murderous intent. The onlookers stared as Grandma Ye stood there, completely out of it and lost in her painful memories. I leaned down to retrieve the grocery basket she dropped on the dirt, offering her a reassuring smile. Come on, Grandma Ye, let us head back inside. Our guests are still dying to try your famous braised prawns. Hearing that, Grandma Ye finally snapped out of her daze. Oh, right, let us get back right away. She muttered about her fading memory as we walked. With neighbors watching, I held her arm and casually greeted everyone. Did you buy pumpkins today, Granny Wang? The old lady looked pretty sheepish, telling me to get my grandmother inside, because she clearly had a lot weighing on her mind. I gave a soft nod and smiled warmly. Facing my incredibly calm attitude, the whispering neighbors suddenly felt pretty awkward saying anything else. As close neighbors, Mrs. Higgins immediately stepped up to help pick up our scattered vegetables. She whispered not to take it to heart since the others meant no harm. I nodded cool and detached. Every debt has its debtor. Every grudge has an author, and I know exactly who I need to pay back. Hearing this, Mrs. Higgins sighed in relief, though she still seemed pretty shaken. The rest of the crowd practically tiptoed away from the clinic. Grandma Ye had lived here for ages, and they had never heard such a crazy rumor about her before. Can you even blame them for being terrified? In a heartbeat, our busy clinic became totally deserted. Dr. Leonis trailed behind us with a highly complicated look on his face. Once I got Grandma Ye safely inside the inner courtyard, he finally cracked and asked if my grandmother was actually the famous Eleanor Ye. I locked the wooden door, asking coldly what he had heard about her. Intimidated by my fierce aura, Dr. Leonis instantly turned submissive, saying the elders in his family once mentioned some old rumors. I let out a soft laugh, my eyes flashing with a freezing glare. Is there a rumor about my family I haven't heard? Tell me, I said, making him flinch. He stammered that gossip is mostly lies anyway. And what if I absolutely insist on hearing it? I asked, slowly tapping a wooden baton against my open palm. Sucking in a sharp breath, he gave in. Apparently, back in the day, there were not just 4 major medical families running Southbridge. 5, actually. And the most legendary of them all was your grandmother, Eleanor Ye. Dr. Leonis abruptly stopped talking because he realized the head of the Vanguard family was listening. He worried this massive secret might totally ruin my reputation as a miracle doctor right in front of my VIP patient. I tilted my chin up, signaling him to keep going. Dr. Leonis leaned in closer and lowered his voice to a whisper. My grandpa said she was a rising superstar back then. Her family was pretty average, but her own medical skills were absolutely mind-blowing. But down the road, nobody knows if that fame got to her. She and the rival Montgomery family treated the exact same patient. She insisted on traditional Chinese methods, but tragically ended up treating that patient to death. Scared that Grandma Ye might walk in on us, he leaned closer. That single disaster blew up into an absolutely massive medical scandal. If a highly influential figure from the capital city had not stepped in to protect her, she definitely would have ended up behind bars. But they could not just sweep it under the rug. With the public outcry being so horrific, the Montgomery family forced her out of the alliance. Honestly, I had no clue that the legendary Eleanor Ye was actually your grandmother, young miracle doctor. I casually looked up after hearing his story. Where do you think my godlike skills came from? I asked. Was I just born with them? Dr. Leonis slowly rubbed his chin. The doctor admitted that made a lot of sense. Right then, I turned my head to lock eyes with him, coldly asking who exactly let fame go to their head. He quickly blamed himself. He had literally just watched me completely pulverize a man with a devastating flying kick. How did Gideon Montgomery even stand back up after that? It was honestly highly bizarre. By all medical logic, he should have been crippled. Deciding not to waste any more breath on him, I turned away. I casually flicked the gold invitation card in my hand, keeping my voice light as I told him to go start the cooking fire. I acted as if absolutely nothing had happened. But get this, Orion had already spotted the gold card. He stepped silently behind Serafina. He whispered to her that my invitation appeared to be a total fake. Since Orion personally delivered those golden cards to the elite families, he knew exactly what the real ones looked like. Knowing the real invitations by heart, he watched her. Serafina's deep, beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, hiding her true thoughts. She quietly ordered him to swipe the fake and slip a real one into my bag. Orion agreed, murmuring that he never expected the young doctor to show up at the seminar. He joked that we shared a special fate. For some reason, hearing that phrase made her smile inside. She smiled softly, twirling the prayer beads on her wrist, but Orion was not done. He warned her that the rumor about my grandmother killing a patient was likely true. He refused to risk her safety, questioning what would happen during her treatment if my medical skills were truly learned from a woman who treated a patient to death. Serafina glared at him with eyes as sharp as daggers, her voice dropping to absolute freezing. She warned him that this was the very last time he would speak such garbage about me. Terrified, Orion immediately prepared to drop to his knees in apology. Reminding him they were not at the manor, she turned on her heel and walked off into the backyard. Orion's heart was pounding in fear. He realized she was firmly standing by my side, meaning he had to make sure everything went perfectly from now on. Over in the courtyard, right beneath a massive locust tree, a giant iron wok was already set up and waiting for us. Grandma Ye tried to light the firewood herself, but I gently guided her back to her rocking chair, telling her to just relax and watch me work today. Grandma Ye clearly did not believe a single word of it. She thought I was only good at tasting food, not actually cooking. So, I just handed her some tea, some sunflower seeds, and a palm fan. I told her to sit back and direct me while I cooked. Grandma Ye chuckled warmly. All right then, let us see how my good grandson cooks up a storm. I did not waste a second. I prepped the board, chopped up the pumpkin, and tossed millet and red dates into a clay pot, along with some healing herbs Grandma Ye always keeps around. My hands were a complete, blinding blur. It was pure, raw speed. The main ingredients were ready to go. I rubbed ginger slices across the hot iron wok to kill any metallic scent, instantly releasing a pretty mouth-watering aroma into the air. The exact second the green onions hit that sizzling oil, the entire courtyard filled with the rich scent of cooking meat. Dr. Lioness was not even hungry at first, but now, he was literally drooling. Grandma Yi watched with a delighted smile, muttering that it was pretty impressive. I kept up the pace. While the main dishes simmered in the wok, I quickly pan-fried several millet and egg flatbreads, threw on some chopped green onions, and stuck them right against the hot inner rim of the wok to toast. Braised ribs with potatoes and eggplant were not enough, so I chopped some cabbage for a refreshing salad, drizzled with a nice touch of Sichuan peppercorn oil. The food smelled so amazing that Orion kept staring. Honestly, can you blame him? Grandma Yi boiled some fresh prawns as the final touch, and I whipped up a killer dipping sauce to match. Finally, the massive feast was laid out on the table. It was incredibly colorful, served alongside freshly steamed, fluffy white buns that were still radiating hot steam. Dr. Leonis was absolutely starving, but he did not dare pick up his chopsticks first. Grandma Yi just laughed warmly at him. She told everyone to hurry up and eat Finnick's cooking. Dr. Leonis and Orion were desperate to start, but Orion remembered his boss was sitting right there. The young miss had never eaten a casual family-style meal with anyone before. Her sensitive stomach simply could not handle eating from shared plates. Orion tried to suggest something else, but before he could finish, Serafina had already gracefully picked up her chopsticks. He panicked completely. What if she ate this home-cooked meal and ended up with a severe stomachache again? Right then, I walked over carrying a beautiful wooden serving tray. On it were 4 exquisite little plates of food, all portioned out perfectly in advance. I added the toasted millet flatbread and some warm pumpkin porridge before sliding the tray gently in front of Serafina. I told her these were made specifically for her. Serafina looked up at me, a flicker of real emotion in her eyes as I lightly tapped my chin. It is a 6-piece stomach-nourishing set. Wait for the porridge to cool a bit, and eat the millet flatbread first. Orion was internally amazed by my extreme attention to detail. As expected of a master physician, this kid noticed absolutely everything. Serafina felt a strange warmth, thinking this was my special way of caring for her. A beautifully satisfied smile played on her lips. After dinner, once everyone had finally left, Silas suddenly stepped right back through the front door. He was dragging a massive canvas sack behind him. I opened it up and found stacks of hard drives, bribery cards, stolen medical equipment, secret accounting ledgers, and lists of names. The Montgomery family had this much dirt on them. A cold smirk crept onto my face, my eyes filling with a freezing rage I never showed outsiders. No wonder they boasted that nobody in Southbridge could touch them. It turns out they have a massive political shield protecting them from the shadows. Silas frantically gestured with his hands, pushing a specific piece of paper right toward me. Did he steal the heavenly heart herbs to treat the Vanguard family's young miss? I muttered as my gaze deepened. Silas nodded in agreement. I leaned my chin on my hand, a playful smile dancing on my lips. Let us see how he plans to use those herbs right in front of me, the actual creator of that medicine. I tapped my finger against the secret ledger and laughed softly. You know what? A massive storm is finally coming to Southbridge. I casually picked up the golden invitation sitting on the table. I guess I will have to make a personal trip to teach the Montgomery family how to act like human beings. Hearing this, Silas practically vibrated with excitement, just as he was about to write something else down. Grandma Yi pushed the door open and asked what we were doing sneaking around in the storage. I lied that Silas gathered some broken electronics he needed to fix up. A flawless lie. And Silas nodded along in perfect agreement. Grandma Yi was smiling at first, but when she saw the golden invitation, she let out a heavy sigh, asking if I was really going. I told her it was delivered right to our door. There was no reason to refuse. Grandma Yi looked at her incredibly mature grandson, her heart swelling with emotion. She refused to let her own past mistakes hold him back. She could not trap this brilliant child here forever. Before, it did not matter. But now that I showed a real passion for saving lives, she had no right to hold me back. She gently stroked my hair and told me to go if I wanted to, saying it was good for me to go out and see the world. The Vanguard family of the capital is an ancient, elite house that has defended this nation since the very beginning. They have countless powerful masters in their ranks. Going there will help you make some pretty incredible connections. If you meet any legendary masters, you must take a picture for me, especially that incredibly famous young doctor who has been making waves lately. Grandma Yi became visibly thrilled, saying that if I could catch a glimpse of him, the entire trip would be worth it. Naturally, I had to ask who he was. I was only asking casually, until Grandma Yi excitedly pulled out her phone and opened a page. She proudly showed me the ultimate master of medicine, the miracle doctor. I was instantly struck completely dumb. Wait. She was calling me the miracle doctor? Silas leans in to check the screen, his eyes popping out like saucers, looking exactly like he just swallowed a massive sour lemon. He stares at me, then glances back at the browser, completely lost in total disbelief. I press my finger to the screen, take a huge breath, and force a smile asking if she's absolutely sure this weird bearded guy is the legendary miracle doctor. Grandma Ye glares with absolute zero tolerance for my disrespect, telling me I shouldn't insult a senior master who's clearly just hiding his true brilliance. With that, she cradles her phone tightly to her chest, staring at the screen with pure admiration. She looks just like an excited teenage fangirl. I pinch the bridge of my nose, feeling incredibly helpless. I've practiced medicine for years, and this was the most brutal insult to my profession. I tell her that one quick look shows it is totally fake. She aggressively adjusts her reading glasses to inspect the photo closer. But I quickly pull her back and tell her not to worry. I promise to stay out of trouble, but Grandma Ye sighs heavily, admitting she's only terrified that her own ruined reputation will drag me down with her. She warns me not to mention the Serenity Clinic, and promises the grandson of an old friend will look out for me. We need to watch each other's backs and stay far away from the Montgomery family. Avoid them? But that was literally the whole point of my trip. Obviously, I keep that to myself. I just offer a warm smile and nod along. Everything seems completely normal. Only Silas knows that the Montgomery family is about to get absolutely skinned alive. Get ready, here is where the fun really begins. Right before bed, I casually tell him that we're going to hack the national defense system and dump all the dirty data right to the top. Over at the Montgomery mansion, everyone is celebrating after getting the Heavenly Heart herb. Even the elite Vanguard family is treating them with massive respect now. Dr. Montgomery holds the valuable box with pure ecstasy, while Braxton sits right next to him, aggressively kissing up and praising his master's absolute genius. The whole family is practically swimming in joy, just waiting for the big medical seminar to finally kick off. They are absolutely convinced they will steal the entire show. However, right now, the face of the eldest son, Gregory Montgomery, looks pretty deeply troubled. He keeps asking what happened to Gideon's arm and why they haven't fixed it. His precious son just went to deliver one package and got a dislocated arm. No matter how they try to set the bone, it just won't snap back. Because of this, Gregory can't celebrate at all. Dr. Montgomery just waves him off, telling his big brother he already checked Gideon's arm and it's nothing serious. He claims it'll be fine by tomorrow, but as Gregory tries to argue, a deep, ancient voice from the doorway tells him to stop obsessing over petty details. This is the true, terrifying patriarch of the family, Gideon the Elder, and the man is well over 100 years old. His back is slightly hunched, his hair completely white, but his eyes are dark and deadly, like a venomous snake hiding in the dark. Both Gregory and the doctor gasp, asking their dad why he came back when he was supposed to be doing business in the capital. The patriarch doesn't answer right away. He just waves his heavy cane, ordering everyone else to clear out of the room immediately. Once the room is totally empty, he slams his cane on the marble floor, growling that the entire family would have collapsed if he hadn't rushed back. Both sons shiver in pure terror. He lifts his heavy eyelids and asks the two idiots if they have any clue that someone in Southbridge is secretly investigating them. Dr. Montgomery sneers, asking if this mysterious investigator has some kind of death wish. The patriarch grabs a boiling hot teacup and hurls it straight at his head. The doctor flinches as it shatters right by his feet. He calls him an absolute fool, reminding him to always watch his words and behavior in public, and to never let his hatred show on his face. Despite being in his 70s, Dr. Montgomery trembles like a leaf, begging his father and promising not to say another word. He narrows his snake-like eyes, saying he already pulled the right strings so none of their dirty laundry gets exposed. But this is their final warning. From now on, they must keep their hands totally clean, but the doctor desperately tries to argue that he knows the truth. The medical side brings in their fastest, most massive profits. With hundreds of mouths to feed, they simply cannot afford to cut off their main cash flow. The old man clarifies he didn't say cut it off. His voice drips with malice as he orders them to lay low until the storm finally passes. The doctor instantly gets it, asking if this means inspectors from the capital city are heading down again. The patriarch stays completely silent, just closing his eyes while the doctor quickly swears they have nothing to worry about. He guarantees the inspectors won't find a single trace of evidence. They've been totally safe for over a decade, and this time will be no different. Meanwhile, deep inside a highly classified government facility in the capital city, countless security monitors suddenly flash red in unison, triggering the highest alert level in the intelligence department. I just sit back, calmly watching my fingers dance across the laptop keys. Within seconds, an identical email packed with a devastating data dump lands simultaneously in every single secure inbox. The ghost hacker slipped in silently, struck like lightning, and vanished without a trace. When the top brass open the file, their faces instantly lose all color, and the chief commander barks out an immediate order to investigate. They must destroy the Montgomery family from the roots up. Everything must stay silent, and every crooked local official must be dragged in for interrogation. Lock down their phones and strip every device. Not a single whisper can escape this room. Tonight is about to turn completely chaotic. 2 days pass. Flash. But this time, the medical seminar is not in the busy city center. It is being hosted out at the western suburbs villa. I pack my medical gear, grab the golden invitation, and hail a cab. Riding in the back, my mind starts racing. Is it just me? Or does this invite look a bit different from the last one? Before long, the cab pulls up to the outskirts. And guys, look at this. A breathtaking rose manor hidden deep in a lush forest appears. This place is purely for the top elite. It is an incredibly exclusive private club owned by the vanguards. Without a direct invite from the family themselves, normal folks, zero entry. This golden card is absolutely your only ticket past the front gates. All the famous doctors arriving have their top disciples and assistants trailing closely behind them. Big names like Dr. Montgomery and the leaders of the 4 great families are busy laughing and introducing their young heirs. But the lesser-known doctors without big backings are left awkwardly on the sidelines, murmuring in corners. Meanwhile, all the non-medical guests get ushered straight to the front lobby. Take Beatrice, for instance. She is staring at the massive mansion, her eyes practically dripping with absolute greed. She gasps at how gorgeous and insanely wealthy this place is. Shaking with excitement, Beatrice turns and tightly clutches Dr. Montgomery's arm again. Julian and I only got inside because of your incredible status, Dr. Montgomery. The old doctor just smiles, telling her not to mention it. To be honest, Dr. Montgomery is here for the first time too, but he is a pro at pretending to be elite. He whispers to Beatrice, telling her to stay calm and not look so shocked inside. Beatrice nods along eagerly. She agrees completely. Since everyone here is a high society elite, she knows she has to watch her step very carefully. Julian stands right beside them, his eyes darting all over the place. Silent, but his heart is pounding like an absolute jackhammer. The guy is practically dying of anticipation, desperate to catch a glimpse of the gorgeous, mysterious woman everyone keeps gossiping about. Right now, inside the grand study of the estate, old Master Vanguard is sitting in a sleek traditional Tang suit. He slowly spins a string of prayer beads in his hand. His hair is snow white and his brow is furrowed, but he still radiates an imposing, fierce energy that demands absolute respect. Grandpa, it is getting late, his eldest granddaughter, Lyra Vanguard, softly reminds him. We probably should not keep all these grandmasters waiting out there. The old man takes a slow sip of his hot tea, asking what the rush is, since not everyone has arrived. Lyra immediately gets curious. Waiting for the miracle doctor? No. The old man simply puts down his cup of tea. Lyra wants to press further, but stops when she sees him put on an earpiece. He is staring intently at a live video feed of the main entrance hall. His eyes burn with intense curiosity. And honestly, wouldn't you be dying to know what kind of master can command the old man's full attention? Actually, he has been obsessed ever since Orion told him that his favorite third granddaughter's appetite had suddenly made a miraculous recovery. He has been dying to meet this young prodigy whose insane medical skills Orion keeps raving about. If his stubborn granddaughter had not stopped him, he would have sent a whole army of spies to dig up the kid's past. Now, he has to sneak a peek like a thief. It is pretty embarrassing to admit, but luckily he threw this seminar, meaning the young miracle doctor is bound to show up in the outer lobby sooner or later. Guests are still flowing inside, and I am standing right there in the crowd. But my casual outfit sticks out like a sore thumb among these elites. I am just wearing a white shirt, faded jeans, and a burgundy baseball cap. I look like a typical college kid who has not even graduated yet. Naturally, the security guard blocks my path, trying to stay formally polite. Who are you? Before I can even answer, a nasty, mocking voice sneers from right behind me. He calls me a fake medicine scammer trying to crash the Vanguard family's private party. I turn and see Gideon Montgomery swaggering over, holding Dr. Montgomery up. Right behind them are Beatrice and her son. Julian quickly looks away, desperately trying to pretend that he does not know me at all. But Beatrice is glaring so intensely, she looks like she wants to drill holes right through my skull. She claims I am like a lingering ghost. I just raise an eyebrow, finding this absolutely hilarious. Well, look at this bunch of familiar faces. Who the hell is familiar with you? Gideon snarls. Look around. Do you honestly think a dirt poor loser like you belongs in a place like this? The guy has been aching for a chance to ruin me, but after digging around, he could not find a single person who knew who I was. Now that I am standing right in front of him, he is ready to make me pay. He yells out, asking where the security guards are. Throw this garbage out on the street right now, Gideon orders arrogantly. But Dr. Montgomery steps in, pretending to be a generous master, and shaking his head in mock disappointment. He asks Gideon how he can be so harsh on a junior. Gideon snaps that his grandmaster has no idea how vile my character really is. Supposedly, I do nothing but throw around lies and scam people. The guy is burning with pure, unfiltered rage. Gideon whines about some demonic black magic I used to make him kneel on the concrete for hours. Hearing this, I just let out a slow chuckle. Oh, so your grandmaster still has not figured out that I simply sealed your acupoints that day. The crowd gasps. Acupoint sealed? People start whispering, looking at each other in complete shock. Does acupoint sealing actually exist in real life? Or is this kid just blowing hot air? Gideon scoffed with absolute contempt, asking if they were living in some ancient martial arts dynasty. Acupoint sealing? If it were real, wouldn't his own master know how to do it? Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. My eyes remained clear as I realized the great director Montgomery didn't even know how to heal using acupoint manipulation. His supposedly legendary skills are clearly just hot air. Gideon snapped, "What did you just say?" Gideon exploded in fury, yelling to say that one more time. But Dr. Montgomery suppressed his boiling rage, warning Gideon to shut his mouth. Was this absolute imbecile trying to broadcast to the entire world that he didn't know how to manipulate acupoints? Gideon tried to argue, refusing to back down. Dr. Montgomery took a massive, shuddering breath, shooting me a freezing glare. He growled that since I was Eleanor Yee's disciple, he wouldn't stoop to my level. Then came a cold warning. A healer must have a compassionate heart, and acting this wildly arrogant would only end in total disaster. The moment Eleanor Yee's name dropped, everyone's face twisted into a highly complex look of utter disbelief. They whispered about that Eleanor Yee, who recklessly killed a patient. Since when did she have a disciple? Nobody knew, and they wondered why the Vanguard family would invite him. Nearby, guests completely stopped in their tracks. Instead, they fixed their intense, judgmental stares squarely on me, faces radiating pure hostility and rejection. This was exactly what Dr. Montgomery wanted. Absolutely perfect. He deliberately had Gideon send a fake invitation to Eleanor Yee, just to witness this glorious, humiliating scene. It was a slight pity she was too much of a coward to show up herself. But it didn't matter. Making this arrogant brat lose all his dignity was just as satisfying to him. This wasn't even the climax yet. Just wait until he proudly pulls out that fake invitation. That is when the real disaster begins. Beatrice caught Dr. Montgomery's subtle eye signal and stepped forward, loudly wondering if I even had a real invitation. He probably forged it. Just think about it. He is from backwater Ashwood County with dirt-poor relatives. How could a dirt-poor nobody get invited by the almighty Vanguard family? At the word forged, the bodyguards exchanged a sharp look, demanding with polite but strict authority that I present my invitation card. Brilliant as I was, I saw right through the trap hidden in this invite. But I had absolutely nothing to fear. Not even close. Worst case, I would just drop my miracle doctor identity like an absolute nuke. I maintained a perfectly calm expression, casually pulling the gold-stamped invitation from my black backpack and handing it over. The moment the bodyguards saw it, their faces underwent a catastrophic shift. The crowd watched the bodyguards' terrified expressions and started whispering excitedly, wondering if the invitation really was a fake. Seeing this, Gideon's face lit up with vicious righteousness, yelling that Eleanor Yee killing patients is one thing, but her disciple being a scammer is a complete disgrace to the medical profession. Dr. Montgomery just smiled, his words dripping with sickeningly sweet venom. He sighed that if I wanted to get inside, I could have just humbly begged my seniors instead of using such deceptive, underhanded methods. Exactly. It was way too embarrassing, people muttered, asking if this was really how Eleanor Yee taught her students, feeling secondhand embarrassment, just looking at me. I was far too lazy to listen to this garbage, cracking my neck as a dangerous smirk curled on my lips. But just as I was about to officially reveal my miracle doctor status, the two massive bodyguards suddenly bowed at a sharp 90-degree angle, their voices booming with overwhelming respect. "Please step inside," they begged. In an instant, the entire atmosphere completely froze. Talk about instant karma. That sudden bow felt like a brutal slap, smashing right across Montgomery's aging face. One of the bodyguards spoke frantically, telling me that since it was my first time visiting, if there was anything I needed, he was at my complete disposal to guide me through everything. While the other bodyguard stood as stiff as a board, I raised an eyebrow, casting a sideways glance back at Dr. Montgomery. The old man's face looked like he'd just swallowed a bucket of raw sewage. His eyes locked onto that card in a death stare, completely refusing to believe what he saw. Of course, I wasn't naive enough to think a snake like Dr. Montgomery would actually send me a genuine invitation. Something unexpected must have happened behind the scenes, entirely outside of his pathetic calculations. Could it be her? I smiled faintly, With the Chin family's massive influence, securing a Vanguard family invitation would be child's play. But to go out of her way to help me like this, I would definitely have to properly thank her when I got back. The bodyguard's sudden, overflowing enthusiasm was a jarring contrast to their previous strictness. The onlookers were absolutely dumbfounded. Everyone knew Vanguard staff were famously icy and aloof, and these guards were elite ex-special forces. For them to act this incredibly submissive to a random kid was unreal. No need to change anything, I told them. Just go back to work. The bodyguards were incredibly perceptive. They ushered me right inside. Dr. Montgomery couldn't stand watching this for another second. Gritting his teeth so hard, they nearly shattered as he demanded, "Is that real? Did you make a mistake?" The guards insisted it was perfectly real. Beatrice shrieked louder than anyone. She knew exactly what kind of trash background I came from, so how could I possibly possess a genuine invitation? Julian bit his lip fiercely, yanking hard on her sleeve to remind her that this was the Vanguard family's territory. Only then did Beatrice regain a bit of sanity, stopping herself from screaming at the bodyguards. Gideon, however, definitely didn't share that sentiment. Gideon always looked down on these low-level guards. He sneered, demanding to know if they were seriously letting a known fraud slide past. If something went horribly wrong, who would take the blame? The two sentries paid him absolutely no mind, keeping their posts. Gideon's temper instantly spiked to a boiling point. He jabbed a finger right in a guard's face. "Are you deaf?" he yelled. "Can you not understand plain speech? The guy's a fake." This guy literally killed a patient, but the bodyguard's gaze went ice cold. "Sir, lower your hand right now." Gideon ignored the warning, yelling that they were trash. Then came a sharp snap. "Watch close, here comes the karma." Before anyone could react, the guard grabbed him. Gideon shrieked as his finger snapped backward. "This is Vanguard private ground, where disrespect is dealt with instantly." The guard's voice dripped with raw malice, making even me already heading inside halt and glance back. Instantly, the guard's expression flipped to a warm smile. "Did we disturb you, sir? We will get this sorted out right away." He then let out a single, piercing whistle. Right on cue, 3 or 4 men in dark suits stepped from the shadows, dragging the weeping, howling Gideon out of sight. "Master, please help," Gideon begged, reaching out toward Dr. Montgomery. But the doctor just whipped his sleeve away, cutting all ties on the spot. "I told you 1,000 times to stop being so reckless. But you never listen. You even dared to threaten your own teacher. Teaching you is impossible now. From this moment, you are entirely on your own." Gideon stared in complete horror. He could not believe his own master would betray him like this. But those who live in filth always end up drowning in it. I turned away. Let them play their game. My real target was crystal clear. That target was the Montgomery family, and the moment their leader stepped inside that grand hall, the real game would finally begin. Watching Gideon get dragged away like a sack of trash sent an icy shiver through the crowd. They had only heard whispers before about how terrifyingly deadly the Vanguard clan actually was. But seeing this with their own eyes made them fall in line instantly, barely daring to breathe. Only Dr. Montgomery looked completely furious. Anywhere else, he would have never tolerated such a massive insult, letting his star pupil be hauled off like that. But this was Vanguard territory, the rulers of this entire city. He swallowed his bitter pride, quickly forcing a calm look. Beatrice kept muttering, asking how those guards could not distinguish real from fake. Julian was losing his mind with impatience. Where did the guy even get that pass? His mother's head was clearly empty. The pass was obviously genuine. Otherwise, those sharp-eyed Vanguard guards would have never let him walk right past them. Beatrice gasped in confusion. But Dr. Montgomery just let out a dark, mocking laugh. "Where else indeed? I actually had someone deliver it to her." "You did?" Julian asked, completely stunned and lost. "Our family received 3 invitations. I meant to send her a fake one just to crush her pride." Gideon must have swapped the envelopes, giving her the real deal. Beatrice was practically green with envy at her luck. "If only you had given that extra spot to me." Dr. Montgomery snapped, saying he was taking her in anyway. He marched proudly up to the guards, presenting his ticket with absolute arrogance. They checked it, then stepped aside. Dr. Montgomery finally felt like he got his pride back, until Beatrice started screaming in a total panic. "They are not letting me inside." Dr. Montgomery spun around, glaring daggers at the guards blocking her way. "What is going on here?" The guard replied flatly, stating that one doctor can only bring one guest. "You must pick one." Dr. Montgomery completely lost it. "Choose one. How on earth do I make that choice? This is purely embarrassing." Julian, reading the room fast, offered to wait outside while his mother went inside with the doctor. Beatrice turned bright red. "What nonsense. You must go in so Miss Serafina sees you and falls madly in love with you." Nobody else heard this whisper, but the two guards at the door had incredibly sharp ears. "Oh man, get a load of this drama." The guards shared a totally disgusted look. What was this insane lady even talking about? They were practically rolling their eyes out of their sockets. Dr. Montgomery could not stand this public humiliation any longer. "Hurry up and pick. Whoever is coming, move it." What an absolute pair of dead weights. If he did not need the heavenly heart herb, he would have never brought these fools. Julian bit his lip, looking like a sad, delicate victim. Beatrice waved him on. "Go, my sweet baby." She stood there staring at the doors long after they vanished. A newly arrived group found her blocking the path and glared at her. "Get lost if you do not have a pass." Beatrice, completely used to luxury, felt public humiliation for the very first time. Quickly, stepping aside, her mind burned with rage over the invitation Dr. Montgomery accidentally threw away. She gritted her teeth. A wild pig cannot appreciate fine bran. How did that wretched brat end up getting such a massive advantage? Meanwhile, inside the manor's inner hall, silhouettes moved gracefully. The entire interior design practically screamed high-class French elegance. The walls were literally inlaid with real blooming roses. As for the tea sets, they were crafted from top-tier white porcelain. As every renowned doctor entered, their lineage got formally announced. Until I walked in, hearing the Serenity Clinic announced made those snobbish doctors stop talking. They turned to stare, their eyes filled with some pretty complicated emotions. It wasn't as openly aggressive as the mob outside. Still, the quiet disdain from their gazes felt very real. Absolutely no one stepped forward to talk to me. Even the low-profile doctors silently backed away, treating me like some kind of plague. It was a complete contrast to Dr. Montgomery, who entered soon after. He stepped inside. Instantly, he became the center of attention. Half the entire room swarmed him, cheering that Dr. Montgomery had arrived. "Welcome, welcome." Dr. Montgomery navigated the crowd smoothly, smiling with refined elegance. This was his true domain. That little humiliation outside meant absolutely nothing now. He walked proudly forward with Julian by his side. Passing by, he treated me like I was completely invisible. It was glaringly obvious that my medical peers completely despised me. Everyone was aggressively going out of their way to pretend I did not exist. But check this out, just as I casually found an empty seat and went to sit, a frantic voice suddenly rushed past my ear. "Is it you?" he asked. "The guy I'm supposed to find?" This guy was dressed incredibly fashionably, with pale skin and exceptionally striking looks. Bright red headphones hung around his neck. Honestly, he did not look like a doctor at all, looking way more like some underground rapper. Plopping down aggressively in the seat right next to me, his mouth ran a mile a minute, complaining that his old man always gave him garbage assignments. Apparently he was told to watch his grandpa's friend's grandson. But did he look like a guy who knew how to take care of anyone? Scanning me up and down with eyes burning like torches, he whispered, "Bro, you dropped a massive bomb today by actually reporting the clinic's name." When I stared silently at his face with a pretty intense look, Leo, the young heir of the Lancaster family, instantly widened his eyes like saucers. Why did the tone this guy used to say my name sound exactly like my boss? An illusion, he thought. It must be a terrifying illusion. Leo checked his phone rapidly, but his boss never mentioned coming here. Their chat history still ended on that brutally cold rejection message from earlier. Shaking his head violently, Leo made a frantic shushing gesture, warning me to keep quiet and asking if Grandma Ye had warned me beforehand. He told me to never mention her name, and just blend in behind him. I only looked back with a pretty careless, amused expression. Leo still did not grasp the terrifying truth in my eyes as two other teenagers trailing him quickly squeezed in, asking who I was. That was Caspian Cloud, the youngest grandson of the Cloud family. When Leo shrugged and called me his little brother, Caspian just laughed brightly. He declared that since I was Leo's little brother, we were brothers now, promising to take me to a wild afterparty later on. The other teenager violently shoved him aside, introducing himself as Thor Axelthorn, a guy whose favorite hobbies were wild clubbing and racing fast motorcycles. Telling them both to get lost, Leo grabbed his two best friends by their collars, begging them to keep a low profile since everyone was staring. Caspian did not care, joking that the seminar was just full of ancient dusty fossils when he could not even identify a single medicinal herb. He had no clue why his grandfather dragged a useless trash like him here. Honestly, I had already heard some crazy rumors about these guys. You have to laugh at these guys. They are the infamous show-off squad of Southbridge elite families, clubbing, racing, and completely, hilariously incompetent. But meeting them in person, I was pretty surprised by their blatant honesty. Finding people who so cheerfully admit to being trash is rare. We are an incredibly rare breed nowadays. Julian also noticed the noisy commotion in our corner, whispering softly into Dr. Montgomery's ear. Master, the Lancaster, Cloud, and Thorn families seem pretty friendly with that guy. Like they actually intend to back him up. Just a flock of useless rich kid failures. Dr. Montgomery gently patted Julian's hand, whispering his analysis about the Cloud and Thorn families. All the truly successful members of those families are sitting right here with us. Look over there. The one sipping tea is Zephyr Cloud. He is a top-tier cardiologist, and as for the best-looking one from the Thorn family, you already know Rosalind. I hear she has a crush on you. Julian smiled modestly, asking his master not to tease him since they were just classmates. Though she had not taken her eyes off him all day, Dr. Montgomery put on the knowing smile of an experienced elder, noting that his disciple had countless admirers. As for the Lancaster family, they are not even worth mentioning. Back at the hospital, they openly sided with that wretched brat when we got blacklisted by the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. In fact, they celebrated the loudest. That pavilion might be powerful, but I hold the cure to Miss Seraphina's illness right here. Everyone knows how to read the room and pick the winning side. Just look at the other families versus the Lancasters. They have fallen so low that they are literally making friends with Eleanor Yee's disciple now. Truly unpresentable garbage. Meanwhile, that unpresentable Leo Lancaster was currently hunched over, furiously filling out a registration form while chewing on his pen. He asked me for my alias so the four of us could form a team, planning to submit our names to the Vanguard family. Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow. Just as I prepared to officially drop my true identity, a highly obnoxious voice suddenly interrupted me. Talk about being a useless piece of trash trying to drag others down. That rude interruption came from none other than the fashionably late Gideon Montgomery himself. Gideon's arm was still completely useless and numb, all thanks to the kid sitting right in front of him. He glared at me, letting out a pretty cold, venomous snort. Calling the Lancaster family a total joke, he mocked us for dragging any stray dog into a high-end seminar. But Leo just stared back, showing absolutely zero care. Does that have anything to do with you? Leo asked. Gideon ignored him, turning to Axel Thorne to warn him not to play with fire, telling him to stop hanging out with complete failures and look at who I really am. But Axel always deeply hated Gideon's arrogant, punchable face. So he fired right back, shouting that he does not care about backgrounds when making friends. Gideon scoffed, calling him a complete idiot for that. It is one thing to be blind to herbs, but failing to recognize your own former brother-in-law is just sad. Gideon pointed a triumphant finger right at my face, announcing I was just a fake young master kicked out by the Ye family. Axel froze completely solid. Even Leo jerked his head up in shock. His grandpa definitely forgot to mention this crazy piece of drama. Suddenly, every single pair of eyes in the hall locked onto us. And trust me, that includes Rosalind Thorne, my former arranged fiancée. Before this, she was totally focused on staring at Julian, not noticing our corner until she saw my face. The hands resting on her lap clenched into tight fists. Wondering how a loser like me managed to sneak in, she fumed. Yet, right at the center of the storm, I remained pretty calm. I just lazily propped my chin up with one hand, keeping my usual careless posture. Around the hall, nasty whispers erupted like wildfire, as people pointed fingers. So that is the infamous fake young master representing the Serenity Clinic, they sneered. But others wondered aloud, noting they had never heard of any marriage contract between those two families. Someone whispered that was ages ago when Eleanor Ye was in power, and the Thorne family begged for it. Feeling the heat, Rosalind Thorne could not sit still. She stood up abruptly and marched straight toward me, demanding to know if she had not made things clear last time. Asking if I was completely incapable of understanding human speech. Hearing her, I did not even look up, just stretching my slightly stiff back. I casually shifted my sitting position. Rosalind's pretty face turned freezing cold, her eyes dripping with utter disdain as she gave her final warning. She loudly declared she would never ever like me, since her true fiancé is the real heir of the Ye family, not a dirt-poor mountain loser like myself. Her advice was to finally wake up and face reality, telling me to stop having delusional fantasies about marrying her. Instantly, the hall erupted into a deafening roar. Dr. Montgomery looked over at Julian, asking if they had not called me a distant relative. Julian bit his lip hard, acting like an innocent victim while claiming I adamantly refused to return to the countryside. He lied that I desperately wanted to keep pretending to be a young master of the Ye family, leaving them completely optionless. Calling me utterly shameless, Dr. Montgomery did not even bother investigating the family's blatant lies. To him, this was the absolute perfect setup to crush a wretched brat. Getting publicly rejected by a woman in front of everyone. How could I possibly have the face to go on? Smiling broadly, Dr. Montgomery assured Julian that he was the only true young master of the Ye family. Noting that even Rosalind only acknowledged him, Julian listened with a conflicted look, though he secretly had a massive crush on her. Coming today was mostly to see her, since she was his greatest weakness. But then, a nearby junior chimed in with some gossip. He remembered that useless idiot used to run over to their capital medical campus every single day just to catch a glimpse of her. Another agreed, laughing at how a vocational dropout actually thought he was worthy of her, calling it a classic toad chasing a swan. With his fake identity exposed, they wondered if he was going to drop to his knees and beg for her love this time. Right as the crowd was laughing hysterically, a sharp clack echoed through the room. I effortlessly picked up my heavy wooden chair with one hand, moving it away while asking where this incredibly noisy, ugly woman even came from. And just like that, the entire room goes completely dead silent. Rosalind Thorne's face twisted in absolute disbelief, her lips trembling violently. She shrieked, asking what I just said. I let out a lazy smirk, asking if she heard me, or if she needed her ears checked. Rosalind's chest heaved violently as she practically started hyperventilating. Everyone's face in the room completely changed color, but Julian looked especially horrified by my reaction. Julian's brows knitted together tightly. He kept wondering what was going on, since I supposedly loved Rosalind more than anything. He had personally seen me act so desperate for Rosalind that I would practically die for her. Why was I suddenly acting so cold? Julian took a deep breath, while Rosalind stood frozen like a thoroughly humiliated clown stuck on center stage. She screamed my name, asking if I forgot begging on my knees just for her attention. Well, men in love usually have zero rationality. But as for what the actual truth is, heaven knows, earth knows, and we both know. A voice in the crowd yelled that I was just a creep stalking her. But hearing me mention the truth made Rosalind's face instantly turn completely white. Horrified that I might expose some highly damaging secrets, she instantly put on a fake, generous front. She sighed, saying she would not stoop to my level since my life was already miserable enough after getting kicked out of the Ye family. Spitting those words, she refused to look at me for another second, and practically ran back to her seat. Her whole posture screamed that she was running away in total defeat. Dr. Montgomery wanted to enjoy a good show, but this result was highly disappointing, so he hurriedly stepped up to take charge. Rosalind is a beloved junior to both our Montgomery and Thorne families. Her beauty and brains are absolutely top tier. I seriously have no clue where this kid got the sheer audacity to look down on our Rosalind. That single line instantly made me public enemy number one for both the Montgomery and Thorne families. The head of the Thorne family was Axel's uncle, Arthur Thorne. He was incredibly calm. Sitting way up in the VIP section, he did not say a single word to me directly. He just lowered his head, took a slow sip of tea, and shot a deadly glare at Axel. Get over here right now. Axel desperately wanted to stay with Leo in our group, but his situation was just too awkward now. He had no choice. He had to retreat into the corner. The regular doctors and scholars could easily see this Thorne family move was a straight-up declaration of war. That kid is going to get absolutely crushed at the medical seminar. Leo stared over at me. The guy who just offended two massive noble families at once. His brain was literally melting. Bro, are you actually insane? I casually took a bite of fruit, keeping my tone incredibly light. They are just two greedy, profit-driven merchants. Why should I be afraid of them? Profit-driven merchants? Do you even know their actual status in the medical world? Wait a minute. Why does that exact phrasing sound so incredibly familiar? Leo scratched his head aggressively. He felt pretty sure he had heard that exact description somewhere before. I reached over and patted his messy, spiky hair. Not gonna lie, his head has a pretty nice texture. If you cannot remember, do not force it. You and Caspian get ready. Get ready for what? Caspian was totally zoned out. I mean, can you blame him? Today's gossip was just dropping too fast. I grabbed my black backpack and slowly stood up from the wooden chair. My voice turned icy cold. We are going to crush this entire room and take first place. What? Caspian's face was a massive question mark. Leo wanted to speak, but from the grand staircase above, a deep, powerful laugh suddenly echoed through the hall. Thank you all so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend. I, Lyra, am deeply grateful. Lyra Vanguard, dressed in a stunning, pitch-black outfit, slowly descended the stairs, raising her eyes to scan the crowded hall. Her aura was overwhelmingly dominant. Leo immediately sucked in a sharp breath. It has been so many years, why is she still so terrifyingly fierce? I just raised an eyebrow. You know her? She is the eldest daughter of the Vanguard family, served in the military, and now I think she runs their massive business empire. Leo added another frantic warning. Do not act reckless in front of her. She can literally punch you into orbit. Lyra possessed a striking, heroic beauty. Her features were deep and commanding. Absolutely gorgeous. It was highly obvious that despite her fierce, martial aura, her upbringing was totally top tier. The Vanguard family has prepared a small token of appreciation for everyone. With that, she clapped her hands once. Beside every single seat, a mechanical compartment smoothly slid up, revealing an exquisite gift box. Inside were premium ginseng, deer antler, rare cordyceps, fungus, and thick stacks of cold cash. Lyra scanned the room. Most people acted way too cautious, afraid to even touch the boxes. Even the Montgomery and Thorne families put on a fake, hypocritical show of being totally above material wealth. This left Lyra feeling pretty disappointed, so the four great families of Southbridge are just a bunch of two-faced hypocrites. Lyra had survived the brutal business world for years. To her, there was only one real truth: absolutely nobody dislikes money, and if they do, you just did not offer enough. Just as she got bored and looked away, she spotted me casually stuffing that premium cordyceps straight into my black backpack. Lyra smiled. This young gentleman seems to be quite fond of the Vanguard family's little gift. Just like that, I was back in the absolute spotlight. Look at those elite family members glaring with pure disgust. You can practically feel their hatred. Dr. Montgomery shook his head dramatically. Truly unpresentable trash. Lyra saw everyone totally misunderstood her and was just about to explain. But I spoke up first, my voice ringing out clear. Yes, the quality of these gifts from the Vanguard family is exceptionally high. Gideon laughed like he'd just heard a hilarious comedy routine. Everyone knows the Vanguards provide top-tier items, but nobody is desperate and greedy enough to snatch them like you. The others quickly chimed in to mock me, but my fingers just tapped methodically against the gift box, and I dropped an absolute bombshell. Sometimes I seriously suspect the Montgomery family actually knows absolutely nothing about medicine. You arrogant, wet-behind-the-ears brat, Gideon exploded in rage. You have provoked the Montgomery family time and again, and we tolerated it, but today I will absolutely not let you off. My gaze turned lethally cold. You are a piece of trash whose arm I permanently disabled. How exactly do you plan to stop me? Gideon looked ready to charge straight at me. Dr. Montgomery violently slammed his hand down on the table, calling me a wretched brat. I do not care what your background is to insult us so brazenly. If you do not provide a perfect explanation right now, I, Dr. Montgomery, will personally crush you. Leo desperately tugged at my sleeve, pleading with me. Bro, you are going way too hard. I cannot protect you from this. An explanation? I remained completely unfazed, my eyes darkening into a pitch-black abyss. What exactly was I just packing away? Gideon sneered immediately, answering without a second thought. Cordyceps, do not tell me you do not even know what winterworm summer herb is. Dr. Montgomery suddenly realized something horrifying and desperately tried to shut him up, but it was already too late. A mocking smirk curled onto my lips. Spot on. It is cordyceps. Storing cordyceps correctly means keeping them far away from harsh light, and the temperature cannot go over 20 degrees Celsius or 68 Fahrenheit. Right now, this room is 24 degrees with intense ultraviolet lights beaming down. I packed them away specifically to shield their crucial medical power. Is it actually possible the great Montgomery family does not even know this basic, elementary medical fact? The second those words dropped, the entire hall erupted in absolute shock. Gideon tried to sneer, calling it nothing but blind nonsense. But before he could even finish, he was cut off as Dr. Montgomery screamed for Gideon to shut his mouth, nearly popping a blood vessel. Gideon froze, dead silent. He glanced at his uncle's horrified face, then at the heavy, judging stares locking onto them from every corner. Pure panic. It flooded his face instantly. Was it actually possible this annoying kid was telling the absolute truth? Old Master Cloud, the ultimate patriarch of the Cloud family, spoke up, praising the kid's pretty incredible natural intuition for identifying rare herbs, just like his teacher Eleanor Ye. The patriarch had been sitting hunched over in a corner this whole time, eyes half closed, looking totally harmless. He opened one eye, pointing a lecturing finger at his grandson Zephyr Cloud, telling him to learn. Zephyr maintained an incredibly humble, perfectly elegant posture. Zephyr agreed politely, but Arthur Thorne acted completely unfazed, claiming old Cloud was exaggerating, and the kid just found a quick loophole. Gideon grabbed that excuse like a lifeline, arguing he just did not think about it in that specific way, and calling the kid a trickster. Arthur Thorne's smooth comment was meant to gracefully sweep this whole embarrassment under the rug. But watch how Gideon completely ruins his own escape route, showing everyone how incredibly stupid he really is. The crowd can barely hold back their laughter. Dr. Montgomery wished he could run over and literally superglue his nephew's mouth shut. But Gideon still did not realize his colossal mistake. Hearing the quiet giggles, he snapped, shooting a furious glare around the room and demanding that whoever was laughing do it right to his face. Me? Lyra Vanguard lazily raised her hand, her commanding presence absolutely massive. Gideon froze right up. A member of the elite Vanguard family? To everyone's sheer shock, Lyra did not even give him a second glance. Instead, she walked right past him to stand directly in front of me. She announced her family prepared these gifts for everyone to enjoy, admitting she genuinely thought the guests here looked down on the Vanguard family's offerings. The moment she said that, everyone in the crowd desperately wanted to speak up and explain themselves. Lyra held up a hand for silence, saying it did not matter as long as someone appreciated them, and openly thanked me for teaching her how to store cordyceps. Staying completely calm, I told her she was being far too polite. I told her it was just a doctor's basic instinct. Lyra smiled, clearly loving my bold attitude, before addressing the entire gathered crowd. First, she announced they were here for a massive medical exchange, and second, to treat her chronically ill third sister. Tapping the table lightly, she declared it was time to stop delaying and let everyone prove their actual skills in the medical rooms. Her family had set up 3 unique patients, each struggling with completely different, highly complex illnesses. Everyone had to go up to the second floor based on their group numbers to diagnose the patients, leaving some wondering why they weren't treating the third miss directly. Rosalind Thorne frowned deeply, questioning why they were seeing random people. Lyra shot her a freezing, entirely indifferent glare. Did she honestly think just anyone could demand to see her sister? Rosalind had never been treated with such blatant disrespect before. Her face turned completely pale. Lyra smiled again, explaining her sister has incredibly high standards and germophobia, meaning she only tolerates looking at highly pleasing things. She asked everyone to bear with it. Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow. This third sister is definitely quite an interesting character. With a wave of Lyra's hand, hidden doors silently slid open inside the Grand Manor, revealing a row of high-tech medical rooms. The doctors had to examine the patients in their set groups, and Dr. Montgomery was the absolute first to move. Believe me, this guy was practically vibrating with excitement to show off his family's medical power and crush our main character once and for all. It quickly became obvious that the patients they brought in were almost impossible to diagnose. Every single group that went in came back out, looking totally stressed and exhausted, taking an incredibly long time to finish. Only the Montgomery and Thorne families walked out smiling. Even the genius Zephyr Cloud looked visibly exhausted, though he luckily managed to write a prescription. Many doctors could not even figure out the core illness, instantly whispering to each other the second they walked out. They looked just like students desperately comparing answers after a brutal final exam. Hearing all this advanced talk, Caspian was getting seriously panicked. He begged me to skip it, admitting he and Leo were utterly hopeless when it came to actual medical skills. I simply told them to follow me, grabbed my medical kit, and stood up the exact moment our number was called. Caspian clung to the doorframe, refusing to let go while begging me to find someone else because he had zero clue what to do. Frowning, I just raised my leg and literally kicked him inside. The second he stumbled in, Caspian collapsed on the floor, frantically flipping through textbooks like a madman. Meanwhile, I already had the final diagnosis: damp heat causing a severe blockage in his meridian pulses. Writing down my notes, I looked up and asked the patient if he was afraid of needles. He shook his head, so I stabilized his fingertip with one hand. With my other hand, I executed a rapid, flawless bloodletting acupuncture strike. Before Caspian could even process what just went down, I had already cleanly pulled the needle back out. Witnessing this, Caspian and Leo's jaws literally hit the floor. But they weren't shocked by my technique. No, they were shocked because the patient actually looked completely cured. His face instantly flushed with healthy color as he profusely thanked me. Turning to the final challenge, I placed my fingertips on the wrist of the third patient, who was hidden behind a thick cloth curtain. This guy was coughing continuously, hacking away, and yet, his underlying breathing rhythm felt incredibly stable. His pulse beat thick and powerful, echoing strongly, with zero signs of abnormality. I closed my eyes as if falling into deep thought, trying to read his life force even clearer. So you say you suffer from headaches? I opened my eyes, looking toward the cloth curtain. The patient let out a couple of dramatic coughs, his voice slow and raspy. Yes, indeed, he groaned, saying he had no idea what was wrong with him. Ever since last month, his head just randomly erupted in agonizing pain. He claimed he had seen countless doctors, yet none of them could help. I simply smiled faintly, choosing not to ask a single further question. I just lowered my eyes and scribbled exactly 4 words onto the diagnosis sheet. Done. With that, I snapped my medical kit shut, making the patient raise a suspicious eyebrow. Is that it, young doctor? He scoffed, noting I had not even asked about his other symptoms besides the headaches. Making a reckless conclusion this fast is pretty absurd, he muttered. Dropping my pen back into the holder, I smiled faintly and told him he was completely fine, so no questions were needed. Caspian grabbed my arm in a total panic, begging me to examine the guy a bit longer since it had only been 5 minutes. But his panic was irrelevant. I raised my hand with effortless swagger, slamming the confirmation buzzer. Outside, The other doctors were still frantically comparing their clinical answers. Look at this crowd. Seeing us emerge this unbelievably fast, they all erupted into roaring laughter. Meanwhile, up on the seat of honor, Lyra Vanguard set down her cup and took the final results from her butler. Her voice rang out bright and commanding, announcing that the exam was over. She held up the results, calling for Professor Montgomery. The older doctor stood up proudly, wearing a triumphant smirk he could not even begin to suppress. Walking past, he deliberately shot me a highly arrogant, condescending glare. But I just sat there in my original spot, completely unbothered. My gaze remained cool and indifferent. I did not even have the time to give him a sideways glance. Too busy looking down at my phone to type a message. Caspian completely lost his mind, whispering how I could possibly be playing on my phone when they were absolutely guaranteed to finish dead last. I swiftly turned off my screen, asking with playful amusement if he really thought so. Poor Caspian was literally dying of anxiety. Caspian pointed out that the Montgomery and Thorne families had already walked up, flanking Lyra Vanguard with Dr. Montgomery on one side and Arthur Thorne on the other. Everyone expected this and prepared to applaud. But as they did, Lyra spoke up, declaring that the medical expertise of both the Montgomery and Thorne families was equally matched. Both had been exceptionally meticulous with their patients, correctly identifying damp heat in the first and an internal organ deficiency in the second. Both esteemed doctors prescribed the perfectly correct medications. However, regarding the third patient, both of their prescriptions were highly inaccurate, leaving them tied for second place. Dr. Montgomery's triumphant smile instantly froze solid. Arthur Thorne's expression also turned incredibly ugly, while the crowd stood utterly dumbfounded. The two legendary medical families, tied for second? So who on earth actually took first? Lyra did not keep them waiting. Instead, she walked right over to stand in front of me, smiling brilliantly. "Young Mr. Finnick," she asked, "could you explain this highly unique prescription you have written?" She unfolded the slip of paper, revealing 4 large, elegantly scrolled words. "Drink more warm water." Seeing this, the entire hall instantly erupted in outrage. What kind of garbage prescription is that? Some mocked, asking what on earth Alelinar Ye had been teaching me. They yelled that this was an absolute disgrace. Seeing the chaos, Lyra frowned and decided to stop the suspense, calling for silence so she could announce the first place winner. "You will not believe this, but first place in the consultation goes to the Serenity Clinic." Instantly, the entire grand hall fell into a deathly, stunned silence. Everyone's eyes widened in absolute disbelief. The Backwater Serenity Clinic in first place? How is that even remotely possible? Arthur Thorne's face changed colors drastically, while Dr. Montgomery completely lost control and violently snatched the results slip from Lyra's hands. The name written at the very top was indeed the Serenity Clinic. Seeing this, Julian's fake smile completely vanished into thin air. Julian wondered how his country bumpkin brother could possibly know real medicine. Suddenly, every single pair of eyes in the room locked onto me, Leo, and Caspian Cloud. How could Dr. Montgomery tolerate the humiliation of losing to some unknown, wild brat right in front of the entire medical community? Clenching the paper until his knuckles turned white, he stabilized his breath and spoke up, claiming that although he shouldn't question the employer, as an elder, he was profoundly curious. He openly questioned what kind of grading criteria could possibly award first place to our trio. Once the proud Montgomery family spoke up, the rest of the crowd found the courage to voice their doubts. How could we possibly be first? Caspian Cloud literally scores dead last in every single test, and Leo Lancaster is an even worse failure. What exactly did these losers rely on to take first place? Lyra raised an eyebrow, noting that everyone seemed highly dissatisfied. Arthur Thorne quickly chimed in, claiming they naturally trusted the Vanguard family completely. Arthur Thorne shot a piercing glare at me, adding that no matter how perfect a system is, some people will always find a loophole to exploit. He challenged us to explain our medical reasoning out loud, letting everyone here collectively judge who truly deserved to be ranked number 1. Exactly. Jonian screamed louder than anyone else, but Old Master Cloud voiced his pretty strong disapproval. "Don't be a sore loser, Old Thorne." "How are we being sore losers?" Arthur Thorne aggressively tapped the prescription written by the Serenity Clinic group. "Drinking warm water to treat illness?" Instantly, a massive uproar erupted as Arthur Thorne ignored everyone else to focus on his target. Instead, he aimed directly at the useless failure of the Cloud family, demanding Caspian tell them the medical reasoning behind writing this absurd prescription. Caspian opened and closed his mouth like a goldfish, stammering that he did not write it, making Arthur Thorne sneer mockingly. "See, ask him one question and he knows absolutely nothing." At this exact moment, I finally spoke up, announcing I wrote it based on Dr. Leo's diagnosis. As our deeply experienced, highly skilled leader, he walked in for less than 2 minutes and instantly deduced that the third patient was actually completely faking their illness. Faking it? Eyes popped, as someone screamed that it was absolutely, completely impossible. His temperature was clearly elevated, with visible abnormalities on his tongue. But I countered that there are a million ways to fake a high body temperature. For instance, keeping a cup of hot water nearby and dipping the thermometer in before showing it. I spoke with slow, highly methodical precision. Isn't that right, Dr. Leo? Suddenly, the cloth curtain of the consultation room was violently yanked wide open. Old Master Vanguard, leaning heavily on his dragon head cane, strode powerfully out. His booming voice vibrated through everyone's chests, calling me quite genuinely fascinating. Grandpa Lyra immediately stepped forward. The men in black suits instantly formed two perfectly straight lines on either side of the elderly man, standing like imposing statues. To make his fake illness look authentic, the old man even had a medical bandage wrapped around his head, which he now aggressively ripped off and threw away. He shot me a deeply meaningful look, then turned to face the absolutely stunned crowd. That intense debate everyone was just having? He announced he heard every single word of it clearly from inside the room. Standing tall and unyielding like an ancient pine, his fierce eyes locked onto them. Old Master Vanguard personally delivered the final verdict, declaring Serenity Clinic the undisputed first-place winner. Who on earth would dare to object now? Suddenly, Arthur Thorne went completely silent, despite just demanding a detailed explanation. Dr. Montgomery's face was plastered with a desperate, deeply ingratiating smile as he stammered they had absolutely no idea it was him. Out of all you young and old friends here, indeed, not a single person figured it out. Old Master Vanguard leaned on his cane, his tone dripping with cold detachment. Dr. Montgomery's face flushed with extreme embarrassment, and the others were not doing any better. They all desperately wished they could dig a hole and bury themselves alive. Seriously, who could have predicted the ultimate patriarch of the family was pulling an acting masterclass right here? This went way beyond actual medical skills. No, I absolutely cannot let that guy stand out and steal all the glory here. Dr. Montgomery was visibly panicking. If Julian hadn't been standing right beside him to subtly whisper a reminder, Dr. Montgomery would have completely forgotten that he still held his ultimate trump card, the Heavenly Heart Herb. Calling out to Old Master Vanguard at the top of his lungs, Dr. Montgomery mentioned hearing that Miss Vanguard has been plagued by a chronic, highly debilitating illness and desperately needs a specific miracle herb. Today, I have brought it directly to you. The exact, specific herb the Vanguard family has been desperately searching for. Could it really be? The eyes of everyone in the crowd instantly lit up with blazing curiosity. Old Master Vanguard turned his head to look, signaling his bodyguards to retrieve it, as Dr. Montgomery dramatically opened his wooden brocade box to proudly present the item, the Heavenly Heart Herb. The Montgomery family actually managed to find a real Heavenly Heart Herb. Can you believe the last time this herb appeared was a full decade ago? This specific medicinal plant is just incredibly, absurdly rare. It was originally cultivated by the founding ancestor of the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. Legend had it that consuming it could neutralize 100 poisons and cure 100 diseases. Forget everyone else in the room. Even Old Master Vanguard showed a clear flicker of visible emotion. Lately, the Vanguard family had been continuously trying to contact the Heavenly Medical Pavilion, just to obtain a single stalk of this legendary Heavenly Heart Herb. The pavilion finally responded, offering it at an astronomical price. The Vanguard family had infinite money, but what they severely lacked was precious time. His absolutely beloved granddaughter was rapidly running out of precious time, a grim reality that very few people actually knew. Old Master Vanguard's gaze locked onto the box, yet his face remained perfectly stoic, telling Dr. Montgomery he truly lives up to his towering reputation. State your conditions. The exact moment those words were spoken, the entire crowd erupted in jealous awe. Dr. Montgomery basked in the glorious, worshipful stares of everyone around him, putting on a fake display of lofty virtue, claiming a healer's heart is always pure benevolence. Regarding Miss Vanguard's illness, the Montgomery family requested to be the primary attending physicians. Old Master Vanguard gently rubbed the dragon head of his cane. His granddaughter had already personally selected her attending physician and had explicitly informed him of this. She declared she would refuse treatment from anyone except the young miracle doctor, but the Montgomery family held the Heavenly Heart Herb. Just as Old Master Vanguard was lost in deep, conflicted thought, I suddenly let out a soft, mocking laugh, asking if I needed to jog their memory. How did you get your filthy hands on that stalk of Heavenly Heart Herb anyway? Dr. Montgomery was genuinely, utterly sick of this brat ruining his plans. Gideon's eyes erupted with explosive fury, demanding that if I am so tough, why don't I pull out a Heavenly Heart Herb? If I really wanted a Heavenly Heart Herb, I could easily just plant a seed and grow one whenever I pleased. But honestly, there was absolutely no need to flex that hard right now. I marched directly toward Dr. Montgomery. My own grandma gave birth to an unfilial traitor of a son, who acted like a lapdog for outsiders just to rob his family of their sacred herb. That was her own tragic karma, and she explicitly warned me to let it go. But today, on behalf of every innocent patient, I want to ask the Montgomery family one simple question. When you sleep at night, are you seriously not haunted by nightmares? What the hell do you mean by that? Gideon charged straight at me, looking ready to throw hands, only to be effortlessly blocked by a Vanguard bodyguard with a single raised arm. Sir, violence is strictly prohibited on Vanguard property. Old Master Vanguard stood perfectly still in the dead center of the room, completely silent, his heavy, oppressive gaze locked onto the unfolding chaos. Dr. Montgomery knew he could not afford to keep fighting over these minor issues. If he annoyed the powerful Vanguard family any further, absolutely no one was getting out of this clean. Old Master Vanguard, I swear on our century-old family honor, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this heavenly heart herb, doctor. Montgomery's face was thicker than a concrete wall, and he tightly grabbed Julian's arm. This is a gift that I and my most prized disciple are collectively dedicating to the Vanguard family, exclusively to treat the young miss. Hearing this, the crowd finally connected the dots. Leo instantly understood my actions, bro. No wonder you were acting so hardcore today. Turns out it was all to get justice for Grandma. Yeah, but not entirely. I remained silent, simply lowering my eyes to check the time on my phone screen, while Caspian shook his head. But think about it, that herb is just way too insanely rare. Even if the Vanguards know the shady backstory, they probably still won't reject this offer. Exactly. Who could possibly reject a miraculous, god-tier herb that cures all diseases? Especially for the Vanguard family's dying third miss, who already has one foot in the grave. The deep-rooted desire to survive is a fundamental instinct after all. Under the watchful eyes of the entire crowd, Old Master Vanguard reached out and lifted the heavy wooden box. Everyone stared with intense, burning envy. But just as they were about to preemptively congratulate Dr. Montgomery, they heard Old Master Vanguard speak in a low, rumbling voice. While my Vanguard family may not be saints, we are absolutely incapable of stealing someone else's beloved treasures. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is decreed by heaven. This heavenly heart herb is indeed a rare treasure, but my family absolutely will not accept this medicine. What? In an instant, everyone whipped their heads toward Old Master Vanguard, and yes, that included me as well. I raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise, my eyes taking on a completely different, deep meaning. Old Master Vanguard placed the box back down and raised his hand high. Instantly, on the massive digital wall behind him, 2 words materialized, only 2 words, no more, no less. Honestly, they say handwriting reflects a person's soul. And these words were so incredibly cold and indifferent. If my guess was correct, this was the direct order of the Vanguard family's third miss. Exactly as expected, Old Master Vanguard burst into booming laughter, his voice vibrating with immense power. It seems my granddaughter and I share the exact same answer, leaving Dr. Montgomery completely dumbfounded. He never in his wildest dreams expected this outcome. Logically, as long as he presented the herb, the Vanguard family should have treated him like absolute royalty. Just because the origins were a bit shady, they completely rejected it. Dr. Montgomery took a massive, shuddering breath. The collective stares of the crowd felt like invisible, stinging slaps to his face, and then there was a deafening crash. Suddenly, the massive double doors of the inner hall were violently kicked open, and a highly coordinated squad of plainclothes federal agents rushed in, looking like a classified Black Ops mission. They swarmed the room and slammed Dr. Montgomery and Gideon face first onto the cold marble floor. Their movements were terrifyingly fast, surgical, clean, and brutally aggressive. Gideon screamed at the top of his lungs, "Who the hell are you people? Do you know who you are messing with? How dare you touch the Montgomery family?" The team leader simply raised his hand, flashing a highly classified federal badge, Supreme Strike Force. Instantly, the crowd was horrified, wondering why on earth they were here. Old Master Vanguard slightly raised an eyebrow but did not say a single word. His eyes, brimming with ancient wisdom, quietly observing the entire chaotic scene unfold as Gideon desperately struggled back to his feet, yelling that he did not care who they were. "Do you know who backs our family?" Bam! The agent violently slammed his face back into the hard floor. Dr. Montgomery's face turned dead white, and he spread his hands in a panic, claiming it was all a massive misunderstanding. "Officer, I have Secretary Chang's direct number right here." But the team leader brutally cut him off, stating that Chang had already fully confessed. "Your Montgomery family shows absolute contempt for human life, using your positions as doctors to traffic human organs, engaging in massive bribery and corruption, forcing patients who did not need surgery to undergo heart extractions. Furthermore, you have engaged in widespread academic fraud, framed your own colleagues, and run predatory marketing schemes disguised as teaching disciples. Your list of atrocities is endless. Honestly, coming here to arrest you today, I feel like we are years too late. Take them all away, he ordered, leaving Dr. Montgomery stunned and limp on the floor. Then he erupted into hysterical screams, refusing to believe Secretary Chang had fallen, while Gideon was so terrified he literally wet his pants. Wondering what to do next, the other aristocratic families stood completely paralyzed with shock, watching the madness unfold. The team leader had zero desire to look at them for another second, waving his hand with a grim expression as the Montgomery family members were led away. They were dragged out like slaughtered pigs. Even Julian, who was just standing right next to them, got caught in the crossfire and was violently yanked straight out of the inner hall. The whole mood inside the manor completely shattered. Nobody was even thinking about medical consultations anymore. Their hearts were completely consumed by sheer, blind panic. The sudden fall of the Montgomery family was like a bomb, sending terrifying shockwaves through the entire medical world. Especially the noble families, they were way too terrified to utter a single word. Some of the doctors without powerful backing started whispering. Would the prestigious Montgomery family actually perform unnecessary surgeries just to make quick money? Could there be some kind of huge misunderstanding here? Not a chance. Look at your phones right now. Nobody knew who uploaded the video, but in just 10 minutes, it had already spread like wildfire through every single street and alley in Southbridge. It wasn't just playing on massive screens in shopping malls or hospital waiting rooms. Even the ultra-secure network of this very manor had been completely hijacked. A damning video began projecting directly onto the massive wall. The clip showed an undeniable montage of Dr. Montgomery committing horrifying, illegal crimes throughout his entire career. It ended with a single chilling sentence flashing across a dark screen. Luck seems to have never favored the pathetic Montgomery family. How exactly do you plan to repay them for stealing their entire lives? Almost the exact second the video finished playing, it instantly rocketed to the absolute #1 trending spot on every major platform. Today's strike force raid was incredibly fast and unexpected. Nobody had any clue how they uncovered the Montgomery family's mountain of criminal evidence, and absolutely no one knew who was behind that viral, internet-shattering video. Even the strike force itself was actively trying to figure it out. Inside the manor, the strike force team leader walked over to Old Master Vanguard, noting how incredibly sudden this entire raid was. He hoped the Old Master would forgive any disturbance to the venue, but Old Master Vanguard just smiled warmly. "You are eliminating a massive evil and performing an extraordinary public service," he replied. "How could this ever be considered a disturbance?" The team leader shook his head. He admitted he never imagined a small place like Southbridge would dare to harbor such horrifying atrocities, treating human lives like mere grass. Old Master Vanguard's gaze swept across the trembling elite families in the hall. "It is indeed terrifying in hindsight," he agreed, while the team leader listened with deep respect. "You possess vast experience and have seen the world. Your glorious achievements are truly countless. Is there truly anything that can still terrify you? Healers without a shred of benevolence are the ultimate waking nightmare for any family," Vanguard replied. Old Master Vanguard's commanding aura remained completely undiminished. The team leader suddenly seemed to remember the young miss of the Vanguard family. Pausing slightly, he suggested that perhaps this medical seminar should be postponed, since the murky waters of Southbridge were still far from settled. His warning was subtle but clear. Old Master Vanguard understood exactly what he meant, his facial expression remaining perfectly calm. Once the strike force team departed, Old Master Vanguard pondered for a brief moment. Finally, he smiled and told the crowd they had all witnessed the situation. "Today is highly unsuitable for medical consultations, so we shall continue this seminar on another day." After witnessing such a catastrophic event, absolutely nobody had the energy to treat patients. But regarding today's massive raid, the current head of the Vanguard family, Serafina, actually knew about it in advance. Otherwise, the entire operation wouldn't have gone so flawlessly smooth. The strike force crew even made sure to personally thank her. Serafina, dressed in a sharp, impeccably tailored suit, stood in the glass conservatory at the absolute peak of the manor, looking down over the sprawling estate. She told team leader Yuan there was no need to be polite, admitting the Vanguard family's security isn't perfectly impenetrable either. Their systems were also hijacked, and she claimed her staff was simply incompetent. But team leader Yuan was a highly seasoned veteran. He knew the whistleblower this time had an incredibly powerful background, with utterly ruthless methods and absolute mastery over network intrusion. They had already contacted the Red Hacker Alliance to see if they could track this genius down, since even the strike force team couldn't trace who did it. "Look at that smile." Serafina slowly rolled the blood-red prayer beads, whispering how fascinating this whole situation had become. Once the strike force team left, the conservatory door was pushed open. Old Master Vanguard, dressed in his classic Tang suit, appeared in the doorway, huffing with his beard blowing high in the air. He grumbled that he knew she was involved, but she softly replied that nothing ever escapes his all-seeing eyes. Serafina walked over to support the old man, laughing in a soft, husky tone. Old Master Vanguard just curled his lip, telling her to stop acting so obedient. He warned her about her own fragile health, but she smiled, telling him to let go if it was exhausting, as she had been regulating her health quite well these past 2 days. Serafina was naturally extremely sensitive to the cold. As she coughed lightly, the familiar itch in her throat suddenly reminded her of that special medicinal candy a certain someone had fed her that day. It seemed she really needed to find some free time to visit that little medical clinic again. It had been 3 days now. Who knew if that mysterious doctor even remembered her as a patient anymore? Meanwhile, outside the inner hall, I was dealing with Leo's frantic chattering with my eyes, while my hands were busy rapidly typing a message on the phone hidden inside my pocket. The message was incredibly brief, sent directly to Silas. It was just a single, urgent command: the Vanguard family is interfering, evacuate immediately. When Silas received the warning, he was still sitting by the side of the road, aggressively stuffing his mouth with hot pork buns until his cheeks looked like a chipmunk's. He immediately executed a flawless digital wipe. He didn't leave a single microscopic trace behind. Absolutely no one could have ever guessed that the terrifying mastermind who broke the internet and threw Southbridge into total panic actually looked like this at the exact same time. Meanwhile, in the grand reception hall, the wealthy housewives of Southbridge kept gossiping. Beatrice had clearly become the absolute center of attention. Right, Montgomery's most prized new disciple, a wealthy housewife, showered her with endless praise. You really are incredible at raising kids. No comparison at all. Beatrice laughed smugly. Julian really doesn't require any effort from me. He goes to a top university in the capital city. The other women were practically dying of envy. But just as she was bragging, Julian suddenly stumbled out. Bodyguards firmly gripped his arms. His hair was a complete, messy disaster, and his pale face was painted with absolute, pure terror. Calling for his mom, Julian had tears welling up in his eyes. But seeing all the high society ladies staring, he quickly masked his panic. Beatrice immediately bolted upright, her voice rising shrill and deafening. Julian, what on earth happened to you? Why are you out here alone? Where is your master? Julian desperately grabbed her hand, lowering his voice to a frantic whisper. Mom, we have to go home. Right now. We will talk at home. Beatrice wasn't completely brainless. She immediately realized a massive disaster had just occurred. She turned to the wealthy housewives and lied through her teeth. This poor kid's chronic anemia is acting up. I must take him home immediately. The ladies exchanged highly skeptical looks. Anemia? Yeah. Right. Who is she trying to fool? He probably got brutally kicked out of the competition early. Julian was a total master at reading a room. He let his body go limp, collapsing straight into Beatrice's arms. Mom, I can't breathe. But don't worry, I didn't embarrass you. The consultations are completely over because something massive happened. There is no way they can continue. Honestly, you have to hand it to Julian. The kid really knows how to spin a disaster. Within less than 5 minutes, the grand doors of the inner hall swung open, and the famous doctors slowly, silently began to trickle out. Only then did the ladies stand up, totally ignoring the Yi family mother and son. Julian seized that perfect moment to grab his mother and bolt. Both of them were panting heavily, running the entire way back, because Julian absolutely refused to lose face in public. Beatrice's expensive makeup was completely ruined. What on earth happened? Once they were alone, Julian finally spoke in a trembling, quiet voice. The Montgomery family collapsed. Master got arrested. Will we be dragged into this? What? Beatrice nearly face-planted onto the hard pavement, screaming at the top of her lungs. How could Dr. Montgomery be arrested? Our family invested so much blood, sweat, and money into him. Just your father alone bribed him with over $1 million. We even stole that miserable old hag's heavenly hard herb for him. How could he possibly fall? Before Beatrice could even finish her screaming rant, Julian violently slammed a hand over her mouth. Mom, keep your voice down. Right now, everyone in Southbridge is desperately cutting ties with the Montgomery family. Consider that $1 million gone forever. Never mention it again. You are right. Absolutely right. We cannot be connected to the Montgomery family right now. Beatrice's eyes darted in pure panic, but watch how fast she starts plotting her family's escape route. The Yi family definitely didn't have the status to talk to Secretary Chang, but her maiden family was a different story entirely. Thank goodness her family was based in the capital, meaning there was always a way to dodge the fallout. Julian didn't notice her daydreaming. His mind was consumed by a completely different obsession. Mom, just how good are Grandma's medical skills anyway? Today, inside the inner hall, my brother looked like a completely different person. I've told you a million times he's not your brother. Beatrice couldn't stomach the fact that she once had a fake son like Finnick, her voice rising shrilly. Julian, you are still too young. You don't understand that when people become dirt poor, they'll use any desperate trick to cling to you like a leech. You say he changed? That is nothing but a pathetic act to scrape by. Julian furrowed his brow, but he genuinely knows medicine. Earlier, old Master Vanguard personally came out to validate him. Beatrice jerked back in shock. Did the Vanguard family choose him? Julian shook his head. No. He was grouped with the Lancaster family, and their young master really stood out. Beatrice let out a cruel, mocking laugh. Oh, so he just latched on to the Lancasters. I really underestimated that dirt-poor old hag. On her deathbed, she's actually cashing in on her old connections. Julian's eyes darted rapidly. So Grandma's skills are actually formidable, right? Beatrice sneered coldly. She treated a patient to death. Even if she has some skill, her reputation in this circle is completely and utterly destroyed. Only the Lancaster family would ever give her any face. Beatrice aggressively grabbed his hand. Don't you dare worry about him. Even with the Lancasters backing him, that trash will never amount to anything. Right now, our absolute top priority is to find a way back to the Vanguard family. Julian looked up. I actually have a plan. Beatrice's eyes instantly lit up. What is it? Julian looked away, appearing incredibly innocent. I deliberately left the heavenly heart herb behind at the Vanguard Manor. That way, I will have a perfect excuse to go back inside the manor later on. Mom, is it bad of me to do something like this? Oh, my precious, brilliant son. How could that ever be bad? You are so incredibly smart. Beatrice looked at Julian with overwhelming, toxic pride. How could that fake brat ever compare to you? Your IQs are not even in the same stratosphere. But hearing her bring up Finnick again, a lethal, venomous hatred flashed in Julian's eyes, hiding his true, dark thoughts. Beatrice had absolutely no clue why her beloved son cared so deeply about that fake brat. To keep him strictly focused on the Vanguard family, she spent all her energy ruthlessly degrading Finnick. But right as I was preparing to leave the manor with Leo and the others, several men in black suits from the Vanguard family politely stopped me in my tracks. Their attitude was incredibly polite, almost deeply reverent, asking me to wait because their miss wanted to invite me back inside their miss of all people. Caspian's eyes widened to the size of tennis balls in pure shock. Why would Miss Vanguard want him? Wait. Hold on, did they seriously just hear that correctly? The powerful Vanguard family's miss is actually seeking out a guy they all think is just some fake young master. The bodyguard stayed completely stoic, simply explaining that there was an item belonging to the Ye family that must be returned. Under the guidance of the bodyguard, I quickly arrived at a private study, where the guard pushed open the heavy oak door and asked me to step inside. Nobody was inside, and the quiet room felt incredibly elegant and empty, though a large broadcasting screen mounted on the wall caught my attention. It was showing a live feed of the inner hall, meaning just a moment ago, Miss Vanguard had been sitting right here, watching our every move in the inner hall like a hawk. Talk about terrifying methods, I couldn't help but let out a little smirk. The tea water was still quite warm, and an unfinished game of Go sat on the board, proving that the master of this room had been called away in a major hurry. I kept my cool and didn't make any sudden moves, simply looking down at the wooden box sitting right in the center of the table. Resting right on top of the wooden box sat a gold-stamped note. The elegant handwriting flowed beautifully, basically telling me to please take what belonged to me, take what is mine. A highly amused, playful spark lit up in my eyes, because I knew exactly what was inside that wooden box. It was the heavenly heart herb the Montgomery family had violently stolen. And they even left other gifts out for me, a premium black card, a rare deer antler, and a massive string of wild ginseng roots. I tilted my chin up slightly, staring straight into the security camera hidden in the corner. I just grabbed the wooden box and didn't even bother to touch anything else. But I did take a liking to the premium black tea she had brewed. I poured myself a cup and casually ate a piece of the osmanthus cake on the table. After doing medical consultations all day long, this was the perfect snack to line my stomach. As I ate, I grabbed a fountain pen and scribbled a quick reply onto the gold paper. Thanks for the warm hospitality. I only take what is mine. Also, the dessert was absolutely excellent. As a small repayment, I should warn Miss Vanguard that prolonged exposure to the scent of that medicine is highly toxic. With that, I took my box and walked right out. Right after I left, a slender silhouette stepped into the room. The bodyguard quickly walked over to greet her. The bodyguard reported that the guest only took the herb and absolutely nothing else. Serafina raised an eyebrow, so his name was Finnick. She walked deeper into the study, slipping off her prayer beads. Her deep eyes swept across the table. In a cold, flat voice, she noted he drank the tea. The bodyguard panicked instantly, stammering that they had not changed the sets yet. He promised to discard them immediately. Everyone knew she absolutely hated anyone touching her personal tea sets, meaning this was completely his fault. He never imagined someone would have the absolute guts to not only drink from her personal cup, but also eat her afternoon dessert. Serafina had already picked up the gold-stamped paper, telling him to leave the set because throwing away freshly brewed tea would be a real pity. I mean, who could blame him? The bodyguard seriously started doubting if his ears were completely malfunctioning. Then he nervously pointed out that young Mr. Finnick had touched the cake too, asking if he should instruct the pastry chef to make an entirely fresh batch. Serafina picked up a report with a totally blank expression, noting that he had left the other half untouched anyway. The bodyguard wanted to rip his hair out in pure confusion, trying desperately to guess if his miss was actually secretly furious with him. Serafina saw right through him and coldly reminded Jax that the guy was her guest. The guard's heart practically stopped in fear. Jax quickly complied as Serafina lazily ordered him to throw out that medicinal incense, just as a man named Orion walked into the room and overheard her command. Orion quickly stepped in to block Jax's hand, arguing that the eldest sister had gone to massive lengths to acquire this incredibly rare incense for her. She just swept her cold eyes over him and flicked my paper note right into his hands. He read the warning about the medicine being highly toxic, squinting hard at the paper with a deep frown. Complaining about the messy handwriting, he watched as Serafina took a sip of tea, only to suddenly pause and stare at her cup. When she mentioned that he wrote it, Orion's voice shot up in excitement. If the young miracle doctor said so, then we absolutely have to believe him. He promised to toss that garbage out immediately, leaving Jax standing there with a totally blank face. The young miracle doctor she spent the entire day waiting for was actually this very same young man. Even after throwing the incense out, Orion still had doubts, wondering aloud why the young miracle doctor would go out of his way to leave such a highly specific warning note. Serafina slowly traced the rim of her cup before suddenly pouring the rest of her tea right out. She realized the incense might not just be useless, but actively lethal, even if her own eldest sister was the one who bought it. Serafina stared out the window, her deep, pool-like eyes growing darker by the second. It was 6 o'clock, right at the peak of rush hour. With roads jammed with bumper-to-bumper traffic, Clearwater Alley stood out not for cars, but for gossiping neighbors. Have you guys heard the crazy news yet? The doctors at that massive hospital across the street just got hauled away by the feds. Mrs. Higgins had just gotten back from buying groceries. Wasn't it that greedy Montgomery family that came looking for trouble last time around? I honestly think they deliberately came here just to bully Grandma Ye on purpose. Totally agree. The news is everywhere now. That family is a nest of absolute parasites. So many innocent patients suffered horribly because of them. They aggressively crushed everyone else in the industry, too. Grandma Ye must have been one of their victims. Mrs. Higgins looked around at the group. Now you all know the truth. Last time, right in front of Finnick, everyone had way too much to say. But Grandma Ye has lived with us for so long. When my stomach was absolutely killing me, I couldn't even afford the medicine from that massive hospital. Grandma Ye just boiled some millet soup with random herbs. She guaranteed I'd be completely cured for only $50. And it actually worked. Right mid-gossip, they saw me walking down the alley carrying a wooden box. Mrs. Higgins, what's guaranteed to be cured for $50? The crowd gathered around looked incredibly awkward. Well, we just wanted to say we're truly sorry to your grandma. Mrs. Higgins glanced at the old neighbors. They just have thin skin and feel too embarrassed to walk through the door. I smiled warmly, telling them we run a clinic where everyone is always welcome. Tell your grandma she has to massage my neck. I haven't been here for a few days, and it's aching like crazy again. I agreed happily and pushed the clinic door open. That night, the alley was completely filled with the mouth-watering scent of delicious, home-cooked meals. It was glaringly obvious. Today, the old lady was happier than she had been in a very long time. Wearing her reading glasses, her hands pressed firmly into the neighbor's shoulders, executing incredibly focused, expert massages. Whenever a patient felt better, she broke into a massive, joyful smile. After Mrs. Higgins and everyone else finally left, I helped the old lady pack up all her equipment. Grandma, let's officially reopen the Serenity Clinic and run it properly. Hearing this, Grandma Ye's expression froze. Finnick, why are you suddenly bringing this up? I spoke casually. No big deal. Grandma, I'm about to take the vocational to university entrance exam. Getting some real-world hands-on clinical experience is crucial to build a solid foundation. Grandma Ye pondered for a moment, saying that the university entrance exam was indeed incredibly important. So, you treating patients with me learning by your side is the absolute best way to study. Besides, Silas eats a massive amount of food. If we don't make more money, we won't be able to feed him. Silas, currently aggressively devouring a pork bun, worked his jaw, perked his ears, and nodded vigorously in absolute agreement. Grandma Ye's mind wandered a bit further. Then she suddenly asked if something happened when I went to the Vanguard family for consultations today. I didn't hide anything from the old lady. Yes, right in the middle of our consultation, a massive squad of agents stormed in and dragged several members of the Montgomery family away. It looked incredibly severe. They arrested people right in front of all of you without any prior warning or rumors. I nodded. Grandma Ye fell into a deep silence for a moment, then stared at the wooden box I brought back. All these years, the Montgomery family has acted with absolute impunity in Southbridge, treating human lives as utterly worthless. This time, the heavens truly opened their eyes to deliver the punishment they desperately deserved. Grandma Ye leaned heavily on her crutches and stood up. Whether she'll actually reopen the Serenity Clinic is a massive decision, so she needs to think about it. I smiled and told her there was absolutely no rush. It's just that when there are more good doctors, the bad ones naturally decrease. Don't you agree? Grandma Ye paused. She agreed, saying she's lived more than half her life and still hasn't seen things as clearly as our Finnick. I stopped right there, refusing to force her into any quick decisions, giving her plenty of quiet space for her own internal ideological struggle. After all, accidentally killing a patient is an incredibly horrific, paralyzing trauma for a doctor who genuinely wants to save lives. Deep into the night after the old lady went to sleep, Silas took his pile of seemingly useless scrap metal and, with a few sharp clicks, assembled a fully functional mini laptop. I stared at the tracked location, completely shocked. You won't believe where the monsters who framed Grandma are hiding. They're right in the capital city. Silas nodded emphatically. Standing beneath the ancient tree, I rubbed a locust flower between my fingers, my eyes growing deep and turbulent as I thought of the capital. So long. I casually flicked the crushed flower directly into my teacup, keeping my face completely calm and indifferent as always. No rush. Let's wait until Grandma Ye officially reopens the clinic first. Silas dragged over a rocking chair and a stone stool, sitting down in the courtyard. Then he raised his hands and signed rapidly, asking if I wanted to restore Grandma Ye's confidence in saving lives. I raised an eyebrow, smirking. It's not just for her. You need to start going to school, too. And you seriously need to dye your hair. Haven't you noticed the white streak starting to show? Hearing this, Silas violently jolted in shock, sitting bolt upright. He completely ignored the premium wild ginseng next to him, signing furiously. My tone left zero room for argument. No. There's absolutely no work for you here. Reopening the Serenity Clinic with you around is literally child labor. If we get inspected, they will shut us down. If our home is gone, where will you get free food and drinks? Besides, what kind of 11-year-old kid doesn't go to school? Silas instantly looked like all the joy had been sucked out of his soul, showing pure hatred for school. I looked right at him. Plus, we have to sort out your local registration. Honestly, if you start attending school here in Southbridge, I am pretty terrified you will give those poor teachers a straight-up heart attack. We are heading to the capital instead. It is a place packed with genius minds and elite talents, truly perfect for you. Hearing that, Silas's fierce eyes instantly lit up like bright spotlights. The capital. Time to unleash total chaos. I did not even bother correcting his dangerously wild mindset. Looking away, I casually tossed my black backpack to him. Let us get to work. Silas gave a sharp nod and grabbed a small shovel. Under the cover of a pitch-black night, we slipped away, heading straight for our target, the deep, completely untouched mountains of Southbridge. If we wanted to fully revive the Serenity Clinic, we absolutely needed high-quality medicinal herbs. Luckily, Southbridge sits right on the edge of two massive provinces, making it the perfect spot. The weather is incredibly humid with dense, thick underbrush. If you can harvest rare wild mushrooms here, you can definitely dig up some seriously incredible treasures. Think wild lingji mushrooms and rare mountain ginseng. Those two happen to be Silas's absolute favorites. The guy literally sniffs them out like a trained bloodhound. Usually, finding just 3 or 4 wild ginseng roots is considered a massive stroke of luck. But check this out, we actually cleared out nearly half a mountain in just one single night. Meanwhile, over at the incredibly luxurious Caesar Hotel in downtown Southbridge, the Special Strike Force was still aggressively digging for clues. Eventually, they managed to pinpoint a general location, and Orion was right there leading the charge. Miss, we have an update. Serafina's cold, quiet eyes slowly drifted over to him. The target is located about 20 kilometers from the city center. Just take the highway north. Reaching this part of the report, Orion's voice trailed off. It is a totally wild, completely undeveloped mountain. Listening to this, Serafina turned her eyes away and gracefully stood up from the designer sofa. She slowly spun her prayer beads, a faint, almost invisible smile playing at the corners of her eyes. Tell everyone to pull back. Team leader Yuan was pretty frustrated by this order, since he really wanted to scan every security camera in that entire sector. Serafina's posture remained elegant but icy cold as she told him not to waste energy on useless efforts, forcing Yuan to finally stand down. Luckily, the evidence nailing the Montgomery family was already rock solid. Besides, hunting down the anonymous whistleblower was never their main mission anyway. Honestly, how could they even track them? The mysterious whistleblower was clearly playing mind games. By the next morning, the bright sunlight was absolutely stunning. I had not even rolled out of bed when loud construction noises and hammering erupted right outside the clinic. It kept going until Grandma Yi finally knocked on my bedroom door. "Finnick, it is Thursday. Why are you not at school?" I quickly threw on some clean clothes and walked out of my room to face her. I claimed I had absolutely no morning classes, but Grandma Yi immediately saw right through that pretty weak excuse. She reminded me that I finished dead last in my class last term, and my teacher warned that another bad report card meant calling my parents. "This is totally unacceptable," she grumbled. "I am definitely hiring a private tutor for you." As she began dialing a number, the wind chimes by the clinic entrance jingled softly, letting us know a new customer had just walked in. I turned around to look. Standing elegantly in the doorway was my wealthy patient whom I had not seen in 3 days. Her stunningly beautiful, icy face looked as though she had just heard something hilarious. One of her delicate eyebrows arched up. She tilted her head, holding back a visible smirk that basically said, "So you actually came in dead last." Talk about embarrassing. I felt absolutely zero shame though. I just casually nodded my chin towards Serafina, standing right in the doorway. "Come on in," I called out. Orion followed closely behind his boss, his face still twisted in complete shock. Are the young miracle doctor's grades really that terrible? Realizing there was absolutely no way to explain this mess, I completely gave up even trying. I asked why she had missed the past 2 days. Serafina raised a hand, coughing softly, smelling like her usual scent of medicinal herbs, as she claimed she was busy. "You have not been sleeping," I said, looking straight at her. It was not a casual guess, it was an absolute clinical fact. Orion chimed in, explaining that she did not sleep until 5 a.m. And now her body was paying the price with non-stop coughing. Serafina instantly glared him into silence. Orion shut his mouth instantly. I let out a lazy yawn, reminding her that patients need proper rest. "Eat well, sleep more, let your body naturally heal itself." Serafina gently flicked her prayer beads, her eyes half closed as she remarked that I looked like I needed sleep far more than her. Slouching into my rocking chair, I admitted in a lazy drawl that I was indeed exhausted. I told her I kept dreaming about being chased, wondering how on earth the runner had so much crazy stamina. Hearing that, Orion scratched his head in utter confusion. His boss was hunting people down in real life, while the young doctor was dreaming about being hunted. What a wild coincidence. Of course, I did not connect the dots back then. Hearing her somewhat ragged breathing, I leaned forward and gently grabbed her wrist to check her pulse. My eyebrows immediately drawing together at what I felt. Surprisingly, Serafina did not pull away. The two of us were sitting incredibly close. So close that my fingertips lingered on her delicate skin for an extra second. The dangerously erratic, chaotic beat of her pulse made it clear she was severely overworking her body. "You did not just stay up late," I said, dropping my usual lazy tone for a highly serious, strict clinical concern. "You drained a massive amount of mental energy last night. Your heart rate is working overtime to compensate for extreme fatigue." Serafina did not flinch, simply staring at me with the morning light reflecting beautifully in her dark eyes. "There was a minor pest problem," she replied smoothly, her voice a soft, raspy whisper. "I had to deploy extra security to catch a rather slippery little fox, who managed to breach our main network." Hearing the word fox, my expression did not change at all. I casually grabbed a silver needle from my leather medical pouch. "Next time you go hunting down wild foxes, just remember your delicate body is made of glass, not solid steel. If it shatters," I warned, "not even the Vanguard family's massive wealth can buy you a new one." With a swift, precise motion, I tapped the needle right into her Shenman acupoint. Serafina let out a pretty faint, almost silent exhale as the soothing warmth spread deep through her meridians, forcibly calming her racing heart. She suddenly stated that I was moving to the capital city, completely ignoring my lecture and making it clear it wasn't a question. I just raised an eyebrow, placing a second needle. News travels fast in her circles, but she just smiled faintly, saying she was merely observant, as her pale exhaustion eased slightly. The Serenity Clinic sign outside was already coming down, and considering my grandma's complicated history, the capital city was the only place to truly clear her name. I chuckled softly and admitted she was right, leaning back into my creaking rocking chair. With a major entrance exam to destroy, a mute apprentice to throw into middle school, and old scores to settle, Southbridge was simply too small. Serafina slowly rolled her prayer beads, warning me that the capital city is a deep ocean filled with hidden sharks, but my pitch-black eyes met hers with absolute, unwavering confidence. Because I am the Megalodon. Hearing that, the corners of Seraphina's lips curled into a genuine, breathtaking smile. My clinical duties would be waiting the second I arrived, since she fully expected her primary attending physician to be ready. Fast forward 3 months, and our transition here went smoother than anyone ever expected. I casually walked into the National University entrance exams and, to the absolute horror of my old Southbridge teachers, scored a flawless, perfect mark. Capital Medical University, the most prestigious school around, practically begged me to enroll. I accepted, mostly because it was surprisingly close to the highly upgraded, new Serenity Clinic location. Grandma Yi's name was completely cleared. The file Silas and I dumped onto the federal servers completely destroyed the Montgomery family and exposed the unaltered medical records from 10 years ago. It proved beyond any doubt that the Montgomery patriarch swapped Grandma's prescriptions to cover up his own fatal surgical error. Now, our clinic stood in an exclusive alley in the heart of the capital. It had no flashy neon sign, but the line of luxury cars parked outside every morning spoke absolute volumes. Tonight, though, I was in a perfectly tailored black suit, standing on the second-floor balcony of the Chin family's massive grand estate. Down below, the grandest banquet of the last 10 years was happening because Grandpa Sterling finally solved the puzzle. It did not take a genius to run a DNA test on the hair I accidentally left on his Southbridge hospital pillow. Tonight was my official return, as the Chin family's 7th young master. I swirled my sparkling water, looking down at the absolute circus below. Through sheer, shameless networking, Beatrice and Julian Ye had somehow managed to score an invitation to the outer edges of this banquet. They were busy failing to suck up to Rosalind Thorne, who completely ignored them. Apparently, they still thought I was just a fake. A cool, melodious voice broke my thoughts. I did not even need to turn around to know it was Seraphina, dressed in a stunning midnight blue evening gown. Her complexion looked noticeably healthier, that sickly paleness finally replaced by a faint, natural rosiness. Months of my acupuncture were finally pulling her back from the abyss. Let them think what they want, I replied, leaning against the railing. In about 5 minutes, Barnaby is going to announce my name on that stage. I want to record Beatrice's face when she realizes the country bumpkin she kicked out is the sole heir to the Chin Empire. Seraphina stood beside me, her premium perfume mixing with the light herbal scent. She called me incredibly vindictive, but I told her I preferred the term karmically efficient. The lights dimmed, and Grandpa Sterling, looking decades younger and completely vibrant, stepped up to the microphone. As he announced that the Chin family was finally whole, I watched Julian's face stretch with pure, desperate envy, dreaming of wealth he could only scheme for. Then he introduced his grandson, Finnick, as the spotlight violently swung up to the balcony. Look at this, the entire grand hall gasps collectively as Beatrice drops her champagne flute, letting it shatter without even flinching. Her face turned a pretty horrifying shade of gray, her mouth hanging open in sheer, unadulterated terror. Julian staggered backward, clutching his chest. Realizing he spent his whole life trying to step on a dragon disguised as a beggar completely shattered his fragile ego into a million unrecoverable pieces. Even Rosalind Thorne looked up, her eyes wide with a mixture of profound regret and absolute disbelief. I did not give them a second glance because they were no longer characters in my story, just dust left in Southbridge. I turned and looked at Seraphina. Would we head down to the main floor before Grandpa absolutely throws a fit over the uncut cake? Seraphina gracefully rested her hand on my arm, her deep, mesmerizing eyes locked onto mine. There was no arrogance here, just the quiet understanding between two people standing at the absolute pinnacle of their respective worlds. Lead the way, Megalodon, she whispered, a rare teasing smile playing on her lips. As we walked down the grand staircase together, the crowd's whispers faded into white noise while my hidden medical empire thrived in the shadows. The Serenity Clinic was saving lives in the light, and the girl beside me was slowly beating the Grim Reaper, one heartbeat at a time. My legend in Southbridge was officially over, but my reign in the capital city had only just begun.